Host, after analysis, your physique is the weakest. Oh, host, after analysis, your cultivation talent is also the weakest. Oh, host, after analysis, you have not practiced any cultivation method. Oh, host, after analysis, your current evaluation is completely useless. Can you stop reminding me already? That was Su Xiaobai's first conversation with the system he had just activated. Su Xiaobai was a human from Earth. 10 minutes earlier, he had transmigrated to a world that looked like Earth but had changed beyond recognition. Ferocious beasts and mutant monsters roamed everywhere. To survive, humanity became warriors, raised massive walls, and built lightning barriers around their bases to keep the horrors out. Both beasts and warriors were ranked by level. The strongest could fly through the sky, tear mountains from the ground, and churn the seas with a flick of a finger. They were human-shaped nuclear weapons. In this world, strength decided everything. With power, privileges came easily. With power, beauty and admiration followed. With power, wealth and glory piled up on their own. Realizing this, Su Xiaobai felt a thrill. He came from a peaceful society. His body had no trace of spiritual energy. His aptitude was laughable, but he had a system. The pleasant chime of system activating made his heart race. He almost howled at the ceiling. Then the system informed him that its first function needed money to unlock. The price was 100,000 spirit coins. 100,000. I might as well die and transmigrate again. If he were already a warrior, he might save that in a few years. Warriors earned far more than ordinary people, from 1,000 to 4,000 spirit coins a month, and income rose with strength. But he was a broke nobody. No background, no talent, no strength. A regular job would bring less than 100 spirit coins a month. Saving up would take lifetimes. System, can I pay on credit? Host, have you ever heard of a system that offers credit? Then why are you even activated? Brother, a clear, sweet voice sounded outside the room. The door opened, and a petite girl of 15 or 16 stepped in. Ponytail, fair skin, bright eyes, and a bright smile. She looked like a doll. Brother, you're awake. Her smile was like the first bloom of spring. Su Xiaobai froze for a moment. Then his memory settled. Su Linger, his younger sister, also his child bride. Years ago, a beast invasion took his parents. Before they died, they adopted the orphan Linger and intended for her to be his future wife. She was raised as a daughter-in-law, and she saw Xiaobai as her destined husband. Great. I am a total loser and broke, but I still have a fiancée. She is beautiful too. That makes the pressure worse, he thought. Brother, are you hungry? Linger asked. I earned 5 spirit coins helping Annie next door. Let's get your favorite beef noodles. His heart sank. At 17, still a student, he had been living on the small amounts Linger earned doing odd jobs. On good days, 5 coins. On bad days, nothing. Linger, do we have any savings? He asked. Yes. How much? About 100,000 spirit coins, she said softly. What? Since when do we have that much? He jumped his feet, stunned. He had never known they were rich. It is the compensation from the accident that took our parents, Linger said, her voice dimming. Mom told me to hide it and save it for your college tuition. University in this era was expensive, like studying abroad in the old days. Tens of thousands of spirit coins every year. I had no idea, Su Xiaobai whispered. He understood then. His parents had worried he would waste it and leave nothing for school. Their caution was saving him now. Linger, give me the money, he said quickly. Obedient as ever, she pulled a small box from under the bed and handed him a card. Host, funds detected, the system chimed. Would you like to spend 100,000 spirit coins to activate the first function? Yes. Congratulations, host. The one-click cultivation space has been unlocked. One-click cultivation space. Su Xiaobai froze for a second as a stream of information poured into his mind. One-click cultivation space. Once activated, the host cultivates non-stop inside a separate space. A minor cycle completes every minute, a major cycle every hour, and every 24 hours the host breaks through to the next realm. This repeats continuously. At the same time, a clean status panel appeared. Species, human, Su Xiaobai. Realm, none. Strength, none. Endurance, none. Agility, none. Aptitude, lowest. Skills, none. System, one-click cultivation space, level 1. Minor cycles every minute. Major cycles every hour, and a breakthrough every 24 hours. He sucked in a breath. Is that about the speed of someone with medium aptitude? In this world, aptitude ran from lowest, low, basic, medium, high to top tier, with rumors of grades beyond that. Lowest, ordinary. Low, maybe a quasi-warrior, tiny chance of becoming a real warrior. Basic, guaranteed warrior, possible grandmaster. Medium, guaranteed grandmaster, possible martial general. High, guaranteed martial general, possible martial commander, or even martial king. Top tier, the stuff of legend, far past martial kings, up to martial emperor, and even mythic martial god. With a one-click cultivation space running a cycle every minute and hour, his pace basically matched medium. Better yet, it never stopped. He could improve even while lying on the bed. Most people were proud to grind 3 or 4 hours a day. Xiaobai could train 24 hours straight. In raw efficiency, he already outpaced average medium aptitude by a lot. And the system handled breakthroughs automatically every 24 hours, no prep needed. Incredible. Activation complete. His consciousness slid into a quiet, void-like space. A figure sat cross-legged in the center. The outline was his. Meridians glowed faintly. A small vortex turned in the dantian, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed, pulling in the essence of heaven and earth without pause. Host, at your current rate, you have a fair chance of reaching Quasi-Warrior within 3 days, the system said. 3 days. For someone with the lowest aptitude, even a lifetime might not be enough. 3 days meant the path to true warrior was close. System, what does level 1 mean? Can I upgrade it? Yes, host. Upgrades cost money. Level 2 requires 200,000 spirit coins and doubles time flow. 2 days inside pass while only 1 day passes outside. His eyes lit up. Double the speed. What about level 3? Level 3 requires 400,000 spirit coins. For days inside for 1 day outside. Level 4 costs 800,000, 8 to 1. Level 5 continues this pattern. Each level doubled both cost and time dilation. Xiaobai could almost see his future cultivation rocketing ahead. Host, there is also an auto-practice space. It can be unlocked for 200,000 spirit coins. Auto-practice meant techniques could train themselves the same way cultivation did. It was outrageous. It was also expensive. Fine. I need money, he muttered. Strength first, money after. Once he had power, he could hunt beasts, sell the spoils, and funnel the coins back into upgrades. The snowball would start rolling. Lowest aptitude or not, he would climb to the peak. Brother? Su Linger's voice tugged him back. A pale hand waved in front of his eyes. Brother, are you okay? Ling, I'm going to get strong, he said, swept her into a hug, and planted a kiss on her cheek. Be brother. Her face flushed red. Xiaobai took a slow breath. Spiritual energy was already moving through his body, clear as sunlight. With his old aptitude, he could sit for hours and feel nothing. Now, with a cycle ticking every minute and hour, the intake was obvious. This feels great. Come on, let's get beef noodles, he said. A bowl used to be a luxury. Soon it will be pocket change. 3 days slipped by. Xiaobai ate, drank, rested, and kept Linger home instead of letting her work. They spent time together while the space did its job. Brother, we played for 3 days. We are out of money, Linger whispered. Do not worry. I am about to start earning, he said, ruffling her hair. For ordinary people, 2 or 3 spirit coins a day was hard. 5 on a lucky day. A quasi-warrior could make dozens without trying. Inside the cultivation space, a major cycle clicked into place. Pop! A crisp sound rang out, and an invisible pressure surged from Su Xiaobai's body.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
It's done. Su Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He had finally transcended the level of an ordinary person and become a quasi-warrior. At this moment, Su Xiaobai could practically be called half a warrior. Brother, you... Su Linger's beautiful eyes lit up. Well, didn't I tell you so? Su Xiaobai grinned proudly. But brother, I didn't see you training. How did you suddenly break through? Su Linger blinked her big eyes, curiosity evident in her expression. Do I even need to explain? Your brother is naturally gifted. I can break through without training. Being a quasi-warrior is just the beginning. In the future, I'll become a warrior, a grandmaster, a martial general, and eventually a martial commander. By then, you'll be the wife of a martial commander. Su Xiaobai's words made Su Linger's little face involuntarily flush red. From today onwards, stay home obediently. Let me earn the money. In the past, you supported us. Now it's my turn. Su Xiaobai chuckled, patting Su Linger on the head. Okay, in my heart, my brother is the greatest. Su Linger's face lit up with a genuine smile of happiness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Xiaobai casually threw a few punches. The wind from his fists roared sharply. Su Xiaobai tested the strength of a quasi-warrior. Having just broken through, he was merely a beginner-level quasi-warrior. He would still need to advance to intermediate and advanced levels before reaching the true realm of warrior. Yet, even as a beginner quasi-warrior, Su Xiaobai already possessed the strength to kill a cow with a single punch. For an ordinary person, they wouldn't even be able to withstand one of his strikes. Moreover, after becoming a quasi-warrior, his absorption of spiritual energy had noticeably accelerated. Truly, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Su Xiaobai clicked his tongue in awe. He could clearly feel the disparity in strength between himself and ordinary people. They were not even on the same level. To ordinary people, Su Xiaobai was now like a mini Superman. He checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, beginner level quasi-warrior. Strength level, beginner level quasi-warrior. Endurance level, beginner level quasi-warrior. Agility level, beginner level quasi-warrior. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Mastered skills, none. Activated system features. One-click cultivation space, level 1. Sure enough, everything has improved. Now that I'm a quasi-warrior, it's about time I went to claim some money. The base provided monthly subsidies for quasi-warriors. The higher the level, the greater the subsidy. As a beginner-level quasi-warrior, Su Xiaobai could receive 100 spirit coins monthly even if he did nothing. Far better than the meager earnings of ordinary people working themselves to death. Yo, isn't this Xiaobai? You, my goodness, you've become a quasi-warrior. Wow, this is incredible. Our neighborhood actually produced a quasi-warrior. The moment Su Xiaobai stepped outside, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from his body left the neighbors astonished. In human base number 18, with a population of nearly 5 million, quasi-warriors comprised only 1% of the population. Although not an insignificant number, finding a young quasi-warrior in a slum filled with ordinary people was big news. Naturally, it drew attention. Just a stroke of luck. Su Xiaobai smiled. Indeed, strength changes everything. Even stepping out feels different. Warrior Hall, base number 18. Upon reaching the Warrior Hall, Su Xiaobai was no longer exceptional. Quasi-warriors, warriors, and even grandmasters were everywhere. Occasionally, one might spot a martial general, but martial commanders remained rare sightings here. Here's my ID card. I'm here to claim my subsidy. Su Xiaobai placed his ID card on the counter. Huh? Su Xiaobai? He actually advanced to quasi-warrior. In another corner of the hall, Someone selecting weapons furrowed their brows upon hearing Su Xiaobai's name. It was Zhang Hengxing, a rare quasi-warrior among Su Xiaobai's classmates. Zhang Hengxing had shown talent early on. After months of effort and substantial family resources, he had finally broken through. But now, Su Xiaobai had also become a quasi-warrior. Before the school holidays, Su Xiaobai had been an ordinary person. Yet, within a single month, he had advanced, his speed clearly surpassing Zhang Hengxing's. I've never heard of Su Xiaobai having family support. Could it be his cultivation aptitude is better than mine? Zhang Hengxing's eyes flashed with uncertainty. In the same class, classmates were also competitors. Su Xiaobai's advancement caught Zhang Hengxing's attention. However, he kept silent, observing quietly until Su Xiaobai left the hall. We'll see who ranks higher when school starts again. Zhang Hengxing withdrew his gaze and returned to choosing weapons. Returning home with a huge sum of 100 spirit coins, Su Xiaobai and Su Linger were both ecstatic. Brother, shouldn't you use this money to buy cultivation resources? Now that you're a quasi-warrior, you'll need to save up. Su Linger was aware of how expensive it was to be a warrior. Cultivation resources, martial techniques, weapons, all required money. The monthly subsidy of 100 spirit coins was meant to help quasi-warriors purchase these resources. With luck, some might even become full-fledged warriors. Linger, don't worry. Cultivation resources are useless to me now. We're rich now, so let's just enjoy ourselves, Su Xiaobai said with bravado. With the one-click cultivation space, he could cultivate automatically whether sitting, standing, or lying down. Why bother with cultivation? Cultivation resources were meaningless unless he had enough money to upgrade the cultivation space. Time spent on cultivation would be better spent enjoying life. But, no buts. You're my wife now, so just listen to me. The word wife made Su Linger's face flush red again. She didn't argue further and nodded obediently. Thus began a month of indulgence for Su Xiaobai and Su Linger. On the 7th day of their carefree lifestyle, pop! With a soft sound, Su Xiaobai advanced to intermediate-level quasi-warrior. The feeling of leveling up without training, it's amazing. With his new level, Su Xiaobai could claim an additional subsidy. Dear Mr. Su, here's your subsidy of 200 spirit coins. Please take it. The staff member respectfully handed Su Xiaobai his coins. Thank you. Humming a tune, Su Xiaobai left the hall. Coincidentally, Zhang Hengxing entered the warrior hall just as Su Xiaobai was leaving. Seeing him, Zhang Hengxing instinctively frowned. What was that guy here for? Zhang Hengxing casually asked. Oh, that gentleman just claimed his intermediate-level quasi-warrior subsidy, the staff member replied. What? Zhang Hengxing stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. He clearly remembered that just a week ago, Su Xiaobai had only collected the subsidy for beginner-level quasi-warriors. Unlike the front desk staff, he was absolutely certain that Su Xiaobai had only stepped into the ranks of quasi-warriors within the last month or so. And now, in just a few days, he had advanced to an intermediate quasi-warrior. How could his cultivation aptitude be this high? Zhang Hengxing was stunned. If Su Xiaobai had been from a powerful family, it might have made sense. Rapid advancement through extensive resources wouldn't be surprising. But Su Xiaobai clearly had no such background. What kind of privileged person would bother coming to the warrior hall just to collect subsidies of 100 or 200 spirit coins? It's my own arrogance and complacency. Besides those from the great families in our class, there's actually a true genius among us. I can't let this slide. I must keep advancing and catch up. Zhang Hengxing resolved inwardly. Book me a B grade, no, an A grade training room. For 3 days, Zhang Hengxing refused to believe that someone like him, who had achieved quasi-warrior status earlier, could be surpassed so quickly. No matter what, he was determined to recover his lost progress. Su Xiaobai, of course, had no idea that casually collecting his subsidy had sent shockwaves through his classmates' mind. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. No matter how impressive your cultivation skills were, Could you train for 24 hours straight without rest? He could. No need for tedious meditation. No need for any cultivation resources. Just by eating, drinking, and sleeping, he could level up. How could anyone compete with that? Thus, Su Xiaobai had no concerns whatsoever. Given enough time, any elite, genius, or prodigy would be crushed by him without a shred of resistance. Linger, we're having hot pot tonight. Having just collected 200 spirit coins, Su Xiaobai's life became even more carefree. This was the equivalent of 2 months' wages for an ordinary person. He didn't hold back at all, dining out every day and taking Su Linger on outings all over the place. Nearly 20 days later, as the 200 spirit coins were about to run out, pop! With a faint sound from his body, Su Xiaobai leveled up again. From intermediate quasi-warrior, he directly advanced to advanced quasi-warrior. This feels amazing. Su Xiaobai felt an unprecedented warm current flowing through his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. It was indescribably pleasant. He checked his current stats. Human, Su Xiaobai. Cultivation level, advanced quasi-warrior. Strength level, advanced quasi-warrior. Endurance level, advanced quasi-warrior. Agility level, advanced quasi-warrior. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Martial skills, none. Unlocked system function, one-click cultivation space, level 1. All his physical attributes had significantly improved along with his level up. Su Xiaobai clearly felt that the power in his fists had increased greatly compared to before, and his entire body felt lighter. Just by running casually, he could now match the speed of Usain Bolt. Time to collect another wave of money. So satisfying. Every time he leveled up, he could collect an additional subsidy for that month. Under normal circumstances, a person might at most level up once a month and collect subsidies only twice. But who could have imagined that Su Xiaobai would level up 3 times in a single month? So when Su Xiaobai handed over his ID card, the front desk staff was momentarily dumbfounded. She clearly saw the records on his ID card. 27 days ago, Su Xiaobai collected the 100 spirit coin subsidy for beginner-level quasi-warriors. 20 days ago, he collected the 200 spirit coin subsidy for intermediate quasi-warriors. And now, he was here to collect the 300 spirit coin subsidy for advanced quasi-warriors. This advancement speed was simply mind-blowing. However, shock was shock. Her professionalism remained intact. Although it was rare, some talented individuals from powerful families with abundant resources could indeed achieve such rapid progress. Thus, she quietly processed Su Xiaobai's subsidy for advanced quasi-warriors. Whoosh! At the same time, the door to an A-grade training room opened and Zhang Hengxing emerged drenched in sweat. Hengxing, you're really pushing it. Training nonstop in an A-grade room for 4 hours straight. At this rate, you'll probably reach intermediate quasi-warrior status within half a year. A friend approached, handing him a bottle of water with a smile. Half a year's too long. 3 months. I must reach intermediate quasi-warrior status in 3 months. Zhang Hengxing declared with determination. If he couldn't achieve that, he might be left far behind. How could he hope to become a warrior, let alone a grandmaster? Even though his cultivation aptitude was low, his lifelong goal was to break through the limits of a grandmaster and become a true martial general. Just as Zhang Hengxing took a sip of water, his eyes accidentally landed on Su Xiaobai, who was waiting at the front desk to collect a subsidy. He couldn't help but spray the water out of his mouth. What's wrong? His friend asked in confusion. That guy. Zhang Hengxing stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed on Su Xiaobai. He watched as the front desk staff counted out 300 spirit coins and handed them over with a smile. Su Xiaobai thanked her, then cheerfully turned to leave, holding his 300 spirit coins. 300 spirit coins, advanced quasi-warrior. He couldn't have. No. How is this possible? Zhang Hengxing's face was filled with disbelief. It has only been 20 days. Only 20 days since Su Xiaobai collected the intermediate quasi-warrior subsidy. And now, he is already an advanced quasi-warrior. here to collect the corresponding subsidy. This meant that Su Xiaobai only took 20 days to advance from intermediate to advanced quasi-warrior. Such cultivation speed is simply terrifying. Hengxing, what's wrong? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? His friend was puzzled. Impossible. It's impossible. Maybe he's just here to claim some mission rewards. Desperate to convince himself, Zhang Hengxing strode up to the front desk. What was that guy here for just now? He asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. The answer crushed his hopes. Oh, he just collected the monthly subsidy for advanced quasi-warriors, the staff replied with a smile. Boom! It felt like lightning struck Zhang Hengxing. He actually leveled up again. If Zhang Hengxing hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Advancing from a mid-tier quasi-warrior to a high-tier quasi-warrior in just 20 days, what kind of astounding talent does that require? Damn it. Keep cultivating? Cultivate my foot. Zhang Hengxing angrily threw the water bottle in his hand to the ground. Clearly, he was deeply impacted, thoroughly provoked by Su Xiaobai. He had thought that through hard work, leveraging his family's resources, and relying on his own cultivation aptitude, he could stage a stunning turnaround. Yet someone else had silently crushed that dream in its infancy. But a genius like this, since I've discovered him, I can't let other families beat me to it. Zhang Hengxing took several deep breaths, finally managing to calm down a bit. If I can forge a connection with him and gain his assistance, perhaps my Zhang family can secure a place in base number 18 in the future. Base number 18 had a population of 5 million. Although the Zhang family could be considered wealthy, their influence and power were, in reality, pitifully small. Otherwise, why would he come to the Warrior Hall's training room to cultivate? Wouldn't it be far more convenient to simply build an expensive training room at home? In this era, talent and elite individuals were the ultimate assets. Attracting enough talented elites could add bricks to the family's foundation and prepare for future prosperity. Thus, whenever a family discovered a genius, they would spare no expense to recruit them immediately. Su Xiaobai. With this thought, Zhang Hengxing no longer hesitated. He decisively chased after Su Xiaobai and called out to him. Su Xiaobai turned around to see Zhang Hengxing. At first, he felt a bit unfamiliar, but soon information about Zhang Hengxing popped into his mind. A classmate, one of the first in their class to advance to a beginner quasi-warrior. At the same time, personal information about Zhang Hengxing appeared in Su Xiaobai's mind. Human, Zhang Hengxing. Realm level, beginner quasi-warrior. Strength level, beginner quasi-warrior. Endurance level, intermediate quasi-warrior. Agility level, beginner quasi-warrior. Cultivation aptitude, basic. Mastered skills, Moon Ghost Spear, basic. Tiger King technique, basic. A beginner's realm, but his endurance has reached intermediate. A talent. Su Xiaobai silently sized him up. However, compared to Su Xiaobai's all-around high-tier stats, Zhang Hengxing was obviously several levels inferior. Zhang Hengxing, do you need something? Su Xiaobai asked. Su Xiaobai, have you already reached the advanced quasi-warrior level? Zhang Hengxing hesitated for a moment before asking. Su Xiaobai's eyebrows raised, and a wary look instantly appeared in his eyes. In this power-dominated society, while strength garnered respect, it also bred envy. Powerful families and factions would often secretly assassinate any genius they deemed a threat to their status. This was the darkest, most brutal reality of the world. Su Xiaobai knew this all too well, which was why he had kept a low profile. Yet, someone had still noticed. Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions, nor did I investigate you on purpose. It's just that I happened to see you receiving subsidies at the Warrior Hall a few times. Zhang Hengxing quickly explained. Oh no, I forgot about that. Su Xiaobai suddenly realized. In hindsight, he should have staggered his visits, coming 3 times in 1 month. Any observant person could pick up on it, but he had no other choice. He'd spent all his previous funds, and without the subsidies, he'd have to go out and work. Work? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. So, what do you want from me? Su Xiaobai asked. I want to invite you to join the Zhang family. Zhang Hengxing said seriously. Before the school break, you hadn't even become a quasi-warrior, but in just 2 months, you've already reached advanced level. Your cultivation aptitude must be extraordinary. I have the authority to represent the Zhang family. If you agree to become a guest of our family, I assure you we'll treat you with the utmost respect and generosity. Now Su Xiaobai understood. Zhang Hengxing had noticed his rapid progress, assumed he had exceptional talent, and wanted to recruit him early. That made sense. If Su Xiaobai were in Zhang Hengxing's shoes, he'd likely do the same. Well, I'm not currently interested in joining any family or faction, Su Xiaobai said. Zhang Hengxing's hopeful expression visibly dimmed. But if your Zhang family can offer enough sincerity, I might consider it. Hearing this, Zhang Hengxing's eyes lit up again. What do you want? Just say the word, as long as the Zhang family can provide it. I don't want much. How about this? Give me 1 million spirit coins, and I'll become your family's guest. How does that sound? Su Xiaobai tested. He hadn't planned on joining any family, but seeing the money offered to him on a silver platter, why refuse? He initially thought of asking for 200,000 coins, but then he figured, if he could name a price, why not ask for more? After all, he needed 200,000 to unlock the system and upgrade his cultivation space. 1 million spirit coins? Deal! Zhang Hengxing agreed instantly, his face full of excitement. What? So straightforward. Wow, I undersold myself. Su Xiaobai regretted his decision. If he'd known Zhang Hengxing would agree so readily, he would have asked for 5 million. Forget it. It's a small loss. At least with this million, I won't need to struggle to scrape together the funds. Without Zhang Hengxing's invitation, Su Xiaobai would have had to join a hunting team after becoming a warrior, venture outside the base to hunt beasts and sell their corpses. That would take several months, and there was always the risk of injury, or worse, death. Zhang Hengxing's arrival had saved him a great deal of trouble. Honored guest, this is a Warrior Hall bank card with a 1 million coin balance. The password is 6 zeros. Zhang Hengxing respectfully handed a bank card to Su Xiaobai. Although they were peers, this was the proper etiquette for treating an esteemed guest. Looking at the card with a 1 million coin balance, Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. As expected, fate still favored him. Originally, he thought that after spending the 300 spirit coins of his subsidy, he'd have to scrimp and save. Who could have imagined that Zhang Hengxing would suddenly appear and bring him a whopping 1 million coins? This meant that not only would unlocking new features no longer be a problem, but even upgrading them would be easily handled. His cultivation speed could now double again. Amazing. Subsequently, the two signed a guest elder contract. A guest elder differed from ordinary minions or hired muscle in 2 key ways. Guest elders had absolute freedom and were not required to fully obey the Zhang family's orders. The Zhang family could request assistance from the guest elder, but whether they helped or not was entirely up to the elder's discretion. These terms were more than sufficient for Su Xiaobai. Clearly, Zhang Hengxing was acting in good faith. If it had been a contract where taking money meant selling his life to others, Su Xiaobai might have hesitated. However, after reviewing the guest elder contract, he didn't hesitate at all and signed immediately. Of course, the guest elder contract also had certain stipulations. For example, once a guest elder joined a family, they couldn't simultaneously join another family, or it would be considered a breach of contract. Additionally, the guest elder was required to assist the family at least once a month, big or small, to justify their compensation. Zhang Hengxing, at your service, Elder Su. After signing the contract, Zhang Hengxing respectfully bowed to Su Xiaobai. All right, we're classmates and the same age. Just call me Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai, in a great mood, waved off such formalities without concern. That won't do. You are now the Zhang family's honored guest elder. Addressing you as Elder Su is only proper. As someone from a noble family, Zhang Hengxing's etiquette was impeccable. Fine, I won't argue with you about it. If there's nothing else, I'll head home first. Su Xiaobai was eager to return home and unlock his new features. Elder Su, since you've joined our Zhang family, would it be possible for you to choose a day to visit the Zhang estate? Zhang Hengxing asked hurriedly. No problem. Su Xiaobai agreed readily. After all, they had given him 1,000,000 coins. Now that he was their guest elder, a courtesy visit was only proper. Great. I will await your esteemed arrival, Elder Su. Zhang Hengxing watched as Su Xiaobai left. Finally, our family has succeeded in inviting someone with such high cultivation potential. The Zhang family will surely rise to prominence. Zhang Hengxing was certain. Su Xiaobai would become a massive trump card for the Zhang family in the future. And he wasn't wrong. In the future, Su Xiaobai wouldn't just be a trump card. He'd be a nuclear bomb. Hurrying all the way home, Su Xiaobai didn't even have time to greet his neighbors. Brother, you're back. I'm making dinner. It'll be ready soon. Su Ling'er smiled sweetly at him from the kitchen. All right, just call me when it's ready. Su Xiaobai replied, then quickly went to his room. Ding! The system has detected that the host now has money. Dear host, would you like to spend 200,000 spirit coins to activate new system features? The system's prompt sounded repeatedly. You've been nagging me nonstop all the way here. Su Xiaobai muttered irritably. This system sure loves money. It was silent most of the time, but the moment it sensed money, it popped up with endless reminders. Dear host, would you like to spend 200,000 spirit coins to activate new system features? The system asked again persistently. Fine, unlock it. Su Xiaobai replied with mock reluctance, though his eager expression betrayed him. Ding! Activation successful. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the one-click auto-practice space. As the system's notification rang out, Su Xiaobai's consciousness was suddenly transported elsewhere. The next moment, he found himself in a void-like space. In front of him was his familiar shadow avatar for one-click cultivation. Beside it, a new shadow figure appeared, standing tall like a sharp sword, a silhouette of Su Xiaobai himself. Ding! The one-click auto-practice space is currently empty. Please place a cultivation method. Put in the basic body refining technique. Su Xiaobai said. The basic body refining technique was the most foundational entry-level martial art taught at school, used primarily for physical fitness. Every student had it. The only reason Su Xiaobai hadn't mastered even its beginner level was his abysmal aptitude and lack of diligence in practice. It wasn't entirely his fault, though. Knowing his poor cultivation potential, he'd given up on the martial path early, opting instead to focus on academics in hopes of securing a stable job after graduation. Scanning the host's brain, basic body refining technique detected. Technique placed successfully. As the system spoke, the shadow avatar in the cultivation space began moving. What perfect form! A glance at the shadow's movements made Su Xiaobai's eyes light up. Even his teachers couldn't execute the basic body refining technique with such precision. In just 5 minutes, the shadow flawlessly completed the entire routine. So warm. As the shadow finished, Su Xiaobai felt a warm current flow through his body, bringing noticeable physical changes. Ding! Basic body refining technique has reached beginner level. What the heck? That fast? Su Xiaobai was stunned. Cultivation techniques typically required significant time, effort, and innate aptitude. For others, reaching the beginner level of the basic body refining technique took months of relentless practice. But for him, the shadow did one session, and he leveled up, with the space now running 24/7, completing a cycle every 5 minutes with perfect form. I bet my technique will reach the highest level in just a few days. Su Xiaobai was ecstatic. Cultivation achievements were categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. While the basic body refining technique was the lowest tier martial art, mastering it to peak level could still bring substantial benefits. And the best part? Others had to practice hard for it. He didn't. Dear host, it has been detected that you still have remaining funds. Would you like to consider upgrading your system features? The system once again persistently reminded him. After spending 200,000 spirit coins to unlock the one-click auto-practice space, Su Xiaobai had 800,000 coins remaining. System, what are the benefits of a level 2 one-click auto-practice space? Su Xiaobai inquired. The level 2 one-click auto-practice space, like the one-click cultivation space, accelerates the time flow of the space. At level 2, 2 days inside the space equate to 1 day outside. At level 3, 4 days inside equate to 1 day outside. At level 4, F*CK. This is amazing. Su Xiaobai instantly felt a rush of excitement. You have to know, practicing techniques was far more arduous than cultivating. Cultivation only requires you to sit cross-legged, absorb spiritual energy, circulate it through the small meridians, the great meridians, and repeat. It's monotonous and doesn't demand much skill. But practicing techniques is a different story. It demands understanding, research, experimentation, comprehension, and physical effort. You have to sweat, work hard, and put in the effort. Furthermore, with cultivation, you can see tangible returns from investing money or time. However, with practicing techniques, even if you invest money, time, and energy, there's no guarantee of results. Precisely because of this, the rewards for mastering techniques are far greater than for cultivation. For instance, 2 individuals at the same cultivation level, but with different levels of technique mastery, can lead to a completely one-sided battle. Thus, the ability of the one-click auto-practice space to accelerate time flow means Su Xiaobai could master a technique in significantly less time. With this, I can learn body-strengthening techniques, weapon techniques, and attribute techniques all at once. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Body-strengthening techniques. As the name suggests, these enhance physical attributes like strength, agility, and endurance. Weapon techniques. Techniques for swords, spears, staffs, and other weapons that significantly enhance a warrior's combat power. Attribute techniques. Techniques related to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, poison, etc. Typically, attribute techniques provide the highest enhancement and the greatest power, but they are also the hardest to master. Take Zhang Hengxing, for example. He only possesses 2 techniques, 1 weapon technique and 1 body-strengthening technique. Mastering even 1 attribute technique is extraordinarily difficult. If possible, who wouldn't want to learn several techniques to have them at their disposal? But unfortunately, there's not enough time, and energy is limited. Cultivating a technique often means you can't simultaneously focus on improving your cultivation level. However, Su Xiaobai is different. He can focus on both cultivation and practicing techniques simultaneously, exponentially increasing his strength. It's just that the price is a bit steep. The initial cost to unlock the one-click auto-practice space was 200,000 spirit coins. Level 2 costs 400,000 coins. Level 3 costs 800,000 coins. Level 4 costs 1,600,000 coins. With his current remaining funds of 800,000 coins, Su Xiaobai could barely afford to upgrade it to level 2. If I use 800,000 to upgrade the cultivation space, I could spend 200,000 plus 400,000, totaling 600,000 coins to directly upgrade it to level 3 and quadruple the cultivation speed. If I split the funds, I could only upgrade it to level 2, doubling the speed, but the practice speed would also double. This is a tough decision. Su Xiaobai pondered deeply. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Forget it. Let's upgrade everything. System, upgrade both the one-click cultivation space and the one-click auto-practice space to level 2. As soon as Su Xiaobai gave the command, the next moment, 2 large ×2 symbols appeared in the upper corners of the respective spaces, indicating that their time flow had been doubled. Inside the one-click cultivation space, the shadow meditating with crossed legs had its meridians circulate spiritual energy at twice the original speed. Inside the one-click auto-practice space, the shadow, practicing the basic body-strengthening technique, moved twice as fast, performing quick yet precise movements, as if on fast-forward. Su Xiaobai immediately felt the enhanced flow of spiritual energy and warmth circulating through his body. So satisfying. Su Xiaobai felt a wave of comfort and excitement wash over him. The 600,000 coins were not wasted. Dear host, since you have upgraded both the one-click cultivation space and the one-click auto-practice space to level 2, the system has prepared a new feature for you. One-click auto-hunting. It can be unlocked for just 400,000 spirit coins. The system's timely notification arrived again. One-click auto-hunting? Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. How does it work? The system will create a shadow with identical strength to the host and send it to regions where beasts can be hunted. The shadow will automatically select suitable beasts to hunt. All loot from the hunts will be stored in a temporary space for up to 24 hours. The host can retrieve the loot within 24 hours, or the system can deliver it to a designated location every 24 hours. What the F***CK? This is practically the ultimate cheat code. The system hadn't even finished explaining before Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief, and his face lit up with growing excitement and joy. He had originally planned to wait until he had a higher cultivation level, powerful techniques, and sufficient strength before hunting beasts to earn money and level up his cheat system. But now, the system practically handed him an auto-hunt feature on a silver platter. With this, wouldn't he be able to stay at home, focus on practicing and mastering techniques, while also earning money effortlessly? But host, your shadow is not invincible. If it sustains a fatal attack, it will immediately dissipate and require a 24-hour cooldown before reappearing. The system reminded. Enough. That's amazing. System, I will give this new system feature 120 likes. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. The shadow can die? Who cares? As long as it can automatically resurrect, it's fine. Although this might lower the efficiency of fighting monsters, it's still better than doing it myself. Just imagine, with this auto-battle feature unlocked, Su Xiaobai would be collecting beast loot every single day, and these items are worth a fortune, selling them casually for a few thousand or even tens of thousands of spirit coins. And after saving up for a while, Su Xiaobai could afford to upgrade his cultivation space, training space, and auto-battle capability. As his level increases, Su Xiaobai grows stronger, and so does the shadow. This improves the efficiency of auto-hunting, resulting in more valuable loot. This way, his upgrade speed accelerates even further. This is a perfect cycle of progression. By the way, system, does upgrading the auto-battle feature also increase the time-space flow rate? Su Xiaobai curiously asked. No, host. The level 2 auto-battle requires 1.2 million spirit coins and can release 2 shadows to hunt beasts in 2 different areas simultaneously. The level 3 auto-battle requires 3.6 million spirit coins and can release 3 shadows to hunt beasts in 3 different areas simultaneously. Wow, the upgrade is unbelievably powerful. Su Xiaobai initially thought upgrading would only speed up the battle process, but he didn't expect it would add another shadow, enabling him to hunt in 2 areas simultaneously. This effectively doubles the loot and earnings. And as the auto-hunt feature continues to level up, more shadows will be released, leading to even more loot. If there's one drawback, it's that the upgrade cost increases significantly. For features like auto-cultivation and auto-practice, the cost only doubles with each upgrade. But for auto-hunting, it triples. But that's understandable. Such an overpowered cheat-like tool can't come cheap. Even if upgrades are expensive, once my strength skyrockets, money won't be an issue anymore. Su Xiaobai could hardly contain his excitement. Once he's strong enough, these spirit coins will be nothing more than pocket change. Now that I have 200,000 spirit coins left, and with this auto-practice space, it's time for me to learn some new techniques to boost my strength. 200,000 should be enough to study a few entry-level techniques, right? Entry-level techniques are like the basic body tempering method, basic entry-level skills. Other than publicly available techniques like this, entry techniques are extremely rare. Above entry-level techniques are micro-level techniques. If entry-level skills are already hard to come by, micro-level techniques are even rarer. To acquire a micro-level technique, one must be from a wealthy family like Zhang Hengxing's, where techniques are purchased for a high price and kept as family treasures for clan members to train. Or excel in school, proving oneself to be an elite talent, to be granted the opportunity, though not guaranteed access, to learn advanced techniques. Or visit the Warrior Hall's Library of Martial Arts and pay a high price for limited study time. Micro-level techniques start at a minimum of 10,000 spirit coins per hour. This is why martial artists are so expensive to cultivate. Ordinary people simply cannot afford such exorbitant costs. But Su Xiaobai, with 200,000 spirit coins and an auto-practice space, doesn't need to fully master the techniques. He just needs to memorize them. With 200,000 spirit coins, he could surely memorize a few micro-level techniques. The Warrior Hall's Library of Martial Arts has practically become his personal treasure trove. Micro-level techniques, here I come. In the core district at the Zhang family manor, Zhang Hengxing stood respectfully before several middle-aged men, recounting the events of the day. One of them, a sharp-eyed man with a commanding presence, was Zhang Hengxing's father, Zhang Henglong, the current head of the Zhang family and a bona fide advanced grandmaster. An advanced grandmaster is just one step away from becoming a martial general. Once he crosses that threshold, the Zhang family will ascend further, solidifying their status as one of the premier families in Base 18. Hengxing, are you serious? You spent 1 million spirit coins to invite a classmate to be our family's guest elder. Another middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absurd." This man was Zhang Hengxing's second uncle, Zhang Hengde, a mid-level grandmaster. Beside him stood other Zhang family grandmasters, ranging from junior to mid-level, forming the backbone of the Zhang family's power. Second uncle, his cultivation talent is truly exceptional. I personally witnessed him progress from a beginner quasi-warrior to a senior quasi-warrior within a month. I'm confident his talent is at least high grade. Zhang Hengxing said hurriedly. Someone like that as our guest elder is a huge advantage for the Zhang family. Whether his talent is exceptional remains to be seen. But inviting someone of your age as our guest elder? If word gets out, how will our family maintain its reputation? Zhang Hengbo scolded. The other Zhang family grandmasters nodded in agreement. The Zhang family's guest elders are at least grandmasters. The stronger the guest elder, the stronger the family's reputation and deterrence against outside threats. But Zhang Hengxing inviting a mere quasi-warrior as a guest elder? Ridiculous. Second brother. Family head Zhang Henglong raised his hand, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Hengxing. Hengxing, if this classmate of yours truly has high-grade talent, I'll approve. Even mid-grade talent is acceptable. But if his talent is low-grade, or worse, do I need to say more? High-grade talent is rare even among tens of thousands of warriors in Base 18. Securing someone with such potential is a major boon. Even mid-grade talent is considered elite. Becoming a grandmaster is inevitable, with a chance of reaching martial general status. Low-grade talent, however, offers no such value. Father, don't worry. Su Xiaobai will visit in a few days, and he'll definitely amaze you all. Zhang Hengxing declared confidently. He believed firmly in his judgment of talent. The next day, at the Warrior Hall, Library of Martial Arts, 3rd floor. Nether Step, a micro-level body refining technique to enhance agility and movement. 15,000 spirit coins per hour. Demon Crushing Blade, a micro-level weapon technique. First level blade intent increases attack power by 50%. 30,000 spirit coins per hour. Violet Thunder Art, an entry-level elemental technique to summon lightning from thin air. 100,000 spirit coins per hour. Damn, who can afford these prices? Su Xiaobai was in the Warrior Hall's library pavilion, selecting micro-level martial arts techniques to cultivate. Although he had the automatic cultivation space at his disposal, it could only handle one technique at a time. Su Xiaobai had to carefully choose the technique that would benefit him the most. However, just glancing at the prices of those micro-level techniques made his mouth twitch involuntarily. These things were truly not affordable for the average person. Even the cheapest micro-level technique cost over 10,000 spirit coins, while more expensive ones range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Especially the rarest elemental techniques, there were no micro-level ones available, only entry-level ones. And even the entry-level techniques started at a minimum of 100,000 spirit coins per hour. No wonder wealthy families keep getting wealthier. The costs of cultivation alone are on entirely different levels. Su Xiaobai muttered to himself. Despite the exorbitant prices, he didn't give up on picking techniques. The high prices actually helped him identify which techniques were truly powerful and which ones were mediocre. The cheaper ones were likely tried and tested by others and deemed average. The more expensive ones were clearly highly sought after, driving up their prices. Of course, there might be overlooked gems among the cheaper options, but how often could one truly stumble upon such a lucky find? After careful deliberation, Su Xiaobai made his decision. Body strengthening techniques to enhance physical power and defense. A micro-level one is a must. Weapon techniques. I don't use weapons currently, so I'll skip those for now. Elemental techniques, capable of unleashing attacks like wind, thunder, or fire, with immense power. One of these is essential. After Su Xiaobai thought about it, he finally made a decision. Just the three of you. He chose 3 skills respectively. 2 of them were micro-level body-strengthening skills, Dash Diamond Body, and Soaring Sky Transformation. 1 was an entry-level attribute skill Dash, True Flame Hand. Diamond Body was undoubtedly a body-strengthening technique focused on enhancing physical defense and endurance. Cost: 30,000 spirit coins /hour. Soaring Sky Transformation was a pure movement technique that doubles speed at the beginner level and increases it up to tenfold at the highest level. Cost: 20,000 spirit coins /hour. Although True Flame Hand was an entry-level elemental technique, its power was equally terrifying. After reaching the beginner level, it's capable of creating a hand of flames that can melt metal and stone. Imagine how terrible the consequence would be if it hit an ordinary person. Therefore, its price was 140,000 spirit coins /hour. With 200,000 spirit coins, Su Xiaobai spent 190,000, leaving himself with only 10,000. Let's begin cultivation. Because he had spent such a large amount, the Warrior Hall provided him with a Grade A training room for his personal use for 3 hours. Grade A training rooms had spirit energy concentrations several times higher than the outside world, making training significantly more effective. However, this made no difference to Su Xiaobai. He didn't need spirit energy at all. All he needed was a quiet place with a desk and chair to carefully study the contents of the techniques. Unlike ordinary books, martial arts techniques included not only text, but also detailed illustrations of precise postures that had to be memorized completely. Without this understanding, proper practice was impossible. Given the high cost, Su Xiaobai was extremely diligent in studying. One day later, ding! Diamond Body has reached the beginner level. As soon as the system notification sounded, Su Xiaobai felt a tremendous transformation in his body. His previously fair skin now seemed to be coated with faint gold, reflecting light. His muscles became unprecedentedly firm, and his body felt noticeably heavier. Clenching his fist felt entirely different from before. As expected of a micro-level technique, this effect is incredible. Su Xiaobai exclaimed with joy. To test it, he grabbed a fork and jabbed it into his arm. Clang! The fork bent out of shape, and his skin didn't even have a scratch. Micro-level body-strengthening techniques truly lived up to their reputation. Even at the beginner level, the benefits far exceeded those of basic techniques. Unlike weapon or elemental techniques, body-strengthening techniques provided permanent improvements. Weapon and elemental techniques required spirit energy to activate and could be depleted. In contrast, the physical enhancements from body-strengthening techniques lasted a lifetime. Pinch things effortless. Su Xiaobai pinched the iron fork into a ball of iron with his hand. He grabbed the stone that was used to support the table legs. Crack! The stone shattered on the spot, and his skin was intact. Haha, cool. Su Xiaobai enjoyed various experiments and experienced his new power. The next day, ding! Soaring Sky transformation has reached the beginner level. Su Xiaobai changed his martial arts that night because it was easy to reach the primary level, but it was more difficult to reach the intermediate level. Whoosh! Su Xiaobai immediately headed to an open field to test it out. With a single push of his foot, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow. He covered a kilometer in less than 20 seconds. This speed was terrifying, even by ordinary standards of warriors. Already a high-level quasi-warrior, Su Xiaobai was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged warrior. With the beginner-level Soaring Sky transformation doubling his speed, his movement, reflexes, and agility had all improved dramatically. This is amazing. This feeling of strength is really fascinating. Su Xiaobai's eyes were shining. He finally understood why the road of warriors was so difficult, but there were still countless people who continued to strive for it. Because once you break through and have strength, you will be obsessed with this feeling of transcendent transformation. And the higher you go, the more addicted you will be. Seventh day. Ding! True Flame Hand has reached the beginner level. Su Xiaobai, who was eating at the time, nearly jumped up in excitement. It's finally here. He waited for a day for Diamond Body. He also waited for only one day for Soaring Sky transformation. But he waited for 5 days for True Flame Hand. It can be seen from this that the difficulty of practicing attribute skills is much higher than other skills. Even if it is an automatic practice space with twice the space flow rate, 24 hours a day, and no spiritual energy consumption, it took a full 5 days to complete. If it were someone else, they would need to consume spiritual energy, understand it thoroughly, and practice it continuously. I'm afraid they might not even reach the primary level without a year or two. Brother, where are you going? I'm full. I'm going out for a run to help digest the food. After Su Xiaobai left a message, he went straight to the open area. He looked around and made sure there was no one around. Then he stared at a stone in front of him that was as tall as a person and slowly raised his palm. A stream of spiritual energy gathered, and Su Xiaobai's palm seemed to be on fire and began to reflect the light of flaming magma. Su Xiaobai's palm was like a red-hot iron, which looked particularly creepy. True Flame Hand. Boom! Su Xiaobai blasted out with his palm, and the flaming palm was suddenly imprinted on the stone, and the stone exploded on the spot. *CK. Seeing the scattered debris around him, speckled with sparks, and the charred, hand-shaped shallow pit on the ground still emitting black smoke. Su Xiaobai, who was short of words, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A mere entry-level elemental cultivation technique, only at the beginner stage, could unleash such power. What if it reached the intermediate, advanced, or even the highest level, or was replaced with a more refined elemental technique? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Su Xiaobai finally understood what kind of formidable power those strong characters on TV wielded when they overturned mountains and seas with a flick of their fingers. That was no longer within the scope of human abilities. It was divine. He immediately checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Advanced Quasi-Warrior. Strength level, Beginner Warrior. Endurance level, Beginner Warrior. Agility level, Beginner Warrior. Cultivation aptitude, lowest rank. Master techniques, Diamond Body, Beginner. Spirit Sky Transformation, Beginner. True Flame Palm, Beginner. Unlocked system functions. One-click cultivation space, Level 2. One-click practice space, Level 2. Holy crap! Su Xiaobai exclaimed again. His strength, endurance, and agility levels had directly leaped from an advanced quasi-warrior to the level of a beginner warrior. In other words, with his current abilities, he could now contend with actual warriors. Moreover, even among warriors, not all of them would possess so many techniques, especially elemental techniques. It wasn't impossible that some warriors might not even be a match for him. No wonder cultivation techniques are so expensive. No wonder so many warriors train day and night for them. The benefits of these techniques are terrifying. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Just 3 techniques at the beginner level had brought him such immense advantages. What if all 3 reached the intermediate level, and then continued to the advanced level, or even the highest level? Wow! Just imagining it made Su Xiaobai feel excited. By then, he might be able to cross several major realms and defeat opponents with ease. If only I had money, I could upgrade the one-click cultivation space and the one-click training space to higher levels. Then I could cultivate even more techniques. What Su Xiaobai lacked most now was money. Only money could get him more techniques. Only money could upgrade those heaven-defying system functions. Only money could unlock more of these new cheats. Right, it's probably time to visit the Zhang family. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai remembered the Zhang family. I'm a guest elder of the Zhang family now. Asking for a few million shouldn't be an issue, right? The Zhang family was a prominent and wealthy clan. They had given him $1 million without hesitation before. If he showcased a bit of his strength, they might give him even more. For my auto-battle grinding, for my techniques, for upgrading my one-click cultivation and training, I have to visit the Zhang family. That afternoon, Su Xiaobai visited the core district for the first time as a guest. These houses are so impressive. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but admire them. Base 18 was divided into 2 areas, the outer civilian district and the inner core district. The outer civilian district covered 90% of the area, while the core district only occupied 10%. However, the defense facilities, equipment, and personnel in the core district were far superior to those of the outer district. Additionally, the core district had a complete internal ecosystem to handle emergencies, ensuring survival even if the outer base fell. Thus, those living in the core district were either wealthy and influential families or high-ranking government officials. Ordinary people simply didn't qualify. One day, I'll bring Linger here and own a villa of my own. Su Xiaobai silently vowed. Only by entering the core district could one have true security. In the outer district, the lives of ordinary people were not guaranteed. Even if you were killed by a warrior, the government would impose symbolic penalties such as detention or fines, but would not execute the warrior for the sake of an ordinary person. The life of an ordinary person wasn't even worth a warrior's finger. This was the harsh reality. Only by becoming a resident of the core district, even as an ordinary person, could one gain the noble status of aristocrat, acknowledged and protected by the government. Soon, Su Xiaobai arrived at the Zhang family's estate entrance. After his arrival was reported, Zhang Hengxing quickly came out with an excited expression. "Elder Su, you're finally here," Zhang Hengxing said happily. Come in, my father and uncles are all waiting for you." "All waiting for me?" Su Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. For someone as insignificant as him, this level of attention seemed over the top. Su Xiaobai had clearly underestimated the significance of the title Guest Elder. In family dynamics, apart from the family's own strength, the abilities of their guest elders were also a major factor. Whether a family had guest elders, the strength of those guest elders, and the number of powerful guest elders all served as indirect evidence of the family's overall power. Becoming a guest elder of a family also meant becoming an honored guest. Even the family head had to show respect to guest elders, so naturally, it warranted a grand reception. Moments later, Su Xiaobai stood in a large hall. In front of him and on either side were high-ranking members of the Zhang family, all of them gazing at him intently. An advanced quasi-warrior, not even a full-fledged warrior, and he's invited as a guest elder? Don't underestimate him. He's rumored to have high cultivation potential. His future achievements will at least reach the level of a martial general. With some luck, he might even become a martial commander. No matter how talented, before a genius grows, they're still insignificant. Besides, in our current standoff with the Yuan family, how can a mere quasi-warrior be of any help? People murmured quietly. Although they suppressed their voices with spiritual energy, Su Xiaobai couldn't hear their words. However, from their expressions, he could tell they were skeptical of him. He fully understood this. Everyone present was at least a full-fledged warrior, with several at the Grandmaster level. Even standing several meters away, Su Xiaobai could feel the overwhelming heat emanating from their bodies, an aura symbolizing vigorous vitality and immense physical strength. Mr. Su, I am Zhang Honglong, head of the Zhang family. My son invited you to be a guest elder without the family's consent. Therefore, I cannot yet formally address you as elder. I hope you understand. Zhang Honglong's calm voice echoed in the hall. Since this concerns the reputation of our Zhang family, I must ask you to first test your cultivation potential. With a glance from Zhang Honglong, a subordinate brought over a sensing stone and placed it in front of Su Xiaobai. Test my potential. Su Xiaobai was speechless. However, seeing everyone watching him, he reluctantly placed his hand on the sensing stone with a nonchalant attitude. The stone glowed dimly with a grayish light. Cultivation potential, lowest level. The subordinate's judgment reverberated throughout the hall. Wow! The hall erupted into an uproar. The moment the dim gray light emerged from the stone, the expressions on everyone's faces changed drastically. How is this possible? When Zhang Hongxing saw the dim gray light and heard the words lowest level, it felt like a thunderbolt had struck him. Impossible. I clearly witnessed Su Xiaobai progressing from a novice quasi-warrior to an advanced quasi-warrior within a month. There can be no mistake. But the test revealed. How could this be? Lowest level. I told you, didn't I? The young master has stirred up trouble now. No way. Lowest level. Then how did he even become a quasi-warrior? That's strange. If it's the lowest level, there's no way he could even reach the quasi-warrior stage. Anyone with even a slight understanding of martial arts cultivation knew that the lowest level aptitude meant being doomed to remain an ordinary person forever, barely even stepping into the realm of a quasi-warrior. Yet, here stood Su Xiaobai, a genuine advanced quasi-warrior who was only 17 years old, the same age as Zhang Hongxing. 17 years old and already an advanced quasi-warrior. This undeniably indicated an extraordinary aptitude. Even if there was some hidden factor, his aptitude shouldn't possibly be the lowest level. Lowest level? Zhang Honglong and the other Zhang family elites exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. They had speculated that Su Xiaobai might not be the high-level aptitude Zhang Hongxing had believed, but they never imagined he would be classified as the lowest and most useless aptitude. With such aptitude, how did he even reach the advanced quasi-warrior level? Zhang Hongda murmured in confusion. The others shared his perplexity. Such a poor aptitude meant it should be impossible to progress, even with excessive resource investment. Mr. Su, may I ask, how did you manage to break through to the advanced quasi-warrior stage with the lowest level aptitude? Zhang Honglong's voice echoed across the hall. All eyes turned towards Su Xiaobai, eagerly awaiting his answer. I have no idea. I just practiced a bit, and suddenly I broke through. Su Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. The hall buzzed with renewed chatter. Zhang Honglong and Zhang Hongda began discussing quietly. Have you finished deliberating? If you want to revoke my status as a guest elder, now's your chance. Su Xiaobai said plainly. Even if he lost his status, Su Xiaobai was confident in his ability to hunt beasts and slowly accumulate resources to handle everything himself. Becoming a guest elder was simply a means to save effort and accelerate unlocking and upgrading his cheats. If it worked out, fine. If not, he didn't care. Mr. Su, you misunderstand. We're merely clarifying some doubts. Zhang Honglong's gaze flickered as he deliberated for a moment before making his decision. Elder Su. Zhang Honglong stood up slowly and bowed slightly to Su Xiaobai. From today onwards, you are officially the Zhang family's 8th guest elder. Big brother. Patriarch. This cannot be. Zhang Honglong's declaration caused an immediate uproar. Zhang Hongda, and many Zhang family warriors protested vehemently. How could a mere advanced quasi-warrior, with the lowest aptitude no less, be elevated to the status of guest elder, ranking above them and demanding their respect? In a world where strength reigns supreme, who would accept this? I am the patriarch. This decision is mine to make. There will be no further discussion. Zhang Honglong's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, silencing dissent. Su Xiaobai nodded approvingly in his heart. This patriarch had a solid grasp of authority. Faced with such circumstances, he not only kept his composure, but also made a decisive choice. Truly a wise leader. With Zhang Honglong in charge, the Zhang family might not flourish, but certainly wouldn't decline. I object. A man in his 30s, clad in black with a scar across his face, stepped forward from the crowd. Dropping to one knee, he said coldly, "How can a mere advanced quasi-warrior qualify as a Zhang family guest elder? If this becomes known, what will happen to the Zhang family's reputation?" Though others remained silent, their nods and expressions showed their agreement. Su Xiaobai glanced at the man. Name, Zhang Feiyang. Cultivation level, beginner warrior. Strength level, beginner warrior. Endurance level, beginner warrior. Agility level, beginner warrior. Cultivation aptitude, low level. Mastered skills, rainbow demon strength, intermediate. Shadow demon attack, intermediate. A beginner warrior with 2 intermediate intra-level techniques, not bad. Su Xiaobai mentally assessed the opponent. Zhang Feiyang, what do you propose? Zhang Honglong asked indifferently. I won't bully Mr. Su, Zhang Feiyang said coldly. As long as he can defeat any advanced quasi-warrior from our Zhang family's younger generation, I will accept him as a guest elder. But if he fails, patriarch, I believe none of US would accept this decision. Mr. Su should then return the 1 million spirit coins, and we'll consider this matter settled. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even Zhang Hongda said approvingly, that sounds fair. Zhang Honglong's eyes showed consideration. Elder Su, do you accept this proposal? Zhang Honglong asked. Father, Elder Su has only recently become an advanced quasi-warrior. He hasn't even had time to learn any techniques. How can he fight? This isn't fair. Zhang Hongxing protested. After all, it was he who had invited Su Xiaobai, partly for his incredible potential. If Su Xiaobai were alienated now, it would be too late to recruit him later. Although Zhang Hongxing couldn't understand why the aptitude test showed lowest level, he knew it was unjust to pit a newly advanced quasi-warrior without battle experience against others. Indeed, it's unfair. Before Zhang Honglong could respond, Su Xiaobai interjected, What's the point of sending a younger advanced quasi-warrior to fight me? As a guest elder, I should demonstrate true capability. You, sir, since you're the one challenging me, why not step forward as my opponent? The hall fell into stunned silence. An advanced quasi-warrior challenging a beginner warrior? Though the gap seemed minor, the difficulty of crossing it was astronomical. Initially, Su Xiaobai had no intention of being so ostentatious. But what choice did he have? Refund the money? Not a chance. The money was already spent. Returning it wasn't an option. Since reconciliation seemed impossible, Su Xiaobai decided to go all out. Mr. Su, are you serious about this? Zhang Feiyang stared intently at Su Xiaobai, his tone icy. Guest Elder Su, you might have just entered the ranks of quasi-warriors and may not fully understand the gap between a quasi-warrior and a warrior. Zhang Honglong interjected. Though there's only a single character's difference between the two, the disparity in strength is like a chasm. Guest Elder Su, you might want to reconsider. Zhang Honglong wasn't sure how Su Xiaobai, with his supposedly lowest level aptitude, managed to become an advanced quasi-warrior at just 17 years old. However, he did know that Su Xiaobai was worth investing in, a promising talent for the future. If nurtured by the Zhang family, Su Xiaobai could bring immense benefits. Thus, Zhang Honglong extended a way out to save Su Xiaobai from potential embarrassment. I understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I've got this. Su Xiaobai smiled lightly. And since I am to be the family's guest elder, I must have the strength to match that title, don't I? Very well, Zhang Feiyang bellowed. Suddenly, an overwhelming and oppressive aura radiated from him, a unique characteristic of warriors. It was an invisible force like the sensation of standing before a tiger. Even at a distance, the ferocious aura could make one's heart tremble. The crowd's focus immediately shifted to the two individuals in the arena. Their curiosity piqued. How could Su Xiaobai, a mere quasi-warrior, possibly contend against an established warrior like Zhang Feiyang? Seeing this, Zhang Honglong refrained from stopping the match. Mr. Su, as an advanced quasi-warrior, there's a significant level gap between us. I'll hold back slightly. If you can hold your ground against me for 10 rounds, you'll be the winner, Zhang Feiyang declared loudly. The gap between a warrior and a quasi-warrior was like that between a lion and a rabbit. To last 10 rounds would be an extraordinary feat, earning Su Xiaobai at least some degree of respect. 10 rounds? Sounds fair. If someone intended to show off, Su Xiaobai had no problem letting them shine for a moment. All right, I'm starting now. Bring it on. Zhang Feiyang assumed a defensive stance. A breeze stirred, ruffling Su Xiaobai's clothing. Smiling faintly, he whispered, "Soaring sky transformation." Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Su Xiaobai's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, surging toward Zhang Feiyang with astonishing speed. What? Zhang Feiyang's pupils constricted in shock. Zhang Honglong, Zhang Hongda, and the other Zhang family members, including the onlooking warriors, were all wide-eyed with disbelief. Diamond whip kick. In an instant, Su Xiaobai's body glowed with a faint golden hue, resembling a shimmering Buddha statue. His skin became incredibly tough, and his leg unleashed explosive power. Boom! Zhang Feiyang reacted quickly, raising his arms in defense, but he was still sent flying across the room. His body smashed against the wall, creating a shallow crater lined with web-like cracks. Micro-level mastery. He's mastered both soaring sky transformation and diamond body at the micro level. This is absurd. How does a quasi-warrior grasp two micro-level techniques? Everyone who witnessed this scene stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost, and exclaimed in disbelief. It's enough to reach the advanced level of a quasi-warrior at the age of 17. He actually mastered two micro-level techniques. What is the concept of micro-level? Even if it's an entry-level technique, a quasi-warrior may not be able to enter the primary stage after practicing it for a year or two, let alone micro-level technique. For a quasi-warrior, the micro-level technique is like a heavenly book. Even if you're given several years, you may not be able to reach the beginner stage. However, Su Xiaobai actually successfully practiced the micro-level technique as a quasi-warrior and mastered two at the same time. Oh my god! Zhang Hongxing was stunned. He didn't know how to describe the MMP asterisk in his heart. Asterisk MMP is a Chinese slang, which means son of a B asterisk TCH. It's okay that your cultivation speed is abnormal. It's okay to admit that you have the talent for cultivation, right? But what about mastering two micro-level techniques? Micro. This is micro-level, and two of them. Even if I am given 5 years to successfully comprehend two micro-level techniques at the quasi-warrior stage, he still needs to reach the beginner stage. Zhang Hongxing had no confidence at all. A genius. A true genius. Zhang Honglong exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. I'm not convinced. Zhang Feiyang roared. Rainbow demon strength. Instantly, Zhang Feiyang mobilized all his spiritual energy and gathered it all on his fist. Rainbow demon power was an entry-level body-strengthening technique. However, unlike strengthening the outer body, it strengthens the internal spiritual energy. Zhang Feiyang rushed forward, and with his fist full of rich spiritual energy, he fiercely blasted towards Su Xiaobai. You're too slow. Su Xiaobai shook his head. With his mastery of soaring sky transformation, Zhang Feiyang's movements were no different than slow motion in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Casually, Su Xiaobai reached out and caught Zhang Feiyang's fist. The immense force, meant to shatter bones, dissipated harmlessly as it reached Su Xiaobai's body, reinforced by the diamond body technique. The hall fell silent. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. You can almost clearly hear the sound of many warriors sucking in cold air. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Zhang Feiong was also shocked and horrified, and then gradually turned into depression, because he found that Su Xiaobai's palm was like an iron clamp, and he couldn't even pull out his fist. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. Su Xiaobai didn't use his full strength on him at all. Want to keep going? Su Xiaobai asked with a smile. I concede, Zhang Feiong admitted, his voice trembling. He had lost, utterly. Despite his earlier bravado about Su Xiaobai surviving 10 rounds, the reality was that he couldn't even last one. The atmosphere was electrifying as Zhang Honglong stood up and declared, "Everyone, join me in welcoming guest Elder Su." Immediately, the Zhang family members rose to their feet, bowing in unison. "Greetings, guest Elder Su. Perhaps strength is the most reliable tool, isn't it? No need to waste words explaining anything. The most convincing argument is to let strength speak for itself. Not convinced? Then I'll beat you until you do." With the cultivation level of an advanced quasi-warrior and mastery of 2 micro-level techniques, Su Xiaobai defeated a genuine warrior, leaving him utterly defenseless. At this moment, all doubts in the crowd transformed into shock and utter admiration. Before today, no one had ever heard of such a feat. Even among the world-renowned powerhouses, none were known to have mastered 2 micro-level techniques at the quasi-warrior stage, much less to the point of crushing an actual warrior effortlessly. Crossing a major cultivation boundary to achieve a draw or retreat unscathed would already be impressive. But to completely dominate the opponent? Such a thing was unheard of and unprecedented. The shock of witnessing it firsthand made everyone present feel an unprecedented sense of awe towards Su Xiaobai. What they didn't know, however, was that these 2 micro-level techniques were merely Su Xiaobai's appetizers. He had initially considered using the elemental technique True Flame Hand, but seeing the current situation, it was clearly unnecessary. If they knew that Su Xiaobai not only mastered 2 micro-level techniques, but also had control over elemental techniques, they might have been so shocked they'd fall to their knees on the spot. No need to be so courteous. Though Su Xiaobai said this humbly, he was beaming with joy internally. After all, this was precisely the effect he wanted. At this point, surely no one would ask me to refund the money, right? Guest Elder Su, I was reckless earlier. Please forgive me. Zhang Feiong knelt on one knee and sincerely apologized to Su Xiaobai. He was truly convinced by the beating. Even though he hadn't used his trump card, the Shadow Blade technique, Zhang Feiong was certain that even with his full strength, he couldn't match Su Xiaobai. The terrifying power of this advanced quasi-warrior was far beyond his expectations. In a friendly sparring match, there's no such thing as forgiveness. Su Xiaobai replied generously. From this day forward, guest elder Su shall be the 8th guest elder of my Zhang family. Everyone in the Zhang family, no matter where or when, must treat guest elder Su with the utmost respect. Understood, Zhang Honglong declared with authority. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Moreover, I hope today's events will remain within this room and not be spread outside. Zhang Honglong's tone suddenly turned icy. If I find out anyone has leaked information, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that a genius like Su Xiaobai would be coveted by all families. Achieving such accomplishments at such a young age meant he would undoubtedly become a powerhouse in the future. If their rival family, the Yuan family, learned about this, they definitely wouldn't take it lying down. Looks like I don't need to emphasize this myself. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to advise the Zhang family not to publicize his abilities. After all, no matter how talented someone is, if they can't grow up and perish halfway, they're no genius at all. Su Xiaobai was fully aware of the darkness of this world. Killing someone over a minor disagreement wasn't uncommon. To prevent a talent from growing and threatening their interests, some families specifically assassinated geniuses that didn't belong to them. So before acquiring sufficient power, keeping a low profile was crucial. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Guest Elder Su, it is our family's honor that you have chosen to join us today as a guest elder. As per tradition, this is a small token of appreciation from the Zhang family. Please accept it. With a wave of Zhang Henlong's hand, a subordinate stepped forward, presenting a bank card and a golden blank identity card to Su Xiaobai. The card on your left is a bank card from the Warrior Association containing 3 million spirit coins. The one on your right is a blank identity card for the core district. Simply write your name on it, and it will activate, granting you free access to the core district. What a thoughtful gift. Hearing this, Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up with delight. His original intention in becoming a guest elder was to gain some spirit coins from the Zhang family. Now, he didn't even need to ask. They had voluntarily given him 3 million spirit coins. Even the core district identity, which he had been yearning for before arriving, was handed to him on a silver platter. No need to queue up, spend money, or test his strength to apply. They directly delivered the identity card. Clearly, choosing the Zhang family as his hosts was the right decision. Very well. Since it's the patriarch's wish, I shall humbly accept. Afterward, everyone dispersed. Zhang Henglong chatted with Su Xiaobai briefly, during which Su Xiaobai gleaned 3 key pieces of information. The Zhang family was not a prominent clan in the core district, merely a minor family with some fame. So, 3 million spirit coins were a relatively modest sum. The Zhang family had a nemesis, the Yuan family, which, though also a small clan, was more powerful and had been suppressing the Zhang family for years. If faced with danger, Su Xiaobai could shatter the core district identity card to trigger all nearby alarms, and warriors would immediately rush to his rescue. Clearly, being a guest elder was not an easy task. While Su Xiaobai gained benefits, he also had to bear the responsibilities that came with them. But these weren't concerns for Su Xiaobai. As long as he had enough time and resources, no Yuan family or major clan could stand in his way. They would all be insignificant in his eyes. On the way home, the Zhang family sent him back in one of their luxurious spirit-powered cars. In this era, cars were no longer powered by oil, but by spiritual energy, making them incredibly expensive and accessible only to wealthy families. I'm going to cultivate now. Don't disturb me. Su Xiaobai instructed his escorts before closing his eyes in the back seat. As expected of a genius, he doesn't waste a single moment on cultivation. The escort sighed inwardly. Ding! The system has detected that the host is now wealthy. Dear host, would you like to spend 400,000 spirit coins to unlock a new system feature? The system's voice rang in his ears. Activate. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai made his decision. Ding! Activation successful. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the one-click auto-hunting function. Su Xiaobai's consciousness transitioned once again to the void space. Beside the one-click cultivation and one-click skill practice spaces, a new space emerged. Within it stood a pitch-black shadow, its silhouette unmistakably resembling Su Xiaobai. It stood silently, motionless. Do you have a specific destination for deployment? If not, the system will automatically assign your shadow to a corresponding monster location, the system said. Auto-assign. Su Xiaobai had never left the base, so he had no idea where the monsters resided. The shadow instantly vanished from its original position. At the same time, approximately 6 kilometers outside the base, a pitch-black shadow materialized. Roar! The sudden appearance of the shadow, with its aura of spiritual energy, immediately alerted a slumbering Dark Moon Wolf. Dark Moon Wolf was a D-class monster. The classification of monsters ranges from D, C, B, A to S. D-class corresponds to beginner warriors, C-class to warriors, B-class to grandmasters, A-class to martial generals, S-class to martial kings. A single D-class monster could easily tear apart an advanced quasi-warrior. To hunt such beasts, quasi-warriors must form teams. Solo attempts often end in the hunter becoming prey. However, Su Xiaobai's shadow possessed 100% of his power. This meant that while the Shadow's realm was technically that of an advanced quasi-warrior, its true combat power was capable of overwhelming an entry-level warrior. Boom! Without any unnecessary movements, the Shadow closed the distance in an instant. Using a combination of the Soaring Sky transformation and Diamond Body, it smashed the Dark Moon Wolf's head with a single punch. Ding! Loot acquired. Dark Moon Wolf Hide ×1. Dark Moon Wolf Meat ×12. As the system's notification rang out, a nearly intact Dark Moon Wolf hide and 12 blood-soaked chunks of wolf meat appeared out of thin air in the automated hunting space. So fast, Su Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. The efficiency is impressive. In under 2 minutes, a monster was taken down, and the spoils were directly delivered to the temporary space. If I remember correctly, the Dark Moon Wolf is a D-class monster, and its hide and meat fetch no less than 1,000 spirit coins. At this rate, wouldn't I soon reach a daily income of over 10,000? Su Xiaobai said excitedly. If the Shadow could hunt around 10 Dark Moon Wolves per day, the loot alone would bring him tens of thousands of spirit coins daily, earning over 10,000 coins a day while lying down. This was a lifestyle Su Xiaobai had never dared to dream of before. Now it was within reach. Indeed, cheating feels amazing. Ding! Loot acquired. Black Tendon Snake Hide ×1. Black Tendon Snake Meat ×5. Black Tendon Snake's Tendons ×3. Before Su Xiaobai could finish savoring the moment, another notification sounded and new loot fell into the space. Whoa! The tendons of a black tendon snake. This stuff can be used as material for alloy weapons. A single tendon is worth at least 1,000 spirit coins. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Weapons are categorized into ordinary weapons, alloy weapons, and higher-level spirit weapons. An average alloy weapon costs tens of thousands of spirit coins. Higher-grade ones multiply in value, with some even selling for millions, as Su Xiaobai had once seen on TV. Naturally, the materials used to craft alloy weapons are extremely valuable. Each monster offered different loot, with varying values. High-value materials were akin to striking gold, explaining why warriors were eager to team up and venture into the wild to hunt monsters. Ding! Loot acquired. Black Tendon Snake Hide ×1. Black Tendon Snake Meat ×5. Black Tendon Snake's Tendons ×3. The system's notifications kept coming, indicating the Shadow had effortlessly hunted another black tendon snake. At this speed, earning tens of thousands daily won't just be a dream. It could even be hundreds of thousands. Su Xiaobai couldn't contain his excitement, earning hundreds of thousands daily. With this income, he could feast on lobster and crab every day, live in luxurious villas in the core district, travel in opulent vehicles, and have servants attending to his every need. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Host, the system detects remaining funds. Would you like to upgrade system functions? Upgrade, of course. First, upgrade the one-click auto-hunting to level 2. Su Xiaobai declared without hesitation. He had long decided, the higher the hunting efficiency, the greater the profits. With these earnings, he could further upgrade his cultivation and skill training spaces. For Su Xiaobai, the auto-hunting function was the top priority among the system's features. Upgrade complete. With the system notification, Su Xiaobai saw a second shadow identical to the first appear in the space reserved for loot storage. Auto-assign. Su Xiaobai ordered before the system could even ask. The second shadow vanished, automatically transported to another monster territory near base number 18. In just 2 minutes. Ding. Loot acquired. Green Steel Bull Horn ×2, Green Steel Bull Armor ×21, Green Steel Bull Meat ×35. Ding! Loot acquired. Tinwing Beast Hide ×1, Tinwing Beast Meat ×16. As the notification sounded, the temporary storage space filled with even more monster loot. Looking at the ever-growing pile of materials, Su Xiaobai couldn't stop grinning. 2 shadows mean double the efficiency and double the profits. Life can't get better. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before I can amass a mountain of monster materials. His speed at making money was practically faster than robbing a bank. With such an income, Su Xiaobai no longer needed to rely on his family or exhaust himself. He could entirely afford to lie around and wait for wealth to roll in. 400,000 plus 1.2 million. I've already spent 1.6 million. System, use the remaining funds to upgrade auto cultivation and auto practice space to level 3. Having upgraded auto hunting, Su Xiaobai didn't forget to enhance the other two features. Upgrading auto cultivation to level 3 cost 400,000. Upgrading auto skill training to level 3 cost 800,000. The total came to 1.2 million. Upgrade complete. The counters in the top right corners of the two spaces, originally labeled as ×2, now changed to ×4. This meant the time flow in these spaces had quadrupled. So much spiritual energy. The 4x cultivation space doubled the original speed of spiritual energy absorption, making the process incomparable to before. At this rate, combined with the effects of auto breakthrough, Su Xiaobai estimated it wouldn't take more than a few days for him to break through the advanced quasi-warrior stage and officially join the ranks of warriors. Not only that, the small shadow figure practicing skills in the auto skill training space also moved much faster, further doubling the speed of skill improvement. Strength and wealth. I just have to wait patiently, and I'll steadily grow stronger. Ha ha. Su Xiaobai had never believed in miraculous luck before, but now it seemed such miracles had indeed occurred, and they all fell squarely on his lap. System, are there any new features? What's next? Su Xiaobai asked. Host, the system cannot disclose information about new features at the moment. However, unlocking new functions requires all 3 current features to reach level 3 first. The system responded. I see. No wonder you didn't recommend a new feature. There are conditions for unlocking them. Auto cultivation and auto practice space have reached level 3. Only auto hunting remains, but upgrading it to the next level costs 3.6 million spirit coins. That's no small amount. I guess I'll have to wait a while longer. Su Xiaobai thought about it for a moment. Fortunately, it wasn't a major issue. As long as he had enough time, earning 3.6 million was only a matter of when, not if. Now, there's just one more problem: finding a warehouse to store the materials. The loot was Su Xiaobai's main source of income. The temporary storage space could only hold items for 24 hours. If not claimed within that time, the contents would be automatically cleared. Therefore, Su Xiaobai needed a fixed location where the system could deposit materials daily for him to sort and sell. Perfect, I still have 200,000 spirit coins left. That should be enough to buy a moderately large house with a basement in the outer district. Houses with basements were a must-have. Humans naturally sought safety. Even in relatively peaceful times, many people prepared for the worst, such as a scenario where monsters breached the city defenses. A basement could be a lifesaver then. I'll discuss this with Linger when I get back. She will definitely be happy. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but smile at the thought. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family manor, swish, in a dimly lit room, blood splattered as a severed head flew through the air. The headless body collapsed lifelessly onto the floor, blood pooling around it. Big brother, you guessed right. The Zhang family indeed had a Yuan family spy. Zhang Hengde wiped his blade and said grimly. The killer was none other than Zhang Hengde, the second uncle of the Zhang family. Beside him stood the family patriarch, Zhang Henglong. Zhang Henglong's brows furrowed as he looked at the secret communicator in the severed hand of the corpse. His expression was grave. We're too late. The Yuan family has likely already received word. Big brother, should we send someone to protect that kid? In the main hall earlier, Zhang Hengde had begrudgingly addressed Su Xiaobai as esteemed guest. But deep down, he didn't respect Su Xiaobai. He found it hard to accept that someone so young had risen to a position above his own. I don't trust anyone else for this task, Zhang Henglong said, turning to Zhang Hengde. Second brother, you'll go protect him. Me? Big brother, are you serious? Zhang Hengde's eyes widened. I refuse. I'm a dignified, mid-level martial master. Protecting an advanced quasi-warrior? Even if he's a prodigy, he's still a junior. Why should I stoop so low? Zhang Hengde flatly rejected the idea. In a world where strength commanded respect, many only admired those more powerful than themselves. Without sufficient backing or achievements, even geniuses weren't guaranteed respect. To Zhang Hengde, his pride mattered most. As the Zhang family's second-in-command, overseeing hundreds of warriors and thousands of servants, being relegated to a personal bodyguard role was humiliating. My decision is final. You'll go and protect him in secret, Zhang Henglong said firmly. If anything happens to esteemed guest Su, I'll hold you accountable. Big brother, I'm ordering you as the family head. Zhang Henglong's tone grew stern. Esteemed guest Su's talent is unparalleled. If he rises to prominence, he'll take the Zhang family to new heights. Second brother, you may lack vision, but you must ensure esteemed guest Su's safety. Understood. Seeing his usually affable brother so serious, Zhang Hengde knew he couldn't argue further. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. I hope the Yuan family knows better than to act recklessly. Killing a resident of the core district would incur the wrath of the major families. Zhang Henglong muttered, his eyes gleaming. Once you enter the core district, wanton killing is forbidden. This was a rule jointly established by the government and major families, and naturally, it must be followed by all. Even though the Yuan family holds sway over the Zhang family, they are ultimately a small family. If they were to violate the taboo, neither the major families nor the government would spare them. However, Zhang Henglong couldn't be certain of this. After all, the Yuan family had many reckless individuals. For the sake of profit, they wouldn't hesitate to harm their own. What wouldn't they dare to do? If they learned that the Zhang family had produced a genius with such terrifying talent, they would undoubtedly do everything possible to eliminate him, even if he was a core district resident. Thus, Zhang Henglong wanted Zhang Hengde to protect Su Xiaobai. This showed how highly Zhang Henglong regarded Su Xiaobai's future. Core District, East Region, Yuan Family Manor. The Zhang family's 8th guest elder, 17 years old, an advanced quasi-warrior, and master of 2 micro-level martial techniques. A genius. An absolute genius. The Yuan family convened a high-level meeting as soon as they received the news. When all the senior executives reviewed the intelligence regarding Su Xiaobai, their expressions changed dramatically. It's terrifying. At 17 years old, he had already reached the level of an advanced quasi-warrior and mastered 2 micro-level martial techniques. Such talent was undoubtedly at the pinnacle in terms of both cultivation aptitude and comprehension. Even the strongest martial gods might not possess such potential. He must be killed. Yuan Feihe, the head of the Yuan family, spoke coldly. The aura of an advanced grandmaster radiated from his body, sweeping across the meeting room. Everyone felt a wave of scorching heat rushing toward them. This was the intense, killing intent of an advanced grandmaster. Master, we mustn't act recklessly. There has never been a precedent for assassinating a guest elder, not only because they are powerful, but also because they are core district residents. If we rashly attempt an assassination, we risk violating the ironclad rules, enraging the government and major families, and inviting endless trouble. A mid-level grandmaster of the Yuan family voiced his concerns. The others nodded gravely. The focus wasn't on killing. It was on the price that had to be paid for killing. The rule forbidding the killing of core district residents was an iron law jointly issued by the government and the major families. It aimed to prevent elite warriors from killing each other, which would weaken humanity's overall strength. Violating this rule was akin to provoking the government and the major families, an act fraught with severe consequences. The Yuan family was only a minor family. Even though they had some backing from a major family, breaking such a rule would be crossing the line. If their relationship with the government and major families soured, they would face dire repercussions. In the worst-case scenario, the entire family could be wiped out. For one person, no one was willing to take such a huge risk. Do you think we have a choice? Yuan Feihe retorted coldly. Do you understand what it means if such a genius is allowed to grow? The Zhang family and the Yuan family are already at odds. Now that he's become the Zhang family's guest elder, it's only a matter of time before he joins them in targeting us. Everyone's hearts sank. A 17-year-old advanced quasi-warrior was already a terrifying prospect. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, having mastered 2 micro-level martial techniques, if he were allowed to grow unchecked, it wouldn't take long for him to crush the Yuan family. The Yuan family had no room for retreat. If we don't kill him, the Yuan family will perish sooner or later. But if we kill him, the Yuan family might not necessarily be doomed. Who says iron rules don't have loopholes? Do you remember how those geniuses of the past were assassinated? Everyone recalled. Indeed, every iron rule had its loopholes. For example, core district residents could not kill indiscriminately within the base. However, if the other party attacked first and you acted in self-defense, their death wouldn't be your responsibility. Another scenario was if the target left the base and ventured into the wilderness. In the wilderness, where there was no communication signal and no oversight by the major families, life and death became a matter of fate. The rules no longer applied. Lastly, there were professional assassins. These experts would accept exorbitantly high prices to act within their professional limits, ensuring no connection to the client. Right now, he's just a minor figure. Provoking him openly would be unwise. Luring him to the wilderness would also be difficult. Professional assassins are undoubtedly the best option. Yuan Feihe's eyes gleamed coldly. When it comes to assassination, their experience is unparalleled. Moreover, regardless of success, it won't implicate the Yuan family. This is the safest approach. However, there's still one remaining issue. According to the intelligence we've received, all we know is that this guest elder's surname is Su and that he's 17. Beyond that, we know nothing. Based on the disruption in intelligence flow, it's likely our informant has been killed. The Zhang family has undoubtedly locked down all information. So our immediate priority is to identify this 8th guest elder in Base 18 and issue the assassination order. Xiaoming, this task is yours. A senior member of the Yuan family stood and solemnly nodded. Understood, Master. It's a pity to personally eliminate such a genius. But if he must blame someone, let him blame his own bad luck. He joined the Zhang family and brought this fate upon himself. Yuan Feihe's voice was brimming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai had returned home. He had no idea that he had already been targeted moments after leaving. Brother, you're back. Su Ling'er greeted Su Xiaobai with a heartfelt smile. Ling'er, here, write your name on this card. Su Xiaobai handed a blank core district identity card to Su Ling'er. To him, having a core district identity card didn't matter. But for an ordinary person like Su Ling'er, it was a different story. If she ever encountered danger and he wasn't around, this identity card would be her greatest protection. Su Ling'er had never seen a core district identification card before and didn't know what it was. Obediently, she wrote down her name as instructed. From that moment on, the core district ID card officially took effect, and Su Ling'er became one of the nobility of the core district. Ling'er, if I'm not by your side and you encounter any danger, immediately break this ID card in half, understand? Su Xiaobai reminded her. Brother, where are you going? You can't leave me behind. Hearing this, Su Ling'er thought Su Xiaobai was planning to abandon her. Her eyes turned red, and tears the size of beads threatened to spill down her cheeks. Don't cry, Ling'er. I was just letting you know, that's all. Su Xiaobai hastily explained. It was only then that Su Ling'er understood the significance of what she had just filled out, a core district ID card. By breaking it, nearby warriors would rush to her aid as quickly as possible. Brother, does this mean we can live in the core district now? Su Ling'er wiped away her tears and asked. Not so fast. Tomorrow, we'll buy a house near Prosperity Street. After a while, we'll look into getting a place in the core district, Su Xiaobai said. At the moment, he only had 200,000 spirit coins, and even the cheapest property in the core district started at tens of millions. There was no way he could afford it yet. Really, brother, I heard that the houses in the core district are super luxurious and super expensive. Where are you getting the money? Su Linger asked curiously. You wouldn't know this, but I'm now a guest elder of a prominent family. I can earn 100,000 spirit coins a month just lying around. Su Xiaobai said proudly, raising his head high. As a guest elder, he received a monthly stipend, 100,000 spirit coins as a base. If he contributed more to the family, the rewards would naturally increase. I knew it. Brother, you're the best. Then let's go now. I want to check out the houses. Su Linger's large eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed like all women had a natural enthusiasm for houses. As soon as they heard about buying one, they became exceptionally motivated. The two went to several places. Eventually, they settled on a duplex villa with a small garden and a basement in a community across from Prosperity Street. The total value was 750,000 spirit coins, but since Su Linger was a resident of the core district, they got a 50% discount. Su Xiaobai only needed to pay 150,000 spirit coins as the down payment and cover some miscellaneous fees to purchase it. What's more, the villa was move-in ready. Su Xiaobai and Su Linger could start living there immediately. Wow, this is amazing. Brother, we're living in a villa now. Su Linger rolled around on the sofa, her crisp laughter echoing throughout the villa. Linger, you go ahead and get familiar with the place. I'll check out the basement, Su Xiaobai said, heading down from the garden into the basement. The basement was spacious, about 120 square meters. It had been specially renovated, with all necessary facilities like power, water, and drainage fully equipped. With enough food and water, a person could survive here for several years. One of the reasons it was priced so high, 750,000 spirit coins. System, from now on, store all spoils of war here. Su Xiaobai instructed, choosing an empty room. Location set. Retrieving spoils of war. Crash. As the system notification sounded, piles upon piles of materials from monsters started falling from thin air. The materials were exceptionally intact, with minimal damage and neatly categorized, pelts with pelts, meat with meat. In mere moments, 1/4 of the room was filled. These are all as good as cash. Su Xiaobai was thrilled. He immediately selected a batch of materials, packed them into a large backpack, and headed straight for the Warrior Hall. The Warrior Hall, established by the government, was a dedicated service hub for warriors. It managed identity information, sold weapons, traded elixirs, provided cultivation techniques and special training rooms, and released monster hunting missions, among other services. Appraise these, Su Xiaobai said, dumping all the beast materials from his backpack onto the counter. The appraiser examined the materials briefly and nodded. Good integrity, excellent quality. You're selling these on someone else's behalf, aren't you? Oh, Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. What makes you say that? To acquire this much high-quality, intact beast material, you'd need at least a team of 8 warriors. Most teams wouldn't want to attract attention, so they'd find someone inconspicuous, like a low-level warrior, to sell the materials for them. It's not uncommon, the appraiser explained casually. I see. Su Xiaobai suddenly understood. So being low-ranked actually had some advantages. A moment later, altogether, it's 36,872 spirit coins. Here's the inventory list. Feel free to check, the appraiser said, handing Su Xiaobai a detailed document. 36,000 spirit coins. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He hadn't even carefully picked through the materials. Based on his estimates, the spoils in the basement could fill 2 or 3 more backpacks. Does this mean I can easily make close to 100,000 spirit coins in less than half a day? At this rate, earning 200,000 spirit coins a day would be a breeze. A goal of earning 200,000 spirit coins a day effortlessly is now within reach. The only troublesome part is that I will have to make several trips daily to sell the materials. This won't work. I'll need to accumulate them for a while and sell them all at once. Otherwise, frequent trips in and out will eventually draw attention. Having learned his lesson from Zhang Hengxing's incident, Su Xiaobai was more mindful of staying low-key this time. But on second thought, selling such a massive amount of monster materials in one go wouldn't be low-key at all. You can't just carry an enormous bundle and parade through the streets, right? Wouldn't that be like openly declaring that something suspicious is going on? Sir, do you have any reliable channels for selling monster materials? Su Xiaobai asked tentatively. Of course. If you're selling in large quantities, you can consider contacting the Monster Treasure Pavilion. Monster Treasure Pavilion specializes in purchasing all kinds of monster materials. They don't care about the source of your materials. As long as you're selling, they'll buy. However, the price will definitely be lower than here. If you're willing, after setting a time and place, the people from Monster Treasure Pavilion can collect the materials from you regularly at your convenience. The appraiser casually handed Su Xiaobai a business card. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd encountered such inquiries. He was happy to play the role of an intermediary. They don't ask about the source and even offer door-to-door pickup. This is great. Su Xiaobai was overjoyed. After expressing his gratitude, he quickly returned home and dialed the number on the card. Are you looking to sell monster materials? A calm voice answered on the other end of the line. Yes. Su Xiaobai responded. How much can you provide each month? The other party asked nonchalantly. I'm not entirely sure, but it'll be a lot. Su Xiaobai replied cautiously. What about the grade of the materials? D grade. All right, just to be clear, Monster Treasure Pavilion doesn't concern itself with your material's origin. However, the price will be 70% of the market rate. If you're fine with that, give me your address and the pickup schedule. No problem. 70% was acceptable, as long as it didn't draw unwanted attention. This minor loss was a fair trade. Besides, he didn't have to fight tooth and nail for the materials himself. Su Xiaobai quickly provided the address and timing. Once a week for collection? The other party chuckled lightly. You must have a very diligent team. All right, I've recorded the details. Someone will visit you tomorrow. The next day, sure enough, someone arrived. A truck pulled up in front of Su Xiaobai's villa. The man who knocked on the door wore a baseball cap and a blue uniform, with several companions standing behind him. People from Monster Treasure Pavilion. Nearby, Zhang Hengde, who had been monitoring the area, furrowed his brows in confusion upon seeing them. There were only a handful of organizations that privately purchased monster materials in bulk. As a high-ranking member of the Zhang family, he naturally knew about them. This kid hasn't even left the base. How could he have ties to Monster Treasure Pavilion? Zhang Hengde was baffled. This way, please. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai welcomed the group from Monster Treasure Pavilion into his home. They're all quasi-warriors. Su Xiaobai could sense their aura fluctuations. Leading them to the basement, Su Xiaobai pointed at the heap of monster materials on the floor. These are all for sale. After a day of auto-hunting, his shadows had brought back an impressive haul of monster materials, enough to almost fill the entire room. Such a quantity would have drawn immense attention at the Marshall Hall. But for the professionals from Monster Treasure Pavilion, it was nothing. After all, they'd handled collections as grand as 20-meter-high piles that looked like mountains. Without hesitation, they took out specialized bags and began packing. While packing, they tallied the material's quantity, grade, and price with a dedicated accountant calculating the totals. They're bringing out bags? Could those be monster materials? But wait, he hasn't even left the base. Where did he get so many monster materials? And such a large quantity? Zhang Hengde was riddled with questions. A moment later, the total comes to 214,362 spiritual coins. Here's the invoice. Please verify it. If there are no issues, sign and confirm the transfer. This price was within Su Xiaobai's expectations, so he had no objections and finalized the deal on the spot. Getting paid while lying down feels amazing. With money in hand, Su Xiaobai went on a spree with Su Ling'er, buying luxurious furniture he never dared to consider before, dining at high-end restaurants he previously avoided, and shopping at branded stores where the prices once scared him away. He was the picture of a nouveau riche. Su Ling'er, unaware of where Su Xiaobai's newfound wealth came from, initially wanted to refuse. But faced with Su Xiaobai's insistence and his declaration, "How can I skimp when buying things for my wife?" she couldn't help but feel sweetly moved. Yeah, so what if he's a genius? Even poor people behave the same way once they get rich. Following behind to protect him, Zhang Hengde scoffed. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Boom! While soaking in the bathtub, Su Xiaobai suddenly felt a surge of energy far beyond a quasi-warrior's emanating from within his body. Warrior! Su Xiaobai opened his eyes abruptly, and spiritual energy flickered within his gaze. In that instant, he broke through the barrier of an advanced quasi-warrior and ascended into the ranks of warriors. His entire body was enveloped in a torrent of powerful energy far greater than before. Simultaneously, his physique underwent dramatic changes. His muscles became more robust, capable of withstanding blades and bullets without activating his diamond body. His bones creaked and crackled, and his tendons grew more flexible. Even his senses became sharper. The world before him seemed to shift from 480p resolution to 720p, allowing him to notice even the smallest details. So this is what being a warrior feels like. Clenching his fist, Su Xiaobai marveled at his newfound strength. Checking his current stats, he saw: Name, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Beginner Warrior. Strength level, Intermediate Warrior. Endurance level, Intermediate Warrior. Agility level, Intermediate Warrior. Cultivation aptitude, lowest level. Mastered skills, Diamond Body, Beginner. Soaring Sky Transformation, Beginner. True Flame Hand, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 3. One-Click Training, Level 3. One-Click Auto Hunting, Level 2. My strength, endurance, and agility, they've all advanced to intermediate level. Su Xiaobai was ecstatic. As everyone knows, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to advance. Even just advancing from a beginner to an intermediate level requires overcoming countless obstacles, and it is only with great effort that one can reach it. This was also the reason why Su Xiaobai, at the advanced quasi-warrior level, was able to defeat a beginner warrior so effortlessly, shocking everyone. Now, having just ascended to the beginner warrior level, Su Xiaobai clearly already possesses the strength of an intermediate warrior. And with the help of his advanced techniques, he can even defeat an intermediate warrior in an instant. Such a significant leap in strength. How could Su Xiaobai not be thrilled? With just a flick of my hand, I can feel the power swirling around me. Su Xiaobai believed that with his current strength, if he were to kick Zhang Feiong, it would be far more serious than just crashing into a wall. The opponent's arm bones would probably snap, he'd be vomiting blood continuously, and wouldn't even be able to stand up. Detected that the host's realm level has changed. The system has replanned the monster hunting area. Host, do you agree to let Shadow move to the new hunting area? The system prompt sounded. It can automatically switch the monster hunting map. Su Xiaobai chuckled. His increase in realm level meant that D-level monsters could no longer meet the needs of his hunting, and now C-level monsters would be much more appropriate. Of course, there were risks too. If they encountered C-level monsters comparable to advanced warriors, Shadow might be in danger of losing its life, which would delay the progress. But the materials from C-level monsters were far more valuable than those from D-level ones. This small risk was nothing. Agree. Su Xiaobai decisively made his choice. Shadow is heading to the new designated monster hunting area. As the system's voice echoed, Shadow, who had been hunting in the wild, suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, it reappeared in the new hunting area. Shadow's sudden appearance attracted the attention of the surrounding sea-level monsters. If it were a human, they would have been slightly intimidated, but Shadow showed no emotion and immediately attacked. Ding! Loot collected. Swift Snake Skin X1, Swift Snake Meat X. 7. Swift Snake Tendons X4. Ding! Loot collected. White-Eyed Bear Paw X4, White-Eyed Bear Meat X20, White-Eyed Bear Skin X1, White-Eyed Bear Bones X67. Ding! Loot collected. Great Liuhu Tiger Skin X1, Great Liuhu Tiger Meat X14, Great Liuhu Tiger Paw X4, Great Liuhu Tiger Bones X49. Almost every few minutes, a new system prompt would sound. From the names of these loot items, it was clear that Shadow was hunting sea-level monsters, and the loot collected was even more abundant. Previously, there were no bones or bear/tiger paws, but now, everything was included. It was evident that sea-level monsters were full of treasures. When they eventually switched to B-level, A-level, or even S-level monsters, there was no doubt that the entire body would be the best treasure, easily fetching sky-high prices. 2 days later, ding! Diamond Body has reached the intermediate level. Su Xiaobai was at home, trying on the new clothes he had bought while shopping with Su Ling'er, when suddenly, a system prompt rang in his mind. The micro-level technique had reached the intermediate level. This meant that Su Xiaobai's strength had surged once again with the improvement of his technique. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Beginner Warrior. Strength level, Advanced Warrior. Endurance level, Advanced Warrior. Agility level, Intermediate Warrior. Cultivation aptitude, Lowest level. Mastered skills, Diamond Body, Intermediate. Soaring Sky Transformation, Beginner. True Flame Hand, Beginner. Unlocked system functions. One-click cultivation space, level 3. One-click practice space, level 3. Auto hunting, level 2. Strength endurance, advanced. No wonder so many people covet micro-level techniques. Just moving from beginner to intermediate has directly boosted my strength and endurance to the advanced warrior level. Su Xiaobai side. Normally, warriors focus on improving their basic techniques, while only some of the more talented individuals or children of prestigious families focus on micro-level techniques. As for Su Xiaobai, while eating, drinking, and playing, he automatically cultivated, and in just a few days he had easily reached the intermediate level in his micro-level technique. 2 days later, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Su Xiaobai looked up. It was the same car and the same people. As expected, they arrived on time to collect materials once again, just like they did every week. Su Xiaobai led them to the basement. When these people saw Su Xiaobai, they sensed the fluctuation of his martial aura and couldn't help but pause for a moment, but they didn't say anything. Until they saw the piles of monster materials stacked up in the basement. Their eyes finally widened in surprise. A week ago, when they came to collect, the materials were all from D-level monsters. Yet a week later, 1/3 of the materials were still from D-level monsters, but the other 2/3 were now from C-level monsters. At that moment, the three of them looked at Su Xiaobai with newfound reverence. In their understanding, Su Xiaobai was just an intermediary, and such things were quite ordinary, not worthy of surprise. But D-level monster materials meant there was a small team of warriors behind him. C-level monster materials, however, indicated that Su Xiaobai might be supported by a large warrior team, with advanced warriors included. Otherwise, how could he have harvested so many C-level monster materials in such a short time? The key point was that among these C-level monster materials, there were even bodies of the Flame Spring Centipede. The Flame Spring Centipede, even in the wild, would make even advanced warriors think twice before engaging. Without absolute confidence, no one would dare attack. Thus, the three of them could easily deduce that the warrior group behind Su Xiaobai was definitely not simple. Sir, the total is 3,856,643 spirit coins. We've rounded it up to 3.86 million spirit coins. Here's the itemized list for your review. 3.86 million spirit coins. In just 7 days, that meant over 500,000 spirit coins a day. C-level monster materials are truly valuable. Without realizing it, even the employees of Monster Treasure Pavilion started to show greater respect. This is the respect for the strong. More ferocious monster materials? When a staff of the Monster Treasure Pavilion carried another large bag of monster materials onto a delivery truck, Zhang Hongda, who had been secretly protecting Su Xiaobai, felt puzzled again. He had been watching over Su Xiaobai for so long. Every day, Su Xiaobai seemed to do nothing but eat, drink, and have fun. Cultivation? What even is cultivation? Zhang Hongde had never seen a single trace of cultivation in Su Xiaobai's actions. This alone was enough to perplex Zhang Hongde. But the constant appearances of the Monster Treasure Pavilion only deepened his confusion. Su Xiaobai never cultivated, let alone fought ferocious monsters. Yet every time, the staff of the Monster Treasure Pavilion could haul out bags upon bags of materials from Su Xiaobai's home. Zhang Hongde simply couldn't make sense of it. What on earth is this guy up to? Zhang Hongde couldn't figure it out. Sure, Su Xiaobai was a genius. But what kind of genius becomes one purely by eating, drinking, and having fun? Even the favored heirs of major families have to put in hard work to train, don't they? Yet Su Xiaobai seemed to be an exception. From beginning to end, Zhang Hongde had never seen him meditate, cultivate, or practice martial arts. Could it be that he secretly trained in his room when no one was watching? At the same time, another person was hiding in the shadows on the opposite side. This person had a tall and thin frame, a pale complexion, and protruding cheekbones. His half-lidded eyes made him look weak and listless. However, if Zhang Hongde noticed him, he would immediately recognize this individual as none other than the infamous assassin in Base 18, Madman Drake. Madman Drake was an advanced warrior. His most impressive feat was successfully assassinating a beginner martial master while still at the advanced warrior level. That single accomplishment had shaken the entire assassination world and made him a wanted criminal pursued by the government and powerful families alike. However, assassins are notoriously elusive, and unless a martial commander personally intervenes, they're nearly impossible to track down. Martial commanders, being such lofty figures, are too busy with their own affairs to bother with minor nuisances like this. Since then, Drake had specialized in taking on high-difficulty assignments, earning him the nickname Madman in the industry. Initially, Drake had no intention of accepting this job, but after hearing the client's description, his interest was piqued. A 17-year-old advanced quasi-warrior proficient in 2 micro-level martial techniques. Such a rare and true genius. To personally eliminate such a genius would bring an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. The mere thought of it excited Drake to no end. Thus, he took the job. The information provided was sparse. The target was 17, an advanced quasi-warrior, and had the surname Su. The rest would have to be investigated by Drake himself. After several days of scouting, he narrowed it down to 5 potential targets. The first 4 were quickly ruled out, as they were all ordinary people with no signs of martial prowess. After all, reaching the quasi-warrior level at 17 was an extraordinary feat. Such individuals were far from common. Now, Drake was about to verify the 5th target. If this one didn't match, he would have to revisit the informant and discuss whether to cut off their arm or ear as punishment. At that moment, Su Xiaobai walked out to see off the staff of the Monster Treasure Pavilion. The instant Su Xiaobai appeared, Drake's pupils shrank sharply. He noticed Su Xiaobai's steady and grounded gait, his even breathing, and his perfectly balanced composure. Though Su Xiaobai looked like an ordinary teenager, his muscles were exceptionally well-defined. Despite the distance, Drake couldn't sense Su Xiaobai's energy fluctuations. However, everything about him fit the physical profile of a quasi-warrior. No doubt about it. It's him. Drake was almost instantly convinced. This was the target he had been hunting. A 17-year-old advanced quasi-warrior. Absolutely real. Without hesitation, Drake reached for a bone, flute-like object from his waist. Carefully, he loaded a poison-coated needle into it, his eyes fixed intently on Su Xiaobai. Watching a genius like this die painfully before my eyes. One exquisite pleasure. A cruel smile spread across Drake's face as he placed the bone flute to his lips, channeling his inner energy. The target was locked in. Whoosh! With a sharp blow, an almost imperceptible glint streaked through the air. In an instant, the venom-tipped needle was already closing in on Su Xiaobai, aiming for his neck. If struck, the poison would rapidly spread to Su Xiaobai's internal organs, causing him to collapse, foam at the mouth, convulse violently, and ultimately die in excruciating pain. Oh no! Zhang Hongda, who had been watching intently, immediately noticed the attack. As an intermediate martial master, Zhang Hongda's heightened senses allowed him to detect the needle in an instant. However, there was nothing he could do but watch in shock. The attack was too sudden, too unexpected. There had been no warning signs. In Zhang Hongda's mind, Su Xiaobai's grim fate was already playing out, death. But just as the needle was about to strike, Su Xiaobai suddenly raised his head. An instinctive sense of danger prompted him to activate the diamond body technique. Clang! The poison needle struck Su Xiaobai's neck, which now shimmered faintly with a golden hue. His entire form resembled a resolute Arhut statue. The needle couldn't penetrate and snapped on impact. What? Drake, who had been brimming with confidence and eagerly anticipating Su Xiaobai's demise, was utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he froze in place, completely shocked by what had just happened. My poison needle, which has even killed martial masters before, was blocked. Even a martial master wouldn't have been able to react in such a sudden situation. And yet, a mere advanced quasi-warrior managed to withstand it. After a brief moment of shock, Madman Drake's expression began to change. A cruel smile curled on his lips, and a bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. An advanced quasi-warrior who can block my poison needle. Now, that's a worthy kill. Madman Drake grinned, exuding ruthlessness. Without hesitation, he flipped his hand, pulling out 2 more poison needles. Using the bone flute, he sent them flashing toward Su Xiaobai's location in a flash. Again, by now, Su Xiaobai had turned his head, his gaze icy cold. He could clearly sense the murderous intent contained within the poison needle that had struck his neck earlier. The assailant was out for his life. As Su Xiaobai turned, the 2 poison needles approached in rapid succession. He raised 2 fingers, which were enveloped in a nearly tangible golden glow. With a casual flick, the 2 incoming needles were deflected and fell to the ground with a crisp clink. There, following the trajectory of the poison needles, Su Xiaobai's gaze locked onto the shadowy figure of Madman Drake in the high ground. Soaring sky transformation. Su Xiaobai's figure disappeared from his original spot, transforming into a blur as he hurtled toward the shadowy figure of Madman Drake with a thunderous momentum. So fast. This kid, his strength has improved again. Zhang Hongda, who was about to intervene, halted mid-action. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression was filled with astonishment. To protect Su Xiaobai, Zhang Hongda had been shadowing him without pause for days, observing everything. Yet, despite watching for so long, he had never seen Su Xiaobai show any signs of cultivating or even the slightest inclination to do so. Every day it was just eating, drinking, playing, and sleeping. But now, in such circumstances, Su Xiaobai's strength had clearly risen. It wasn't just a minor improvement, it was a leap forward. Whether it was his speed, explosive power, or the micro-level technique used to block the 2 poison needles just now, all were vastly superior to what he had demonstrated at the Zhang family manor. Zhang Hongda was utterly shocked. How on earth had this guy grown stronger? And without a single hint of cultivation, as the realization struck him, Zhang Hongda hesitated, refraining from making a move. He wanted to see just how far Su Xiaobai's true strength could go. Wait, this aura. Has he advanced to a warrior? Zhang Hongda's breath hitched again. The burst of energy radiating from Su Xiaobai's body carried the unmistakable presence of a true warrior, with no attempt to conceal it. Zhang Hongda inhaled sharply in disbelief. Just days ago, at the Zhang family estate, Su Xiaobai had been merely an advanced quasi-warrior. How did he already advance to a full-fledged warrior in just over a week? What kind of absurd joke was this? Even the most prodigious talent shouldn't be able to achieve such a monstrous breakthrough speed. Zhang Hongda felt as though his entire worldview had been overturned. A warrior? It wasn't just Zhang Hongda who noticed. Madman Drake also sensed the warrior aura emanating from Su Xiaobai. Good. Excellent. The more extraordinary the prey, the more satisfying the hunt. Madman Drake's smile grew maniacal as he flipped his hand, pulling out a special alloy dagger coated in deadly poison. The cold gleam of the blade flashed as Madman Drake's figure abruptly vanished. Flash kill. Clang. In the next instant, Madman Drake appeared beside Su Xiaobai, his poisoned dagger slashing viciously toward Su Xiaobai's neck. A golden sheen enveloped Su Xiaobai's neck, hardening his skin to an extraordinary level. The alloy dagger left only a shallow mark on his neck, neither deep nor superficial. Micro-level body refinement technique. And at his current level as a beginner warrior, this body refinement technique must have reached at least the intermediate stage to block my strike. Madman Drake's pupils contracted, and his expression grew even more frenzied. A genius. A truly unparalleled genius, unlike any I ever encountered before. The fact that such a genius had appeared before him, and would soon fall by his own hands, filled him with overwhelming excitement. Kill! 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 Madman Drake was utterly consumed by bloodlust. He unleashed his advanced flash kill technique, launching a torrential barrage of strikes at Su Xiaobai. His arms, chest, thighs, back, even his forehead. No part of Su Xiaobai's body was spared from the relentless onslaught. Madman Drake. So, the Yuan family has indeed received the news and issued an assassination order. Zhang Hengde finally recognized the attacker, but he continued to hold back, refraining from intervening immediately. Zhang Hengde knew Su Xiaobai hadn't revealed his full strength yet. Still gripping his broadsword tightly, Zhang Hengde remained ready to strike a moment's notice if Su Xiaobai showed any sign of trouble. In the dim alleyway, a beginner warrior and an advanced warrior were locked in a fierce battle. The clash of their attacks echoed ceaselessly. Yet, from their back-and-forth exchanges, it was evident that the two were evenly matched. Interesting, very interesting. His physical capabilities are on par with mine, maybe even superior. Only his reaction speed is slightly inferior. A beginner warrior achieving such feats. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. I must kill you. You have to die by my hands. Madman Drake's excitement reached a fever pitch. Through the battle, he had discerned that Su Xiaobai possessed two micro-level techniques, one for strengthening his body and another for enhancing his agility and reflexes. This realization only made Madman Drake more excited. The pleasure of killing such a genius warrior would be unparalleled. Facing Madman Drake's torrential onslaught, Su Xiaobai showed no sign of retreat. The mobility of an advanced warrior. As expected, I still can't quite keep up. Su Xiaobai's gaze turned sharp. He tried using the soaring sky transformation to dodge Madman Drake's attacks while countering. But unfortunately, soaring sky transformation was still at a beginner level. Madman Drake, being 2 ranks above him as an advanced warrior, was completely out of reach. Several times, it seemed as though Su Xiaobai was about to strike Madman Drake, only to narrowly miss each time. Still, the good news is his attacks are ineffective against me. Thanks to the enhancement of my diamond body, he can't break through my defense. I can still find an opportunity to kill him. The diamond body had already reached an intermediate level. Su Xiaobai's enhanced physique, coupled with the incredibly strong defense activated by his spiritual energy, made it impossible for even someone like Madman Drake, an advanced warrior, to leave a scratch. If not for this, Su Xiaobai wouldn't have lasted this long and would have already succumbed to Madman Drake's attacks. It seems this kid can't win after all. Although I don't know how he advanced to a warrior, he's only just reached this level. Facing an advanced warrior who's been in the field for years and is an elite assassin, it's normal that he can't hold up. In the alley, Zhang Hengde observed the entire battle. He could see that Su Xiaobai's strength, defense, stamina, and explosive power were all fine. The only area where he fell short was in reaction speed compared to Madman Drake. But Zhang Hengde understood. One was a novice warrior who had broken through just days ago. The other was an advanced warrior with years of fame and a seasoned assassin. If it were any other novice warrior facing an opponent as powerful as Madman Drake, they would have died on the spot. Never mind counterattacking or holding their ground. I'll wait another 2 minutes. If the fight isn't resolved by then, I'll step in. Zhang Hengde made up his mind silently. He didn't know Su Xiaobai's exact limits, but he couldn't gamble any further. If Su Xiaobai were to die, Zhang Hengde would be responsible for the Zhang family losing its opportunity to rise again. Too slow. Far too slow. With your speed, you'll never touch me. And your punches, can't you hit harder? Madman Drake laughed wildly, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Su Xiaobai. In this fight, he had already gained absolute superiority. Even though he couldn't break through the defense of Su Xiaobai's diamond body for now, a warrior's spiritual energy was finite. Just like in a video game, spiritual energy was equivalent to mana. Once the mana was depleted, there'd be no way to use abilities. By that point, no matter how strong Su Xiaobai's physical defenses were, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sharp edge of an advanced warrior's blade. How arrogant! A fierce glint flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Damn it! The thing I hate the most are pretentious people like this. Madman Drake has a 2-level advantage, but can't defeat me. And yet, he still has the nerve to taunt? Just because he gained a small advantage, he'd already forgotten his place? Fine, I'll use you as my first trial for my elemental skill. Su Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he seized an opportunity, shifting from a fist to a palm strike, and struck out with full force. Changing attack patterns now. So what? You still won't touch me. Madman Drake paid no heed to Su Xiaobai's sudden strike. To him, the battle was already decided in his favor. Su Xiaobai was like a beast trapped in a cage. The moment the cage disappeared, Madman Drake would easily kill him. However, just as Madman Drake prepared to evade the palm strike effortlessly and counterattack with a knife, suddenly, a wave of intense heat rushed toward him. The surrounding temperature spiked abruptly. Fiery flames erupted from Su Xiaobai's palm. In an instant, his hand transformed into a glowing, red-hot iron brand, like something pulled straight out of a blazing furnace. What? Madman Drake and Zhang Hengde, who was watching from afar, were both stunned. Their scalps tingled, and every hair stood on end. An elemental skill, and it had already reached the beginner level. This. Zhang Hengde's pupils trembled with disbelief. 17 years old, a novice warrior, mastering 2 micro-level techniques, competing with an advanced warrior despite being a novice. Each of these feats alone would be enough to cause a sensation. Yet they were all combined in one person. And now, there was another to add to the list. Mastery of an elemental skill at the beginner level. Genius? No, genius is no longer sufficient. This is a monster, a prodigy beyond imagination. Damn it, the intel never mentioned he'd mastered an elemental skill. How is this possible? Madman Drake roared internally. His face was now devoid of its earlier arrogance, madmanness, and cruelty. What replaced it was sheer terror, the fear of death. Elemental skills were no joke. Even for an advanced warrior like him, mastering an elemental skill was an incredibly difficult feat. Even novice-level skill was typically the domain of martial masters. Madman Drake instinctively tried to dodge, but it was already too late. True Flame Hand. The scorching, crimson flame shot forth from Su Xiaobai's hand. In an instant, it pierced through Madman Drake's body, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. Boom! The residual energy blasted into the wall, leaving behind a charred, handprint-shaped crater. I. Madman Drake looked down at his pierced heart and the charred, smoking flesh of his body. His face was filled with shock, disbelief, and overwhelming regret. But above all, there was unwillingness. In Madman Drake's wildest fantasies, he would either die at the hands of a martial master or fall to the siege of a large group of warriors. Most likely, though, he would be killed by one of his peers. His excessive killing had earned him too many enemies. Someone would inevitably place a bounty on his head, and there would always be those willing to claim it for money. But what he never expected even in his dreams, was that he would die at the hands of a beginner warrior 2 levels below him. Thus, he was unwilling. Even in death, he remained unwilling. Even as he lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, Madman Drake's eyes reflected nothing but shock and unwillingness. Elemental technique. He really mastered elemental techniques, and to such a degree of proficiency that he can use them effortlessly. Zhang Hengde wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Indeed, he was so shocked by Su Xiaobai's terrifying talent that he broke out in a cold sweat. As an intermediate martial master, Zhang himself had trained in an elemental technique. To do so, he had spent considerable time, effort, and even rare resources from his family, finally achieving some understanding. Yet even now, he remained stuck at the beginner level, unable to progress further. In contrast, Su Xiaobai had not only mastered elemental techniques, but had done so as a beginner martial artist, demonstrating astonishing proficiency. No, something's not right. Mastering elemental techniques isn't something one achieves overnight. Over the past few days, I haven't seen him practice any techniques, nor has he been involved with anything related to techniques. This means he didn't master elemental techniques as a beginner warrior, but rather as an advanced quasi-warrior. If that's the case, then when he stood in the family hall last time, he was already holding back and simply didn't reveal his strength. The more Zhang Hengde thought about it, the more deeply he was shaken. Mastering elemental techniques as an advanced quasi-warrior. How extraordinary must one's talent be to accomplish such a feat? If Su Xiaobai wished, a martial commander would immediately arrive in person to accept him as a disciple. This won't do. I must return at once to report both the Yuan family's assassination order and this alarming news. Without lingering further, Zhang Hengde disappeared from the scene in a flash. Phew, it seems the elemental technique is quite effective. To take down an advanced warrior instantly. Impressive. And this is only a beginner-level elemental technique. I haven't even cultivated it to its peak. If I managed to reach the micro-level, that would be truly incredible. Su Xiaobai gazed at Madman Drake's corpse on the ground and sighed. However, my situation has become more dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaobai analyzed the situation. Madman Drake's appearance signaled trouble. Someone had set their sights on him and started to make moves against him. This time, they sent an advanced warrior. What about next time? Could it be a martial master? For now, Su Xiaobai could rely on his micro-level techniques and elemental technique as trump cards to take down advanced warriors. But if a more powerful foe appeared, Su Xiaobai feared he wouldn't stand a chance. Only a few people know about me, and the Zhang family head has already ordered the information sealed. But the seal wasn't tight enough. During this time, I've only interacted with the Zhang family and haven't provoked anyone else. If anyone wants my life, it must be them, the Yuan family. Su Xiaobai's eyes turned razor-sharp. Zhang Henglong had already warned him. The Zhang family had a long-standing rival, the Yuan family. The Yuan family was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Sending someone to kill him was entirely within their methods. The Yuan family must be eliminated completely. Murderous intent surged within Su Xiaobai. All along, he had shown himself as harmless to others. He avoided conflicts and didn't want trouble. But now that the other side had come after him, how could he possibly let it slide? From the moment Su Xiaobai arrived in this world, he understood it was not a place for mercy. Here, laws held little sway. Only overwhelming strength mattered. The strongest in the Zhang family is an advanced martial master. The Yuan family is slightly superior but hasn't surpassed that level, indicating their strongest members are also advanced martial masters, albeit possibly more numerous. I must improve my strength quickly. As long as the Yuan family remains, I will never have peace. Bank cards, without a password, they're useless. This bit of cash, forget it. Even scraps of meat from a mosquito are still meat. I'll take it. These weapons could be sold for a decent price. Poison needles, so many, truly venomous. And these herbs must be for making poison, right? Su Xiaobai looted Madman Drake thoroughly, leaving nothing untouched. Unfortunately, after sorting through all the spoils, the only valuable items were a few alloy daggers and some poison-making materials. The rest were essentially worthless. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai noticed something unusual about the clothing. It feels thicker than normal. With a light pull, Su Xiaobai tore the clothes into shreds, revealing several old sheets of paper. As he read the contents, his pupils contracted sharply. This is a micro-level elemental technique. Su Xiaobai almost shouted in surprise. Although the contents on these few sheets were sparse, Su Xiaobai had previously studied micro-level techniques and knew the vast difference between micro-level and beginner-level techniques. Judging by the features, the content on these sheets was undoubtedly the highly coveted micro-level elemental technique that even martial masters would risk their lives to obtain. Unbelievable! After skimming through the pages, Su Xiaobai took a deep breath, excitement surging within him. He hadn't expected such a treasure to be hidden on Madman Drake. It was well known that elemental techniques were rare treasures. The Warrior Hall's highest offering was merely beginner-level techniques, with not a single micro-level one available. Su Xiaobai had felt a tinge of regret about this. But unexpectedly, what he sought had landed in his hands effortlessly. Unfortunately, this is only the introductory fragment, not the complete version. Su Xiaobai felt a bit regretful. He only had a few pages in his hand. The content on the last page wasn't complete. There was surely a lot more missing. I guess he must have stumbled upon this somewhere, treated it like a treasure, and planned to train with it only after becoming a martial master or growing even stronger. An advanced warrior was just one step away from becoming a martial master. Once they crossed that threshold, it would be like entering an entirely new world, transforming into an even more extraordinary existence. At that level, cultivating any technique would be much smoother than before. Clearly, this was what the Madman Drake had in mind. Elemental techniques were extremely rare. Even the Zhang family only possessed one or two entry-level elemental techniques. As for those at the micro level, they were practically unattainable. Only the true elite families in Base 18 could possibly have access to elemental techniques at the micro level. Madman Drake had kept this item hidden in the lining of his clothes, carrying it closely at all times because he understood one thing. If news of this leaked out, what awaited him would be the frenzied scramble of countless martial masters. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even martial generals and martial kings might get involved. At that point, compared to the value of a micro-level elemental technique, his life wouldn't even be worth mentioning. With so little content, can the system recognize it? Doesn't matter. I'll give a shot when I get back. With a dead horse as a living horse Dr. Asterisk attitude, Su Xiaobai carefully stashed the few pages. In the end, Su Xiaobai didn't bury Madman Drake. Instead, he used his true flame hand to burn Drake's body into charred ash, which he scattered into the river. Back home, Su Xiaobai nervously took out the pages, spreading them carefully on the table. He began reading each word with utmost seriousness. Since the content was minimal and warriors had enhanced sensory perception and memory, Su Xiaobai memorized it quickly. Hiss! Suddenly, Su Xiaobai's expression changed as if he had seen something unbelievable. His eyes widened in shock, and he took a long, sharp breath. This is actually a space attribute technique. His eyes were as round as saucers. Among attribute techniques, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were the easiest to acquire. Next came wind, lightning, ice, and poison. Beyond those were unique attributes like darkness, light, space, and life. If attribute techniques were ranked, there was no doubt that what Su Xiaobai held in his hands was a top-tier space attribute technique. No wonder that guy kept it so well hidden. A micro-level space attribute technique. This is a supreme treasure, capable of tempting even martial gods. Su Xiaobai was in awe. Micro-level attribute techniques were already incredibly rare, and this one was a space attribute technique. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Now, Su Xiaobai finally understood why there were only a few pages left. Chances were, the rest had been taken by others and were now being treated as priceless treasures. It said that space attributes can create space out of thin air, enable spatial movement, and even use abilities like space cutting and space compression to kill invisibly, leaving no room for resistance. If I can really cultivate this, I'm set for life. Su Xiaobai was ecstatic. Creating space out of thin air would let him store things at will, providing a designated spot for materials from future monsters without fear of being discovered. Spatial movement meant he could teleport away instantly if he ever faced danger. Moreover, mastering space would make killing far simpler and more efficient. No need to engage in a physical fight. A mere flick of the fingers could cut an opponent in half. The advantages of space attribute techniques went far beyond that. In short, it was like a bug in the system, sure to cause unimaginable upheaval. System, can this technique be placed in the cultivation space? Having memorized the content, Su Xiaobai anxiously asked the system, praying fervently. These are just a few pages with much missing content. If the technique couldn't be placed, it would be completely useless. Scanning the host's brain, skill Qinquan technique detected. The system's voice rang out. So the space attribute technique is called Qinquan technique. Due to significant content missing from the Qinquan technique, it can only be cultivated to the beginner level. Host, do you wish to proceed with placement? You mean it can be placed? Su Xiaobai's expression began to shift. Yes, host. Awesome. Hearing the confirmation, Su Xiaobai couldn't hold back. He jumped up from his chair, tilted his head back, and burst into laughter. Yuan family. Yuan family. You've really done me a massive favor this time. Su Xiaobai was overjoyed. The Yuan family probably never imagined that the advanced warrior assassin they had hired would not only be defeated, but also deliver such a massive gift to Su Xiaobai. System placed the technique. Excitement aside, Su Xiaobai didn't forget to quickly place the technique. Once placed, the shadow in the cultivation space immediately altered its stance, adopting strange postures to begin training. System, how long will it take to cultivate this technique to the beginner level? This was Su Xiaobai's future trump card, so he naturally cared deeply about it. With the current time acceleration in the cultivation space, it will take 200 days. The system replied, 200 days? That long? Su Xiaobai was speechless. His cultivation space's shadow already had extraordinary talent. And with the time acceleration at 4x speed, 4 days inside equaled 1 day outside. Plus nonstop 24/7 training, it still required 200 days. For an ordinary warrior without such high aptitude, who can only train an hour or two daily, it might take a lifetime to reach the beginner level of the Qinquan technique. That's unacceptable. I must accelerate the progress. Su Xiaobai made an immediate decision. 200 days, over 6 months. In the past, he wouldn't have considered that to be a particularly long time. After all, his current pace was already far faster than any warrior in the outside world. But now the crisis was closing in. An invisible sword seemed to hang over his head, threatening to fall at any moment. If he wasn't careful, he might not even complete his cultivation method before a martial master came knocking at his door. Fortunately, I just sold a batch of beast materials and exchanged it for 3.8 million spirit coins. The level 4 one-click cultivation space costs 1.6 million. I got enough. System, upgrade the one-click cultivation feature. Su Xiaobai gave the order without hesitation. Upgrade complete. With the system's notification, the indicator at the top right corner of the one-click cultivation space changed from X4 to X8. Immediately, the shadow cultivation progress sped up to 8 times its original rate. At this current speed, I'll still need 100 days to complete the technique. I need to accelerate it even more. Upgrading the one-click cultivation to level 5 requires 3.2 million coins, but I only have 1.2 million left. That's not enough. The level 3 auto-hunting feature needs 3.6 million, completely out of the question. I'll have to wait until the next wave of resources in a week. As for the remaining 1.2 million, I'll use it to enhance auto practice. Su Xiaobai decisively invested all his remaining funds into upgrading the auto practice feature. This was not the time to save money. The days spent waiting might just be the key to improving his strength. Any opportunity to advance needed to be seized immediately. Upgrade complete. As the system notification sounded again, the indicator for the auto practice space also changed from X4 to X8. With 8 times the practice speed, Su Xiaobai's current cultivation progress was now unimaginably fast. What might take others years of grueling effort to achieve, Su Xiaobai could accomplish in just a few months, or even days. All set. Now the only issue is finding a new temporary residence as soon as possible. Since the enemy had been able to track him to the villa, it was clear they had his address. Staying there any longer was unsafe. He needed to relocate to a secure spot until the day he could eliminate the Yuan family and finally lift this crisis. Meanwhile, Zhang Hengde had returned to the Zhang family estate. Big brother, Zhang Hengde, arrived in a rush. The servants along the way greeted him respectfully, but he ignored them all, his eyes wide with panic. He went straight to Zhang Henglong's study and pushed the door open without hesitation. "Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on guest Elder Su?" Zhang Henglong, who was busy handling family affairs, looked up and frowned. "Big brother, I have something very important to tell you." Zhang Hengde nervously glanced around, quickly closing the door behind him. Still feeling it wasn't secure enough, he drew the curtains for additional privacy. "This is my study, constantly under watch. If even this place were compromised, then there would be no safe space left in the Zhang family estate." Zhang Henglong said calmly, closing the document in his hands. "Speak. What's this important matter?" "The Yuan family has made their move." Zhang Hengde leaned in and whispered in an extremely solemn tone. "Did you encounter an assassin?" Zhang Henglong's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned grave. "I did." The Yuan family was cunning. They didn't use their own people, but instead hired Madman Drake. Madman Drake? The Yuan family truly spared no expense. Zhang Henglong's eyes darkened. He had heard of Madman Drake's infamous reputation. Hiring him required not only an exorbitant reward, but also a sufficiently challenging target. Clearly, this mission aligned perfectly with Drake's interests. "Your return suggests that Madman Drake's assassination attempt failed, correct?" Zhang Henglong glanced at Zhang Hengde. He understood his younger brother's personality. Though impulsive and short-tempered, Zhang Hengde was meticulous when it came to completing assigned tasks. His return could only mean that Su Xiaobai was unharmed and that Madman Drake had failed. Not only did he fail, but Madman Drake even lost his life. "You're a mid-level martial master. Killing an advanced warrior isn't surprising." "No, Madman Drake wasn't killed by me. He was killed by guest Elder Su." Zhang Hengde's words made Zhang Henglong abruptly lift his head, his eyes fixed intently on him. The expression in his eyes was clear. How is that even possible? Zhang Hengde swallowed hard. What exactly happened? Zhang Henglong could no longer maintain his earlier composure. After all, Su Xiaobai was only an advanced quasi-warrior. Madman Drake was a genuine advanced warrior. Although the gap between their levels seemed small, that single difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Never before had an advanced quasi-warrior been heard of defeating an advanced warrior. The very idea was utterly absurd. Here's what happened. Zhang Hengde recounted every detail of the incident in vivid clarity. The more he spoke, the deeper Zhang Henglong's shock grew. When he heard that Su Xiaobai had unknowingly broken through to become a beginner warrior and even blocked Madman Drake's poison needles, Zhang Henglong's pupils shrank dramatically. But that wasn't all. When Zhang Henglong learned that Su Xiaobai had fought Madman Drake in an alley and managed to hold his ground, despite being a lower level, his body trembled involuntarily. A beginner warrior versus an advanced warrior. Even a single-level disparity would usually result in absolute domination. 2 levels of difference left no hope for victory. Yet Su Xiaobai had defied all odds. It was inconceivable. But the most astonishing revelation was still to come. What? Zhang Honglong leapt from his chair, his advanced martial master aura bursting forth uncontrollably and throwing the entire study into disarray. You're saying guest Elder Su has mastered an elemental cultivation technique? Elemental cultivation techniques. Zhang Honglong also had them and had cultivated them to the intermediate level. However, when he began cultivating this elemental technique, he was already at the beginner martial master level. Even so, it still took him nearly half a year to barely advance to the beginner level. Later, to reach the intermediate level, he practiced diligently and tirelessly for nearly 2 years. But Su Xiaobai, at just 17 years old, not only became a beginner warrior, but also successfully comprehended an elemental technique. In Zhang Honglong's understanding, such talent and comprehension ability made Su Xiaobai unparalleled. A beginner warrior, an elemental technique, combined with 2 micro-level techniques, and now, he's even killed an advanced warrior, the Madman Drake. This guest Elder Su is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Zhang Honglong took several deep breaths to suppress the shock in his heart. This time, Madman Drake failed. The Yuan family will not let this go easily. They will certainly send even more powerful martial masters for assassination. Second brother, continue protecting guest Elder Su. Under no circumstances can there be any slip-ups. Zhang Honglong said gravely. Yes, big brother. This time, Zhang Hongda did not resist at all. What he had just witnessed had completely transformed his perception of Su Xiaobai. Protecting Su Xiaobai was almost equivalent to safeguarding the Zhang family. Phew, today's events have resolved a lingering concern of mine. Zhang Honglong exhaled deeply. The Yuan family made their move, and guest elder Su has likely deduced as much. With such a conflict in place, the Yuan family wouldn't dare report this matter to the major family. As long as we ensure this, everything remains within our control. Zhang Honglong's greatest initial worry was that the Yuan family might report this incident to the major family. If the major family decided to recruit Su Xiaobai, what role would the Zhang family have left? However, the Yuan family feared that if Su Xiaobai joined the major family, he might turn against them and aid the Zhang family, so they resolved to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, their attempt failed, and they ended up irreversibly alienating Su Xiaobai. If, at this point, the Yuan family were to report this matter to the major family would likely recruit Su Xiaobai. If Su Xiaobai agreed, he could easily annihilate the Yuan family with just a word, leveraging the major family's power. In the eyes of the major family, a prodigious genius like Su Xiaobai, a future powerhouse, held far more value than a mere Yuan family. Thus, the current situation was actually more favorable for the Zhang family and Su Xiaobai. While Zhang Honglong could analyze all of this, Su Xiaobai remained oblivious to it. If he had known that the Yuan family wouldn't dare act rashly and that a mid-level martial master was secretly protecting him, he would certainly have lived more carefreely. But precisely because he was unaware, Su Xiaobai left the villa overnight with Su Linger, relocating to a more secluded residential area to settle temporarily. Linger, it wasn't easy getting you to live in a big house, and now we have to move into a smaller one again. You won't blame me, will you? Su Xiaobai asked, stroking Su Linger's head. A big house or a small house doesn't matter. As long as I'm with you, I can live anywhere. Su Linger replied with a bright smile. Although Su Xiaobai's decision to move puzzled her, she simply followed his lead. No matter what, being with Su Xiaobai was all that mattered. Haha, that's my good wife. Come on, moving to a smaller house is already restrictive enough. Let's not restrict our appetites too. Let's go have a feast. Su Xiaobai laughed heartily. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The Yuan family hadn't received any news about Madman Drake, and their attempts to contact him were unsuccessful, which left them uneasy. However, in the assassination industry, a 1-month time frame was typically the norm. With less than half a month having passed, and assassins avoiding contact during missions to prevent exposure, the Yuan family had no choice but to endure. The week's scheduled delivery time had arrived. Su Xiaobai had contacted the Beast Treasure Pavilion in advance and changed the transaction location. Due to previous interactions, the Beast Treasure Pavilion's attitude towards Su Xiaobai had noticeably improved and readily agreed. Sir, the total is 4,988,812 spirit coins. Here's the itemized list. Please review it. A representative from the Beast Treasure Pavilion respectfully handed over the ledger. Nearly 5 million spirit coins in a week, 100,000 more than last week. Evidently, after upgrading the one-click auto-cultivation space to 8x time acceleration, not only did Su Xiaobai's strength gradually improve, but the efficiency of his shadow hunting also increased significantly. After all, each level provided an ever-expanding space for growth. Cultivating 24/7 with auto-cultivation, while also attempting breakthroughs at regular intervals. Even if Su Xiaobai hadn't explicitly advanced his rank, his power was still growing rapidly. Once he successfully broke through, it would be a significant leap forward. Dear host, the system has detected that you have sufficient funds. Would you like to upgrade the system functionality? If you upgrade the one-click cultivation space to level 5, you'll unlock new features. The moment the money arrived, the system promptly notified him. A new feature for the one-click cultivation space. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Yes, every system feature unlocks new capabilities when upgraded to levels 5, 10, 15, and so on. The system replied, F*CK. That's awesome. Unlocking new features at level 5 meant even greater enhancements, essentially stacking cheats on cheats. Su Xiaobai was instantly excited. Upgrade. Upgrade the one-click cultivation space now. Upgrade complete. As the system's prompt sounded, Su Xiaobai's account balance decreased by 3.2 million. Ding! The one-click cultivation space has been upgraded to level 5. New feature unlocked. Twin cultivation. Twin cultivation expands the one-click cultivation space, allowing simultaneous cultivation of 2 techniques. Oh! When Su Xiaobai heard the system notification, he couldn't suppress his excitement. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy. If he hadn't retained a bit of reason, he would have shouted towards the sky in exhilaration, simultaneously cultivating 2 techniques. This new feature was practically tailor-made for him. Su Xiaobai's most urgent need right now was to improve his strength. While the automatic cultivation was fast, the higher the level, the more time it required, and breakthroughs became slower and harder. Apart from spending a fortune to upgrade the automatic cultivation space and increasing its flow speed, there was no other way to speed up the process. But automatic skill training was different. Successfully comprehending a single technique meant that Su Xiaobai's strength could leap forward significantly. If he could comprehend multiple techniques, his strength would skyrocket beyond imagination. However, due to the limitation of only being able to place one technique in one-click practice at a time, Su Xiaobai had to wait patiently. But now, he could place 2 techniques simultaneously, meaning his strength was about to soar dramatically. The thrill of cheating is unbeatable. Su Xiaobai was overwhelmed with excitement. Without hesitation, he immediately placed Soaring Sky transformation into the system. The shadow that had been training Qingquan technique split into an identical clone and began training Soaring Sky transformation. Moreover, with the upgrade to level 5 one-click practice, the cultivation speed had reached a shocking X16. 16 days internally equaled just 1 day externally. With the shadow's high comprehension ability, Soaring Sky transformation would undoubtedly reach the intermediate level in no time. Of course, Su Xiaobai was most concerned about the progress of Qingquan technique. 16 times the speed reduces the 100-day training time to just 50 days. But that's still not enough. It has to be compressed further. The Qingquan technique was destined to become Su Xiaobai's greatest weapon and trump card. While 50 days seemed short, who could predict what might happen in those 50 days? Su Xiaobai had to master his power as quickly as possible. After spending 3.2 million, I have around 1.8 million left. Level 5 one-click practice is just within reach. Once I reach level 5, a new feature would be unlocked. System, upgrade one-click practice to level 5. Su Xiaobai gave the command without hesitation. Upgrade complete. With the system's notification, 1.6 million was deducted from his card, and a marker in the top right corner of the automatic cultivation space changed from X8 to X16. Ding! One-click practice space upgraded to level 5, unlocking the new feature, Acceleration. Acceleration further doubles the current training speed. As soon as the system's announcement ended, the X16 marker instantly transformed into X32. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Spending the cost for one level upgrade, but reaping the benefits of two. This unexpected bonus thrilled Su Xiaobai from head to toe. 32 times cultivation speed, 16 times training speed. At this rate, my power will surge to levels even I wouldn't dare believe. Su Xiaobai grinned ear to ear. At this incredible speed, it wouldn't be long before my strength can rival martial masters, martial generals, or even martial commanders. And I wouldn't need to endure decades of arduous cultivation, spend vast amounts of money, or risk my life in dangerous dungeons. I can effortlessly gain power that others can only dream of in a lifetime. Can there be anything more satisfying? The next day, Su Xiaobai didn't idle around. He decisively invested the remaining 200,000 spirit coins into strengthening himself. Improving power wasn't just about cultivation and training. External tools also played a crucial role. The most common tools were weapons. A good weapon could amplify a martial artist's strength by 50% or even double it. Previously, Su Xiaobai hadn't chosen a weapon because he felt his strength was sufficient. At 17 years old, being able to crush martial artists was already more than enough, wasn't it? However, after surviving the assassination attempt by Madman Drake, Su Xiaobai realized that his strength was far from enough. Although Su Xiaobai had cultivated body strengthening and attribute techniques, he hadn't yet delved into weapon techniques. With a weapon, combined with weapon techniques, his strength would soar to entirely new levels. At that point, not only advanced martial artists, but even martial masters wouldn't be a threat. Since Su Xiaobai had never attended martial artist courses or tested which weapons suited him, he decided to try them all. Long swords, short swords, heavy swords, broadswords. Long knives, short knives, daggers, sabers, giant blades. Fire sticks, 8 trigram staffs, diamond rods. He tested every weapon. Everything feels suitable. I can wield any of them. Thanks to his warrior-level strength, Su Xiaobai effortlessly handled every weapon, achieving excellent compatibility with each one. But variety couldn't match specialization. Time was of the essence, so choosing the weapon most suited to him was critical. Once his power grew, he could always switch weapons with his auto-training cheat tool. This is it. After nearly an hour, Su Xiaobai finally decided on his weapon, the dagger. The inspiration came from Madman Drake. Daggers could be thrown for ranged attacks or used for close combat. While they didn't boast overwhelming destructive power, they were unmatched in their lethality and efficiency. Most importantly, daggers were easy to conceal. A flick of the wrist, and it was hidden in the sleeve, completely undetectable. Another flick, and it was gripped in his hand, ready to strike. Amidst the mortal world of killing, I'll retreat with a blade unsullied. 10 steps to kill a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Asterisk a famous line from Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai, extolling the swiftness and precision of a skilled assassin, suggesting an idealistic, almost mythical approach to wielding a dagger. This was exactly the powerful demeanor that Su Xiaobai desired. Before you could even react, his dagger had already slit your throat. As blood splattered out, his figure had long disappeared into the crowd. The killing was done without anyone noticing, without a sound. So low-key like dust in the wind. Not only that, Su Xiaobai had one major difference compared to the Madman Drake. Madman Drake was severely restricted by his dagger, and because of his nimble body movements, his body-strengthening techniques had long been neglected. This was why the moment true flame hands were unleashed, Madman Drake was left shivering with a chill down his spine. Had it been a warrior who specialized in body-strengthening techniques, Su Xiaobai's strike could seriously injure, but killing him instantly on the spot would not be so easy. However, the one-click cultivation feature perfectly made up for this weakness. Not enough body strength? Then place body-strengthening techniques. Not enough with one? Place two and cultivate them simultaneously. Not enough agility? Then place body-strengthening agility and movement techniques, drastically boosting speed, leaving you unable to even catch a glimpse. Not enough attack power? Then place body-strengthening strength techniques, and even a small dagger can cleave mountains and slay instantly. Any weakness, all can be compensated for. From this perspective, Su Xiaobai was an all-rounder. A dagger-type explosive attack was the perfect fit for him. Now that I have a weapon, it's time to choose a suitable weapon technique. Weapon techniques belong to an ambiguous category in martial arts. Body-strengthening techniques are simple. As long as you're willing to endure hardship, train tirelessly, and even if you have poor comprehension, you can still make some progress. Elemental techniques, however, require high comprehension. This is a strict requirement, no way around it. Weapon techniques are somewhere in between. Some are easy to grasp with just a little effort, while others are extremely difficult, even harder to master than attribute techniques. Fortunately, these were no problem for Su Xiaobai. No pressure at all. Blood Attack, Red Moon, Heaven's Flash, Green Demon Blade. These names of dagger-type weapon techniques are quite flashy. Looking around, most of the micro-level weapon techniques are about the same. I'm sure what's publicly available for borrowing won't be anything particularly special. The Warrior Hall is open to everyone. As long as you have money, you can learn. But truly amazing, extraordinary techniques. How could money alone get you access to them? Once such techniques appear, they are immediately seized by large families and taken back to be used by their clans. Thus, most of what is displayed here is of similar power. Blood Attack, I like this name. I'll take it. Su Xiaobai directly chose one based on preference. He paid 80,000 spirit coins for an hour of study. As for the weapon, Su Xiaobai took out a beginner-level alloy dagger that he had gotten from Madman Drake. This dagger had blood grooves all over its surface, giving it a futuristic sci-fi feel, looking very cool. The value of a beginner alloy weapon, if sold outside, would easily be 700,000 to 800,000. Clearly, Madman Drake had saved him quite a bit of money. Ding! The Soaring Sky transformation has been upgraded to intermediate. Su Xiaobai was still carefully reading the technique content when the system prompt suddenly sounded. It's at the intermediate level now. Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed. Reaching intermediate level on the micro-level agility technique meant his speed and movement had reached the level of an advanced warrior. If he faced Madman Drake again now, he would no longer miss every attack like last time. With a single strike, he could heavily injure Drake. Not bad. This frees up some space to place Blood Attack. He didn't need an hour. Half an hour later, Su Xiaobai had completely memorized the technique. Scanning the host's brain, Blood Attack technique located, placed successfully. With the system's prompt, Su Xiaobai stood up and stretched lazily. All done. Next, I just need to wait around 6 hours, and the micro-level weapon technique will reach beginner level. Mastering a minor-level weapon technique in 6 hours. This would sound unbelievable to most people. But for Su Xiaobai, this was just basic routine. If he had enough money to upgrade further, it probably wouldn't even take 6 hours. He could finish it in just a few minutes. Both one-click cultivation and one-click practice space have reached level 5, but auto-hunting is still at level 3. I need to hurry up and level up auto-hunting to level 4. I really want to see what the next system feature is. Until all 3 system features reach level 4, Su Xiaobai wouldn't even know what the next one was. But just thinking about it, He could tell that it would definitely be an insanely powerful cheat tool. Even if it wasn't as game-breaking as one-click cultivation, one-click practice, and auto-hunting, it would still be a huge benefit to Su Xiaobai's personal growth. That night, ding, blood attack has reached beginner level. Su Xiaobai was in his bedroom, alone, practicing with his dagger, when a system prompt rang again. Beginner-level blood attack was complete. In that instant, Su Xiaobai felt an immense flood of information in his mind. He closed his eyes and unconsciously began swinging the dagger in his hand. In just under 2 minutes, Su Xiaobai seemed to enter another space, swinging the dagger millions of times, repeatedly training blood attack, engraving it deeply into his very bones. When he opened his eyes again, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, the same fierce gleam he had once seen in Madman Drake's eyes. So this is blood attack. Su Xiaobai casually swung his dagger. Whoosh! A piece of wood from the edge of a chair slid off at an angle. Its cut surface was as smooth and flat as a mirror, the sharpness beyond compare. Su Xiaobai checked his current status. Human. Su Xiaobai. Realm level, beginner warrior. Strength level, advanced warrior. Endurance level, advanced warrior. Agility level, advanced warrior. Cultivation aptitude, lowest. Mastered skills, diamond body, intermediate. Spirit transformation, intermediate. True flame hand, beginner. Blood attack, beginner. Unlocked system functions. One-click cultivation, level 5. One-click practice, level 5. Auto-hunting, level 3. PS. 1. The protagonist has low cultivation aptitude, but the one-click cultivation system doesn't. It's mentioned as medium-level cultivation aptitude. 2. The protagonist won't remain as a guest elder in the future. The enhancement from cultivation methods has both visible and invisible aspects. For example, once the diamond body cultivation method is successfully practiced, Su Xiaobai's strength and endurance levels immediately rise to the level of an advanced warrior. This is the visible effect. However, after he used the techniques from the diamond body method, his body was further enhanced by spiritual energy, becoming as golden and solid as a Buddha statue. This meant that Su Xiaobai's defense level had reached a point where even advanced warriors could not break through. This is why Madman Drake could never crack Su Xiaobai's defense. Therefore, all of Su Xiaobai's attribute levels have been upgraded to the advanced warrior level. At this moment, he clearly possessed the power to crush even advanced warriors. Additionally, he had an elementary alloy dagger and had cultivated weapon techniques that greatly enhanced his power. These improvements were not reflected in the system's status. It's no exaggeration to say that Su Xiaobai was now on the verge of being able to fight a beginner martial master. If I were to meet Madman Drake again, I'd only need less than a second to slit his throat directly. Su Xiaobai's gaze flashed. The blood attack technique not only gave him extensive weapon cultivation experience, but more importantly, it allowed him to feel the overwhelming killing intent in cold weapons. Blood attack, blood kill, blood-soaked slaughter. When still, be calm. When in motion, shock the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, Su Xiaobai released an overwhelming aura. Once this aura was unleashed, all the surrounding furniture seemed to tremble with an invisible force, shaking with vibration. Intermediate warrior. Su Xiaobai's face lit up with joy. Yes, just now his realm had successfully broken through to the intermediate warrior level. According to his previous pace, Su Xiaobai would have had to wait much longer to advance to the intermediate warrior level. But with the one-click cultivation space upgraded to level 5 and the additional unlocking of 2x speed to reach a 32x flow rate, the speed at which Su Xiaobai absorbed spiritual energy increased greatly. This also led to more frequent breakthroughs, allowing him to surpass a problem that had taken many people years to overcome. Just one day later, he had become an intermediate warrior. The power of an intermediate warrior is so much stronger than before. Su Xiaobai casually clenched his fist, and the strength contained in his fist felt heavy, even to him. It felt as if a single punch could pierce through steel and stone. Moreover, his entire body felt lighter, as if gravity had no hold on him. With a simple jump, he felt like he could soar into the sky. Even the muscles in his body had become more solid. Most importantly, the whirlpool of spiritual energy in his dantian had grown several times larger. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, intermediate warrior. Strength level, beginner martial master. Endurance level, beginner martial master. Agility level, beginner martial master. Cultivation aptitude, lowest. Mastered skills, diamond body, intermediate. Soaring sky transformation, intermediate. True flame hand, beginner. Blood attack, beginner. System functions unlocked. One-click cultivation, level 5. One-click practice, level 5. Auto hunting, level 3. F***K. Su Xiaobai instinctively checked his current status. When he saw that his strength, endurance, and agility levels had all become that of a beginner martial master, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He was even stunned by the sheer magnitude of the improvements. He originally thought that a breakthrough to intermediate warrior would only result in a symbolic increase, and that the system's visible levels wouldn't change much. However, Su Xiaobai had clearly underestimated his strength. The diamond body and soaring sky transformation techniques both reached the intermediate level, coupled with the invisible enhancement from blood attack. Su Xiaobai's strength was now infinitely close to that of a beginner martial master. Now, with the breakthrough of his realm level, the bottleneck was instantly shattered, bringing Su Xiaobai's strength into balance with a beginner martial master. This means that my current strength can now completely match a beginner martial master. If I add blood attack, I can definitely battle a beginner martial master. Su Xiaobai's face was filled with excitement. The difference in levels between warriors was not the same. A beginner warrior could often kill an advanced warrior by crossing 2 levels. This, though rare, was still understandable. But once a person breaks through an entire major realm, being able to rival an opponent who is a whole major realm higher is completely another matter. There is a huge difference between warriors and martial masters. The gap is even greater than the difference between a quasi-warrior and a warrior. Previously, in the Zhang family, Su Xiaobai, with the realm of an advanced quasi-warrior, easily defeated Zhang Feng, a beginner warrior, which shocked the entire crowd. If they knew that Su Xiaobai, now an intermediate warrior, could challenge a beginner martial master, they would probably be stunned to the point of their eyes popping out. It is well known that the road of martial arts becomes more difficult the further you go. In front of a beginner martial master, even the most powerful advanced warriors would be crushed and killed in an instant. If you face a beginner martial master, your only choice is to flee. Moreover, for a warrior, even if you can dominate your level, you're already deserving of great respect. Su Xiaobai had managed to cross 2 levels, including the huge gap between warriors and martial masters. If this news were to spread, it would surely stir up a massive storm. And the most important thing is, he's only 17. A 17-year-old intermediate warrior whose strength can rival a beginner martial master? Just hearing it is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Ding. Host, a huge increase in your strength has been detected. The system has automatically selected a new monster fighting location. Should I send a shadow to go there? System prompt came through. Dispatch. Su Xiaobai didn't hesitate at all. This was exactly the effect he was after. With a substantial boost in strength, the level of the monsters he faced also increased. This meant the materials from these monsters would be more precious and valuable. With money, he could continue upgrading his system functions and further enhance his power, thus completing a perfectly virtuous cycle. Dispatch complete. As soon as Su Xiaobai gave the order, the system quickly carried it out. The 2 auto-hunting shadows were still tirelessly slaughtering the monsters. A casual punch, and the monster's brain exploded. A quick kick, and the monster's internal organs were shattered. A flame palm strike from a distance, and the monster was instantly pierced through. The surrounding monsters, attracted by the strong scent of blood in the air, couldn't help but show fear in their eyes upon witnessing this. They turned tail and fled. These were fierce monsters, not fools. In the face of a strong opponent, they instinctively feared. The two shadows were about to pursue, but suddenly it seemed they received some signal and stopped moving, standing still. In the next moment, the two shadows disappeared on the spot. The retreating monsters, noticing the change in presence, paused cautiously and turned back to look. The two shadows had been teleported to an even more desolate area full of monsters. Here, most of the monsters were C-rank and vicious, and occasionally B-rank monsters could be seen wandering around. Did someone appear over there? A person in black clothes. From the energy fluctuations, an intermediate warrior. Haha, an intermediate warrior dares to enter the dark forest. Is he seeking death? Rather than let him die by the monsters, why not let us take care of him? Let's go. Unlike the previous teleportation location, this new monster hunting area had other warrior teams present. They hadn't encountered anyone before because the monsters there were a bit lower level, and there were many places to hunt them. In contrast, areas dominated by powerful monsters were far fewer. In such circumstances, it wasn't surprising to run into other warrior teams. And in wild monster zones, with no rules or regulations like those in the bases, the darker sides of human nature were magnified infinitely. Killing and robbing? Just the basics. If they encountered more extreme individuals, even cannibalism could happen. This warrior team discovered the shadow that had been teleported. Since it was night and everything was dark, they couldn't see the situation clearly. But the energy fluctuations coming from the shadow unmistakably indicated that it was an intermediate warrior. Thus, they instinctively assumed the shadow was a human hunting the monsters and had evil intentions. Boss, should we interrogate him? He dares to come here. Maybe another team arrived, and we can get some valuable info. Interrogate? What nonsense! We've been stuck in this cursed place for almost half a month, and we just finished our task. Why waste time? Just kill him and go enjoy ourselves. All right, he's out of luck. Let's kill him directly. This team of 8 warriors were all advanced warriors, and even in the 18th base, they were a well-known hunting team. Dealing with a mere intermediate warrior was no trouble at all for them. If it weren't for the concern that the intermediate warrior might sense something and send a distress signal, they wouldn't even bother to be so flashy. One of them could easily kill him. Kill! The 8 of them surrounded the shadow from 8 different directions, leaving no chance for escape. Their powerful aura exploded, and in a flash, they launched a lightning-fast attack, enveloping the shadow. Blades, swords, and cold gleams. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were in front of the shadow. The shadow suddenly raised its head. The dark figure with no face made all of them unconsciously widen their eyes. What is that thing? At the same time, ding! Host, the shadow is under human attack. Would you like to counterattack? The system prompted. Under human attack. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. He had been so focused on slaying monsters and collecting materials that he forgot the shadow might encounter a strong enemy attack in the wild. Now that the map changed, it immediately showed up. Since they attacked first, no need to ask. It must be those blind bandits in the wild. These people aren't even human. Just kill them all, Su Xiaobai said indifferently. Understood. With the system receiving Su Xiaobai's command, on the other side, in the dark forest. How is this intermediate warrior so agile? He managed to dodge all 8 of us. We are all advanced warriors. Normal. Some warriors specialize in training agility and reflexes. Didn't you see? He doesn't even dare to fight back. But his movements are too fast, and it seems like he's not trying to escape, just avoiding attacks. Could it be that he sent a distress signal? Enough talking, let's finish him off. The longer we wait, the more trouble we might face. Wait, take a closer look. What is this? It doesn't look like a human. It looks more like a shadow. As the 8 attacked and became suspicious, they frantically tried to land hits on the shadow, but the shadow continued to dodge, and they couldn't touch it. Suddenly, The shadow seemed to receive a command, and it raised its head. Boom! In an instant, the aura of an intermediate warrior exploded. He's finally going to counterattack. Kill him. However, the shadow stepped forward and disappeared from their sight in a flash. Swish! Before they could react, a cold gleam cut through the night, and all 8 of them froze in place. In the next moment, all their necks tilted back at impossible angles, and blood spurted out from gaping wounds. Fast, too fast. This was their final thought before they died. Ding! Loot collected. 11.58 million spirit coins times 1. Lowest grade alloy weapons times 6. Low grade alloy weapons times 14. Beginner grade alloy weapons times 3. Rock dissolving ice times 3. Thunder ghost mushroom times 5. Less than 10 seconds after Su Xiaobai issued the counterattack order, a series of system notifications sounded in his mind. Soon after, a pile of loot dropped out of nowhere at the location Su Xiaobai had designated. What the heck? Loot? Su Xiaobai was startled, but quickly understood what was happening. It turned out that the shadow not only obtained materials and treasures by killing monsters, but could also directly plunder a person's entire fortune by killing them. A massive haul of spirit coins, weapons, medicines, rare treasures, and supplies. Judging from the loot list, it was clear that more than one person had ambushed the shadow, likely a team of wilderness warriors. The group must have been quite large and of significant strength. 11 million. Damn, now I understand why those wilderness warrior teams like to rob and kill others. This is way faster than hunting beasts for materials. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh. Initially, he had only intended for the shadow to fight back to avoid getting destroyed, which would trigger a cool-down period, leaving him with no earnings for a day. Who could have predicted that the shadow not only counterattacked, but annihilated an entire warrior team? And it delivered all their resources and wealth as his loot. The thrill of getting unexpected windfalls like this was indescribable. No wonder wilderness warrior teams are in such constant chaos. Killing an opponent means seizing all their spoils. This kind of operation is far more lucrative than any other way of making money. 11 million spirit coins. I've hit the jackpot. System, upgrade auto hunting for me now. Su Xiaobai eagerly shouted. Faced with such a stroke of luck, Su Xiaobai wasn't about to waste it. He immediately decided to fully capitalize on the resources brought to him by these supply transporters. Without waiting for the system to prompt him, Su Xiaobai ordered an upgrade to the auto-hunting feature. Upgrade complete. The system notification came through, and in the auto-hunting space, another shadow materialized. Deploy automatically. Skipping any complex prompts, Su Xiaobai gave the order directly. Automatic deployment successful. The shadow disappeared from its original location, teleported by the system to the designated monster hunting area. How satisfying. Su Xiaobai felt utterly refreshed. 3 shadows mean triple the earnings. And if some clueless warrior dares to attack the shadows, a simple counterkill will bring another wave of wealth rolling in. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. With the shadows now operating in new hunting grounds, my weekly earnings should increase by at least 1 to 2 times. Adding in the extra shadow, that's a 3 to 4-fold boost in revenue. By this calculation, I could be looking at nearly 20 million spirit coins in a week. Doing some rough math, Su Xiaobai could almost see mountains of gold shining before him. Ding! Dear host, it has been detected that all 3 of your system functions have reached level 4. The system has prepared a new function for you. One-click alchemy. For just 800,000, you can activate the one-click alchemy space. The system's sales pitch came again. One-click alchemy. Su Xiaobai was taken aback before his eyes widened. System, when you say one-click alchemy, are you referring to making golden creation pills, marrow cleansing pills, spirit enhancement pills, bone regeneration pills, that kind of alchemy? In this era, alchemy was even rarer than martial arts prowess. Due to the limitations of spiritual energy, modern biopharmaceutical technology couldn't compare to the efficacy of pills. Some pills could cleanse a warrior's meridians, facilitating transformation. Others could heal wounds, no matter how severe, with incredible speed. Some could restore stamina rapidly, enabling prolonged battles against monsters. The value of pills in this warrior-dominated world was unimaginable. They were essential resources for every warrior, and the ability to make pills was limited to an extremely rare group, alchemists. Becoming an alchemist required innate aptitude for alchemy, a mysterious concept often described as elemental affinity. Su Xiaobai didn't fully understand it himself. In short, it was a rare and inexplicable talent that allowed one to resonate with elements like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those with this aptitude had the potential to become alchemists. Because of its rarity, alchemists were extremely scarce, and their value immense. Every alchemist was cherished by influential families. Moreover, alchemists were not judged by martial cultivation levels. Even an advanced quasi-warrior who was an alchemist could command tremendous respect because you never knew what kind of formidable force might back such an individual. Su Xiaobai had never dealt with pills before. He didn't need to hunt monsters outside the base or use resources to cultivate. But that didn't change one key fact. Alchemy was highly profitable. Even a basic golden creation pill cost 10,000 spirit coins. For a slightly more advanced spirit-boosting pill, the price started at 50,000. And a meridian cleansing essence cleansing pill? Invaluable. Most importantly, some pills were so rare that no amount of money could buy them. This made every alchemist a walking money tree. Who wouldn't want to cling to one? Yes, dear host, exactly that. The one-click alchemy space allows you to produce pills 24/7 without interruption. You don't have to do anything manually. Just input the required materials and select a recipe, then wait for the pills to be ready. I just need to place the corresponding materials, and it will automatically refine pills. This feature is King awesome. Su Xiaobai almost shouted in excitement. Do you know why alchemists are so valuable? Because of their unique qualifications. Because of their exclusive pill refining methods. These are things no one can replicate. Many warriors, even with rare, priceless treasures, cannot turn those miraculous herbs into pills with extraordinary functions without the help of an alchemist. That's why alchemists are held in such high esteem. And it's not just about that. The identity of an alchemist is more valuable than that of a warrior. Naturally, the resources invested in an alchemist far surpass those spent on warriors. What does pill refining require? Beast spirit fire. Using ordinary flames for alchemy is no different from cooking. You must use a special beast spirit fire, extracted from ferocious beasts, and fuse it with spiritual energy to truly blend the miraculous properties of rare treasures and turn them into priceless pills. But is obtaining beast spirit fire easy? Even the lowest grade of beast spirit fire must be extracted from an A-rank ferocious beast, equivalent to a martial general level beast. You can imagine the risks involved in acquiring beast spirit fire. Next is the furnace. How can an ordinary furnace withstand the burning of powerful beast spirit fire? Moreover, regular furnaces don't have the ability to focus spiritual energy. You need a furnace that meets the spiritual energy endurance standard, at least a beginner spiritual artifact level. For refining higher grade pills, the furnace level must increase accordingly. All of these cost a fortune to purchase, or, in some cases, they can't be bought even if you have the money. You'd have to forcibly seize them from other major families. Then there's the random auxiliary items needed for alchemy. And lastly, hiring an alchemist comes at a cost. No one will work for free. The most important thing? Success rate. Even the best alchemist cannot guarantee a 100% success rate. Variations in the refining process, such as material combinations, flame intensity, and techniques, often lead to failures, resulting in waste. This is why warriors often prepare multiple sets of materials when requesting an alchemist services. Furthermore, there's an unspoken rule. If the alchemist fails, the warrior must not blame them or cause trouble. This makes higher-level alchemists more sought after. After all, their experience and expertise mean a higher success rate compared to ordinary alchemists. The one-click alchemy system solves all these pain points. Beast Spirit Fire? Not needed, the system provides it. Furnace? Not needed, the system handles it. Success rate? As long as you have the materials, success is guaranteed. It's just a matter of time. As for auxiliary items, they're not needed at all. All you need are two things: pill materials and the formula. Unlock it. Unlock it now. With such a game-breaking tool before him, how could Su Xiaobai hesitate? He unlocked it decisively. Ding! Activation successful. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked the one-click alchemy feature. The system notification sounded. Next to the spaces for one-click cultivation, one-click practice, and auto-hunting, a new fourth space appeared. In the space, an alchemy furnace floated gently, surrounded by ethereal immortal energy, as picturesque as a painting. Host, please place the pill materials and choose the pill you want to refine, the system instructed. I don't have pill materials. Wait, aren't there lots of rare treasures among those battle spoils? Su Xiaobai remembered. He quickly went to the stash of battle spoils and picked out all the miraculous herbs. Materials detected. Host, please select a pill formula, the system prompted. Pill formula? Let me search. Su Xiaobai rummaged through the spoils for a while. Pill formulas weren't rare. Even if you knew the required materials, without an alchemist, you couldn't refine anything. That's why many pill formulas were publicly available, to guide people in collecting materials to eventually seek out an alchemist. Sure enough, Su Xiaobai found several pill formulas. Golden Creation Pill, Spirit Enhancement Pill, Marrow Cleansing Pill, all highly demanded, inexpensive, and easy-to-make pills. The Golden Creation Pill heals wounds and replenishes blood. Let's make that first, Su Xiaobai decided. Scanning the host's mind, formula for Golden Creation Pill detected. Materials automatically placed. Refining in progress. With the system's notifications, some materials vanished into thin air, transported to the pill refining space. The furnace lid floated up, and the materials automatically entered the furnace. As the lid closed, an unidentifiable fire roared to life, and a 7-colored progress bar appeared above the furnace. The progress bar began loading slowly. Su Xiaobai estimated the speed. It would take about 5 minutes to finish. 5 minutes to refine a batch of pills. Holy cow, this speed is unbeatable. Su Xiaobai clicked his tongue in amazement. Although he didn't know much about alchemy, he knew it was laborious and time-consuming. Even the simplest Golden Creation Pill required an alchemist to sit by the furnace for hours in painstaking focus. But in the one-click alchemy space, it only took 5 minutes. This speed would make even renowned pill kings cry on the spot and kneel in admiration. What does refining a batch of pills in 5 minutes mean? In such a short time, it would typically take longer just to complete the preparatory steps for alchemy. But there was no alternative. Su Xiaobai wanted to keep a low profile, but his abilities simply wouldn't allow it. Ding! Successfully refined pills. 16 Golden Creation Pills. 5 minutes later, the 7-colored progress bar reached completion, accompanied by the system notification. The lid of the alchemy furnace suddenly flew off, and a wisp of white smoke rose gracefully. Following that, 16 freshly refined Golden Creation Pills emerged, still warm. With a thought, Su Xiaobai brought one pill directly to his palm. So this is the Golden Creation Pill that sells for 10,000 spirit coins each, and I just refined 16 in one go. That's equivalent to 160,000. Feeling the warmth radiating from the pill, Su Xiaobai carefully observed it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Golden Creation Pill was merely a low-grade pill. Pills are classified into 9 grades. Grades 1 to 3, low-grade pills. Grades 4 to 6, mid-grade pills. Grades 7 to 9, high-grade pills. Pills like spirit-enhancing pills, marrow-washing pills, bone regeneration pills, and shear recovery pills are all low-grade, typically grade 1 or 2. However, Even the lowest grade pills still fetch a price of over 10,000 spirit coins. Calculating it carefully, the material cost for a single golden creation pill doesn't even reach 3,000 spirit coins. But without an alchemist's help, how could you turn 3,000 worth of materials into something worth 10,000? This is precisely why alchemists are so highly sought after. If I could buy materials in bulk and sell the pills in large quantities, I could easily double my profit. Su Xiaobai was already calculating the potential earnings in his mind, but he quickly dismissed this idea. Selling materials from beasts in bulk wouldn't draw much attention and wouldn't disturb his low profile. However, pills were a different matter. Producing too many would disrupt the market, and, more critically, it would attract the attention of the powerful families. Massive purchases of materials and large-scale sales of pills would immediately put a target on him. Such actions would effectively announce to the world that he possessed a divine tool for alchemy, inviting trouble to his doorstep. For Su Xiaobai, avoiding unnecessary risks was worth far more than a bit of profit. I need to follow a boutique strategy. Su Xiaobai made a decision. I should purchase formulas for higher-grade pills and gather the necessary materials. Ideally, they should be pills that ordinary alchemists cannot refine. Then I can make a single batch and earn a fortune. For now, using pills as a means to amass wealth was impractical. Unless Su Xiaobai reached a level of strength where he didn't fear trouble, he would have the freedom to refine as much as he wanted, reaping endless profits. Additionally, he could refine some pills for his personal use. After all, he was a warrior himself. Though he might not need them at the moment, they could prove invaluable in case he encountered a formidable enemy someday. System: what happens when a one-click alchemy feature is upgraded? Su Xiaobai inquired. Level 2 one-click alchemy requires 2.4 million spirit coins to upgrade. Enables refining of mid-grade pills. Level 3 one-click alchemy requires 7.2 million spirit coins to upgrade. Enables refining of high-grade pills. Evidently, just like the one-click auto-hunting feature, upgrading required 3 times the spirit coins. However, the quality of pills that could be refined would dramatically increase. This meant that with a sufficiently high level, any grade of pill could be refined. I only have a little over 1 million left. Tomorrow, I'll head to the Warrior Hall to see if I can buy formulas for higher-grade pills with this money. But for now, it's time to invest the remaining funds into other system functions. The one-click cultivation feature has already reached level 5. Leveling it to 6 requires 6.4 million, which I can afford. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Su Xiaobai commanded, System, upgrade, auto, cultivation. Upgrade complete. The multiplier indicator in the one-click cultivation space jumped from x32 to x64. The time required to cultivate the spatial attribute elemental technique was instantly reduced from 43 days to less than 22 days. I'm getting closer. Clenching the dagger in his hand, Su Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with determination. Only by mastering this spatial attribute elemental technique would he gain a trump card truly his own and the confidence to stand against powerful families. The next day, Su Xiaobai visited the Warrior Hall. After browsing for a while, he acquired more than 10 formulas for Grade 4 pills. Grade 4 pills were the highest level formulas available in the Warrior Hall, designed for powerful individuals like martial generals and martial lords. Ordinary warriors typically used Grade 1 pills sparingly, as these were considered luxurious items. For martial masters, Grade 1 pills became more common, Grade 2 pills were occasional, and Grade 3 pills were rare indulgences. As for Grade 4 pills, they were almost sacred treasures, often serving as a family's prized possession. Even martial generals were hesitant to use them casually. Thus, a single Grade 4 pill could easily start at tens of millions of spirit coins, and they were often unavailable for purchase. If Su Xiaobai could refine a batch of Grade 4 pills, producing 10 or more at once, the profits could easily soar into the billions. The formulas themselves weren't a concern. Even if someone knew the recipe, They would still need to gather the rare materials and hire a skilled alchemist, which was no small feat. Perfect! Su Xiaobai's excitement grew as he examined one of the formulas. He recognized all the materials listed. His auto-hunting system had already collected many of them as loot, and the rest could be purchased directly from the warrior hall. The best part? Excluding the materials from beasts, the cost of herbs didn't even reach 1 million spirit coins. Even with the cost of beast materials included, the total expense was only about 2 million. Due to the relatively low success rate of refining grade 4 pills, their market price started in the tens of millions. This must be fate telling me to get rich. The Yuan family. In the meeting hall, the atmosphere was deathly still, and the numerous high-ranking members remained silent. It's been so many days, and there's still no news about that madman Drake. I think I don't need to say it for everyone here to understand what's happened, do I? Yuan Feihe, the head of the Yuan family, spoke coldly. Undoubtedly, the Zhang family is protecting him. A middle-tier martial master spoke in a low voice. Not only that, but the protection is exceptionally strong. Drake's assassination skills are far from weak. Even if he couldn't win, he shouldn't have lost his life. It must have been the intervention of an intermediate martial master. Another Yuan family executive analyzed. The others nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, no one would have thought that the famed assassin, Madman Drake, would be killed by a mere advanced quasi-warrior. Naturally, suspicion fell on the Zhang family. The Zhang family's guest expert was supposed to protect the Zhang family, yet now the Zhang family is protecting them. This clearly shows that the rumors are true. This guest expert must be a genius among geniuses. Currently, the Zhang family has completely sealed off all information, leaving not even a hint of news. Initially, I thought we could get a third party involved to resolve this issue and keep the Yuan family out of it. But judging by the current situation, the Yuan family no longer has a choice. Murderous intent flickered in Yuan Feihe's eyes. Yuan Qi, master, an intermediate martial master, stood up. From now on, conduct a covert search in Base 18 for anyone surnamed Su who is 17 years old. If there's any trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on them, kill them on the spot. Yuan Feihe's voice was icy. Understood, master. The intermediate martial master nodded and accepted the order. Everyone present felt an inexplicable chill and an air of deadly seriousness. The master was serious this time. They all knew this highly talented young individual was utterly doomed. Meanwhile, all done. On the other side, Su Xiaobai was completely unaware that the Yuan family had begun an earnest search for him. However, to be cautious, Su Xiaobai, while purchasing the ingredients needed for 4th-grade pills, ran around Base 18 wearing a face covering, visiting several places. He spent nearly 1 million spiritual coins before finally gathering all the materials. System, I want to refine pills. Back at home, Su Xiaobai immediately gave the command. Host, please place the materials for pill refining and select the type of pill you wish to refine. Following the system's instructions, Su Xiaobai put all the materials into place. Scanning the host's brain. The formula for the Golden Crow Meridian Protection Pill has been detected. Materials automatically placed. Refining in progress. As the system's notifications sounded, all the materials were placed into the pill furnace, the lid closed, and a multicolored progress bar appeared. Still 5 minutes. It seemed that regardless of the grade of the pill, the time needed was always the same. From this alone, the one-click alchemy function was enough to drive countless alchemists crazy. The higher the grade of a pill, the longer it usually took to refine. Some alchemists even spend an entire month without sleep or rest to refine a high-grade pill. This was not uncommon. Yet even so, there was no guarantee that the pill would be perfectly refined. But for Su Xiaobai, no need to sit for a month. No need to worry about failure. Just patiently wait for 5 minutes and then, ding, successfully refined pills. Golden Crow Meridian Protection Pill X3. Done. Hearing this heavenly sound of success, Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up instantly. With a single thought, 3 warm pills emitting faint golden yellow smoke and resembling golden pearls, appeared in his palm. Fourth grade Golden Crow Meridian Protection Pills. As the name suggests, their purpose is to protect the meridians. They are highly coveted by many advanced warriors, beginner martial masters, intermediate martial masters, and even advanced martial masters rely on them for support. As everyone knows, for warriors to advance, they need to calm their minds, repeatedly break through barriers, and only after succeeding can they move to a higher level. During this process, spiritual energy within the body is mobilized to continuously cleanse and impact the meridians to break through barriers. This process is risky. If things go wrong, the meridians might be damaged. In minor cases, the result is vomiting blood and needing 10 days to half a month of recovery. In severe cases, serious internal injuries could permanently hinder future advancements. This is why some warriors remain stuck at their current level for life. Similarly, this is why warriors are willing to spend a fortune on these pills, because their future is far more valuable than spiritual coins. A single fourth-grade Golden Crow Meridian Protection Pill is said to be worth at least 15 million spiritual coins, and it's not easy to find one even if you have the money. And now, I suddenly have 3 worth 45 million. If I can sell them, this business is far more lucrative than farming monsters automatically. Su Xiaobai's excitement surged. I simply spent a day running around the city to gather materials, then waited for 5 minutes, and now I am holding 45 million in profits. Such an unbelievable stroke of luck. Yet it's all real. The only challenge now is how to turn these 3 pills into cash. When I was buying materials today, the shopkeeper mentioned that Pill Treasure Pavilion is a massive chain specializing in selling and auctioning pills. Maybe I could try consigning them there. Su Xiaobai thought to himself, the larger the venue, the less likely they'd pull any tricks. It was only in smaller places that one had to worry about deceit. But just to be safe, I should still prepare thoroughly. The next day, a figure dressed in a black cloak, wearing a black mask and gloves, with less than 1% of their skin exposed, appeared at the entrance of Pill Treasure Pavilion. Who else could it be but Su Xiaobai? Initially, Su Xiaobai thought his outfit was a bit conspicuous, dressed entirely in black and so thoroughly concealed. Wasn't it obvious he had something to hide? But upon arriving at Pill Treasure Pavilion, Su Xiaobai realized he wasn't the only one doing this. Many others were too. Some wore masks. Some wore full face coverings. Some even wore headgear to the extreme. No surprise, since pills were valuable. If someone targeted you, what then? Seeing this, Su Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the consignment counter. I want to consign pills. To maintain his disguise, Su Xiaobai deliberately used spiritual energy to alter his voice, making it sound deep and robust, more like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s rather than a young person. On the other side of the consignment window sat an old man with glasses. The old man appeared relaxed, reclining in a rocking chair and sipping tea leisurely, looking as carefree as a deity. After all, pills were high-value items, with far more people purchasing them than consigning them. What grade? He barely opened his eyes, casting a glance at Su Xiaobai, who was dressed entirely in black, and lazily drawled. Grade 4, Su Xiaobai replied. Grade 4. The rocking chair abruptly stopped. The old man opened his eyes fully and carefully sized up Su Xiaobai. An intermediate warrior. Nothing remarkable. To have acquired a grade 4 pill, he must have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Show me. The old man straightened up slowly. Su Xiaobai extended his hand and placed a grade 4 Golden Crow Meridian Protection Pill into the wooden box beneath the window. A grade 4 Golden Crow Meridian Protection Pill. And it's a perfect grade? The old man's demeanor changed the instant he glanced at it, his eyes gleaming with sharp focus. In base number 18, grade 4 or higher pills had only a few possible sources. The first was the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in the base. They had a genuine grade 4 alchemist who could produce grade 4 pills. The second was through channels importing from other bases, though the prices would be significantly higher. Lastly, one might venture into the wilderness, where fierce beasts roamed, and plunder warriors from other bases. With some luck, one could obtain such items from their possessions. But if the Lin family were involved in consigning Grade 4 pills, they wouldn't need to use a window for it. The Pill Treasure Pavilion had dedicated personnel to handle such transactions. At the mere word of the Lin family, someone from the pavilion would promptly go to them. Naturally, the old man assumed that this Grade 4 Golden Chromeridian Protection pill had been acquired by the cloak figure through some fortunate happenstance. Otherwise, there would be no need for such secrecy. It really is a perfect grade. After a closer examination, the old man couldn't help but nod in recognition. Perfect grade. Beyond the visible grade classifications, pills were further divided into more intricate distinctions. For instance, even among Grade 1 pills, there were inferior grade pills with less than 20% efficacy, essentially failed products often sold cheaply on the black market. Then there were substandard grade pills with around 50% efficacy. Normal pills were categorized as good grade, with 100% efficacy. Above them were rare grade pills, which had 150% efficacy. And at the top, there were the exceedingly rare, perfect grade pills, whose efficacy reached 300% of good grade pills, essentially making one pill equivalent to 3. Su Xiaobai had only ever known about the general grade classifications of pills. Terms like inferior grade, good grade, rare grade, and perfect grade were entirely foreign to him. After all, he had never needed to use such items. "May I ask your esteemed surname?" The old man shed his earlier indolence, now nodding slightly and displaying a hint of respect. Regardless of how the other party had acquired the pill, the mere fact that it was a Grade 4 perfect grade pill qualified him as a VIP client of the Pill Treasure Pavilion. As a staff member, the old man naturally needed to show proper respect. "Bye," Su Xiaobai replied succinctly. "I heard your Pill Treasure Pavilion offers anonymous consignment auctions without requiring identity cards." "Indeed, we do," the old man confirmed. "Mr. Bai, if you wish to anonymously consign this perfect grade Golden Chromeridian Protection pill for auction, we'd be happy to assist. However, once the auction concludes, we charge a 15% handling fee. Would that be acceptable?" "That's fine," Su Xiaobai nodded. "I'll prepare the paperwork for you right away," the old man said. "No rush. I have 2 more here. Consign them all together," Su Xiaobai said, placing 2 additional Golden Chromeridian Protection pills onto the counter. The old man's pupils immediately contracted. Perfect grade. The other 2 Golden Chromeridian Protection pills were also perfect grade. "Sir, if I may ask, are you an alchemist?" the old man inquired cautiously. Though he was an ordinary person, his extensive exposure to pills and related knowledge had made him a professional appraiser. True alchemists still commanded his utmost respect. It wouldn't be surprising for someone to present a single Grade 4 perfect grade pill, but to produce 3 of the same type and grade at once strongly implied that the individual might be an alchemist. Su Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, admitting it might attract attention, yet denying it could arouse suspicion due to the sheer number of pills he had presented. He would undoubtedly need to sell more pills in the future, making it impossible to disguise himself as a different person each time. Besides, withdrawing now would be too conspicuous. After some thought, Su Xiaobai said simply yes. Just one word, without unnecessary elaboration. An alchemist, and one capable of refining Grade 4 perfect grade pills. The old man's expression became visibly excited. "Mr. Bai, these 3 Golden Chromeridian Protection pills might be beyond my authority to handle. Would you mind moving to the VIP room?" The old man's tone grew even more respectful, his attitude entirely deferential. Su Xiaobai nodded, feeling a sense of relief internally. It seemed his judgment was correct. Admitting to being an alchemist had earned him higher status and better treatment. Had he denied it, they might have begun investigating him. Immediately, under the guidance of the bespectacled old man, Su Xiaobai walked through the corridor, took the elevator, and arrived at the 8th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Su Xiaobai felt as though he had stepped into a world of opulence and grandeur. Everywhere he looked, there were luxurious decorations, showcasing just how wealthy and extravagant Pill Treasure Pavilion truly was. Upon entering the VIP lounge, the lavish decor continued. Even the simplest sofa was worth at least hundreds of thousands of spirit coins. What kind of tea would you like to drink? No need. I'm busy. Let's get this over with quickly, Su Xiaobai said indifferently. Understood. Please wait for a moment. I'll return right away. The bespectacled old man quickly left. Just 5 minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the door to the VIP lounge was pushed open. A stunning figure in high heels sashayed inside. Mr. Bai, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Su Xiaobai glanced up at the newcomer. Aside from the bespectacled old man, there was now a tall woman with an alluring fragrance. What a fairy, Su Xiaobai silently remarked. Mr. Bai, I'm Rose, the head of the 3rd branch of base number 18. The 3 Golden Crow Meridian Protection pills you wish to consign for auction have already been entered into the auction process. Please wait for a moment, and the receipt will be delivered to you shortly. Additionally, Mr. Bai, here is your VIP diamond card. You are now one of our highest level members at Pill Treasure Pavilion. Whether you're making purchases or consignments in the future, you'll enjoy a 10% discount. Rose slightly bowed, placing a card that sparkled like a diamond under the light on the table in front of Su Xiaobai. The card bore Pill Treasure Pavilion's unique logo and anti-counterfeiting features. At the same time, her ample, mesmerizing curves were in full display before Su Xiaobai. Fortunately, Su Xiaobai had cultivated blood attack, a technique that tempered his mind, making him less susceptible to distractions. All right, I understand, Su Xiaobai replied, his tone cool. Ironically, it was this indifference that made Rose even more curious about Su Xiaobai's identity. Base number 18 only had a handful of alchemists capable of refining 4th-grade pills. One belonged to the Lin family, while the rest were from other major bases. As the head of Pill Treasure Pavilion, Rose had heard of them all. Suddenly, a new alchemist emerged, one who could refine 4th-grade perfect grade. Pills. How could she not be intrigued? Mr. Bai, if I may ask a bold question, have you joined any organization or family? Rose didn't mince words and asked directly. She knew alchemists often had peculiar tempers. If one beat around the bush, it might annoy them, but being straightforward usually yielded better results. Yes, Su Xiaobai replied curtly. Disappointment flashed in Rose's eyes. When the bespectacled old man had introduced Su Xiaobai to her, she'd been hopeful she could recruit a 4th-grade alchemist. After all, 4th-grade alchemists were exceedingly rare at base number 18. Having one on her side would have been a major boost to her position. Most importantly, this alchemist could refine perfect-grade 4th-grade pills. Realistically, his actual level was likely 5th grade or higher. For an alchemist above 5th grade, even a martial commander would show utmost respect. Their value was immeasurable. Rose continued asking a few more questions, but Su Xiaobai's answers were consistently short and bland. Ah, or oh. Understanding that talking too much invites trouble, Su Xiaobai kept his words minimal. Before long, the receipt was ready. Mr. Bai, I apologize for the wait. Here is your receipt. In 3 days, we'll hold a diamond card VIP auction on the 6th floor of Pill Treasure Pavilion. You're welcome to attend, and you can collect your auction proceeds then. Rose smiled and handed Su Xiaobai the auction invitation. Okay, I understand. Su Xiaobai didn't say much. After collecting the receipt, invitation, and diamond VIP card, he left Pill Treasure Pavilion with Rose escorting him out. Lady Rose, should I follow him? By the floor-to-ceiling window, Rose swirled a glass of red wine, watching Su Xiaobai's cloaked figure disappear around a corner. Suddenly, an advanced warrior emerged from the shadows nearby and respectfully inquired, "Follow a 5th-grade alchemist. Do you want our entire Pill Treasure Pavilion branch to be buried with you?" Rose shot him a cold glance. Have you forgotten the lesson of the Sun family at base number 67? The advanced warrior fell silent. The Sun family was a major clan at base 67, with a martial commander as its leader and numerous martial generals under its banner. Warriors were merely subordinates there. However, when a traveling alchemist arrived from another base, the Sun family repeatedly failed to recruit him and resorted to force. On the day they kidnapped the alchemist, a colossal warship appeared above base 67. A martial god personally led a team to deal with the Sun family. Despite their pleas for mercy, the family couldn't escape annihilation. This incident shocked countless bases. Everyone reached a consensus. Never provoke an alchemist lightly, because you never know how terrifying the power behind them might be. Yes, Lady Rose. I'll take my leave. 3 days later, Su Xiaobai returned, fully equipped. However, he wasn't there for the so-called auction, but to collect his proceeds. Mr. Bai, during the auction earlier, your pills caused quite a stir. The 3 Golden Crow Meridian Protection pills sold for a high price of 80 million. As a Diamond VIP, your commission fee was reduced by 10%. Here is the total amount, 66.5 million yuan. Please take it. Rose smiled warmly, handing a bank card to Su Xiaobai. 66.5? Hearing the number, Su Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. Damn, this is way more profitable than I imagined. Su Xiaobai initially thought an auction price of 45 million would be reasonable. This was his expected price. If it ended up higher, great. If slightly lower, it wouldn't matter much. However, he never imagined the final auction price would nearly double that. After the initial shock, Su Xiaobai was utterly delighted. With over 60 million in hand, he could now go on another spree of uninhibited upgrades. All right, I got it. Despite his excitement, Su Xiaobai kept his composure, maintaining a calm demeanor as if the 60 million was trivial to him. Stashing away the bank card, Su Xiaobai casually pulled out a small wooden box from his chest pocket and placed it on the table. Please auction these for me too, he said nonchalantly. Rose carefully opened the wooden box to reveal 12 pills that gleamed like golden pearls in glass. Yes, they were 4th-grade Golden Crow Meridian Protection pills. Judging by their luster and potent spiritual energy, they were of perfect quality. In the past 3 days, Su Xiaobai hadn't been idle. He sold another batch of ferocious beast materials, earning 16 million. To speed up mastering the Qingquan technique, he spent 12.8 million to upgrade his one-click cultivation space to level 7, reducing the required time to less than 10 days. As for the remaining funds, instead of upgrading his skills, he poured everything into the ingredients for Golden Crow Meridian Protection pills, keeping some beast materials in reserve. The 12 pills before him were the result of spending 3 million on materials. Every batch yielded 4 pills. If they were auctioned at today's rate of 22 million per pill, the 12 pills would bring in a total of 264 million. From 3 million to 264 million, an 800% profit. How could Su Xiaobai not be thrilled? This. Rose's lips parted slightly in surprise, her eyes full of astonishment. If she had any doubts before about whether this Mr. Bai was a 5th-grade alchemist, the 12 perfect Golden Crow Meridian Protection pills confirmed it. Who else but a 5th-grade alchemist could produce so many perfect 4th-grade pills in such a short time? Even if he wasn't the one who made them, it at least proved he was closely connected to such a master. Of course, Mr. Bai. Rose smiled respectfully and said, I'll make arrangements immediately to ensure these pills fetch the best price possible. Su Xiaobai nodded impassively. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Rose seized the opportunity to ask Su Xiaobai several questions, especially regarding the source of the pills. Su Xiaobai understood her intentions and gave only brief responses. Mr. Bai, the buyer of your 3 Golden Crow Meridian Protection pills from this auction is the Yuan family, a well-known household in base number 18. The head of the Yuan family personally requested to meet you. Would you be willing to see them? The Yuan family? Hearing those two words, Su Xiaobai's gaze turned cold, and a faint sneer escaped his lips, laden with mockery. What a coincidence! To think the pills he refined would end up in the hands of the Yuan family. But he had to thank them. Not only did they provide him with over 60 million in funds, but they were also digging their own grave. You know the Yuan family? Rose asked, surprised by his reaction. No, Su Xiaobai replied calmly. Oh, then does that mean no need to meet them? Now, it wasn't the time for a meeting. The day Su Xiaobai decided to meet the Yuan family would be the day they vanished from this world. Understood, Mr. Bai. Please take care. Not long after, with a gilded receipt in hand, Su Xiaobai left the Treasure Pill Pavilion as Rose watched him go. If only we could recruit him into the Treasure Pill Pavilion. What a pity, Rose sighed. During their conversation, she had been tempted to poach him. Although a master alchemist like him was bound to have a strong backing, the Treasure Pill Pavilion was no pushover either. Still, she refrained from offending him and decided to bide her time. Perhaps after a few more collaborations, I could discreetly investigate which faction Mr. Bai is connected to, Rose mused. Finally, I have money again. Back home, Su Xiaobai removed his black cloak, his eyes brimming with excitement. System, upgrade the one-click practice space. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai chose to upgrade. 2 days ago, he had upgraded the practice space to level 7 at the cost of 12.8 million. To reach level 8 now required double that, 25.6 million. Upgrade complete. After deducting 25.6 million, the time acceleration indicator in the automatic cultivation space changed from x128 to x256, a time flow of 256 times faster. Its potential is unimaginable. For days, just 4 more days, and I'll master the Qinkuan technique. Su Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once the Qinkuan technique is perfected, my strength would transform entirely. At that point, he wouldn't need to fear being discovered by the Yuan family anymore, because he'd have the power to face them head-on. System, also upgrade one-click cultivation and auto-hunting systems by 1 level each. With money in hand, upgrades were a must. After all, this wealth had been gifted by the Yuan family for their own demise. Su Xiaobai would gladly oblige. Upgrade complete. After spending 3.2 million, the one-click cultivation system's time acceleration jumped from x64 to x128. After spending 10.8 million, auto-hunting unlocked a 4th shadow, which was sent to a new hunting zone. I still have 26.9 million left. The one-click alchemy feature is sufficient for now. One-click practice space and auto-hunting still fall short. I'll focus everything on upgrading the one-click cultivation space. System, upgrade one-click cultivation space again. After spending 6.4 million, one-click cultivation space reached level 7, achieving x256 time acceleration. After spending 12.8 million, one-click cultivation space reached level 8, achieving an astonishing x512 time acceleration. Phew! With a single breath, Su Xiaobai spent all the 60 million he had just acquired. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Now, his cultivation speed, skill training speed, and even his rate of earning money had all reached an astonishing level. One-click cultivation space, x512. One-click practice space, x256. 4 shadows, tirelessly hunting fierce beasts for him 24 hours a day. Plus, the one-click alchemy space that continuously brought him enormous gains. One could only imagine how terrifyingly fast Su Xiaobai's power level was advancing. It wouldn't be long before he officially stepped into the rank of a martial master. No, a martial general, a martial lord, and perhaps even a martial god, or beyond. Su Xiaobai glanced at his current stats. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, intermediate warrior. Strength level, beginner martial master. Endurance level, beginner martial master. Agility level, beginner martial master. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Mastered skills, Diamond Body, Advanced, Soaring Sky Transformation, Advanced, True Flame Hand, Intermediate, Blood Attack, Intermediate. Unlocked System Features. One-Click Cultivation, Level 8. One-Click Practice, Level 7. Auto Hunting, Level 4. Still no improvement in panel level. Diamond Body, Soaring Sky Transformation, True Flame Hand, Blood Attack. These advanced techniques were all fully upgraded during the past few days after Su Xiaobai assigned them as secondary skills. However, despite their upgrades, his system panel still showed the level of a beginner martial master. Clearly, relying solely on these advanced techniques wasn't enough for an intermediate warrior to possess the power of an intermediate martial master. Unless he could acquire something stronger than advanced techniques, like lesser transcendent techniques. But currently, in the entire base 18, only the 4 ruling families had access to such lesser transcendent techniques. As for the even higher, greater transcendent techniques, none could be found in the entire base number 18. Forget it. No point in overthinking. All I need to do now is lie down and wait for time to pass. When the time comes, I'll naturally advance. With that, Su Xiaobai lay down on his bed and comfortably drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, back at Su Xiaobai's original villa, the place was in complete disarray. Several intermediate martial masters, over a dozen advanced warriors, and numerous intermediate and beginner warriors were thoroughly searching every corner of the villa. Stop searching. All the warriors paused and turned their attention to one of the intermediate martial masters. He's already gone. The informant from the Zhang family has confirmed that there's no trace of that brat. He hasn't shown up at the academy since the term started. And even after tracing leads from the warrior hall, we still couldn't find him here. This little bastard seems to have hidden himself pretty well. Yuan Shi's face darkened as his eyes glinted with rage. He had invested massive manpower and resources to capture the Zhang family guest elder. They had uncovered Su Xiaobai's name, tracked down numerous related clues. Yet, after verifying all the information, they still hadn't found him. As for places like the Beast Treasure Pavilion and Pill Treasure Pavilion, Yuan Shi didn't have the authority to conduct searches. Yuan Shi, in my opinion, there's no need to keep searching. The next wave of the Fierce Beast Tide is about to arrive. This is our best chance to deal with the Zhang family. Even if that guest elder is a genius, at most, he's just a beginner warrior for now. What could he possibly achieve in such a short time? That's right. In less than a month, the family head will have fully mastered the Shadow Blade. By then, killing that old thief Zhang Honglong will be as easy as flipping a hand. Several Yuan family's martial masters tried to persuade him. The Fierce Beast Tide was an annual event. Every year, all the warriors and human bases prepared for this battle. Every family was required to participate, and in every wave of the tide, countless warriors lost their lives. Whether they died at the hands of fierce beasts or other warriors, who cares? For the Yuan family, this was the perfect opportunity to overthrow the Zhang family. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered with contemplation. Search for a few more days. If we still find nothing, return to the family to prepare for the Fierce Beast Tide. This time, we'll destroy the Zhang family. Yes. For days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Xiaobai was enjoying a delicious lunch with Su Ling'er, teasing and joking with her. Suddenly, ding! Qingquan technique has reached the beginner level. The system's notification startled Su Xiaobai, and his eyes gleamed with unprecedented excitement. Finally, it's here. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Su Xiaobai's ecstatic expression, Su Ling'er curiously asked. Ling'er, I just remembered something important. I'll head back to my room for now and play with you later. As he spoke, Su Xiaobai hurriedly dashed to his room, unable to contain his excitement. Damn, after all this waiting and using up so many resources, it's finally here. Closing the door, Su Xiaobai's hands trembled slightly with anticipation. The next second, boom, a massive influx of information poured into Su Xiaobai's mind. Space. This is space attribute. So this is the essence of spatial attributes. The principle of utilizing it is incredibly profound and marvelous. Su Xiaobai immersed himself in a vast ocean of information about the technique. After about 3 minutes, the data transmission finally stopped. In just those 3 minutes, Su Xiaobai felt as if he had read tens of thousands of volumes on space, studied countless guides on attribute techniques, and even rehearsed spatial attribute techniques countless times. Finally, everything converged at one point, completing the beginner stage of the Qinquan technique. Since Su Xiaobai abruptly opened his eyes, releasing an invisible mental force that swiftly spread outward. This force had no origin, as if it naturally emerged from his mind. Its effect? Su Xiaobai could clearly perceive every corner around him. Dust in the corner of the wall, books propping up the table leg, creeping insects navigating cracks in the ground. Through the gaps in the room, Su Xiaobai could still see Su linger eating while watching TV. If he got a little closer, he might even hear her muttering, "What on earth is my brother doing?" His vision continued to extend, passing through the window and reaching outside. Trees, flowers, birds, and insects, and the neighbors coming and going. Even the sway of a single strand of hair on their faces was captured within Su Xiaobai's vision. It kept spreading. Pedestrians on the street, vendors by the roadside, vehicles passing by. Everything came into view. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai frowned. He saw a familiar figure. Isn't that the Zhang family's second-in-command? Su Xiaobai recognized him at a glance. The person meditating with closed eyes atop a tall building was none other than Zhang Hengde, the Zhang family's second-in-command. From this vantage point, he can perfectly observe every move of my family. So that's it. He's been protecting me all along. Su Xiaobai came to a realization. He didn't think Zhang Hengde was monitoring him out of malice or harboring any ill intentions. After all, he was now a guest elder of the Zhang family, essentially on the same team. Even if surveillance was necessary, it was unlikely they would send the second-in-command to do it personally. Would it make sense to have an intermediate martial master monitor an intermediate warrior? Not at all. Moreover, if Zhang Hengde had any plans for him, he would have acted long ago. There is no need to wait until now, especially when Su Xiaobai's strength had increased so dramatically. No wonder, back when I was fighting Madman Drake, I always felt like there was a presence nearby. It turns out it was him. At that time, although Su Xiaobai was just an advanced warrior, he had faintly sensed Zhang Hengde's presence due to the latter's anxiety. However, he was too focused on battling Drake to pay much attention. Looking back now, it was clear that the Zhang family had been protecting him for quite some time. My decision this time was quite right. Su Xiaobai chuckled softly. His perception continued to radiate outward. But soon, Su Xiaobai noticed that his perception had reached its limit. He could sense up to a distance of only about 50 meters. Beyond that, his perception rapidly weakened, as if his vision had gone from normal to extremely nearsighted, everything becoming a blur. At a range of 100 meters, it hit the limit, leaving him utterly blind. The spatial attribute perception. I wonder how it compares to the mental sea of a martial general. Su Xiaobai withdrew his perception. The development of a mental sea was the hallmark of a martial general, something Su Xiaobai had researched before. It was why martial generals could intimidate others with just a glance, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. To some extent, spatial attribute perception had already reached a level comparable to the mental sea of a martial general. Qinquan space open. Su Xiaobai brought his index and middle fingers together and made a slicing motion through the air in front of him. A long, white, narrow crack silently appeared in the space before him. This was the Qinquan space, an independent existence in another dimension. However, since Su Xiaobai's mastery of the Qinquan technique was only at the beginner level, and he hadn't developed a mental sea, this Qinquan space currently spanned less than 100 square meters. Even so, it was already a significant space, perfect for storing items, especially as a designated spot for spoils of battle. Moreover, the size of this space would continue to expand as Su Xiaobai's strength grew. Unfortunately, Living creatures can't be stored in this space. Otherwise, I could hide here in case of danger. For now, the Chinquan space could only store inanimate objects, not living beings. Whether this limitation could be overcome with further upgrades to the Chinquan technique remained unknown. The last one, spatial movement enhancement. Su Xiaobai took a slow step forward. As his foot lifted, nothing seemed unusual. While his foot was in midair, he remained stationary. But the moment his foot landed, whoosh, Su Xiaobai's figure appeared on the other side of the room. It was as if he had teleported. There was no force propelling him, no air resistance. He simply vanished and reappeared. This was one of the most practical effects of the Chinquan technique, spatial movement enhancement. To some extent, it mimicked teleportation, though the range was very short, less than 5 meters. Using spatial attributes to achieve short-range teleportation, it's a lethal weapon. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. Within a 5-meter radius, he could appear next to his opponent in an instant, cutting their throat before they even realized what was happening. Not only that, but my movement speed has increased by at least 3-fold. Spatial movement enhancement also had the crucial benefit of dramatically increasing Su Xiaobai's speed. By harnessing spatial attributes and integrating them into his movement, he could achieve speed changes beyond imagination. Su Xiaobai quickly checked his current stats. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Intermediate Warrior. Strength level, Beginner Martial Master. Endurance level, Beginner Martial Master. Agility level, Advanced Martial Master. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Mastered skills, Diamond Body, Advanced. Soaring Sky Transformation, Advanced. True Flame Hand, Intermediate. Blood Attack, Intermediate. Chinquan Technique, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions. One-Click Cultivation, Level 8. One-Click Practice, Level 7. Auto Hunting, Level 4. My agility level has reached the Advanced Martial Master realm. Su Xiaobai was thrilled. Just by practicing the Chinquan technique, his agility level had leaped 2 entire realms. This kind of enhancement is nothing short of monstrous. No wonder a subtle spatial attribute technique like this could incite martial commanders to fight over it. While Su Xiaobai was still immersed in the joy of spatial movement enhancement, suddenly, boom, a new, overwhelming aura erupted from within him. Advanced Warrior, Level 8 One-Click Cultivation with a 512x multiplier. A single day in the outside world equated to 512 days within the one-click cultivation space, where cultivation continued uninterrupted for 24 hours straight. Even so, it still took Su Xiaobai 4 days to finally reach the advanced martial artist level. This highlighted how the path of martial cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one advances. Without rare cultivation resources or the assistance of an expert, relying solely on oneself to absorb spiritual energy and break through is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, for Su Xiaobai, this wasn't a problem. With the current 512x multiplier, the next level would be 1024x, then 2048x. Under such insane amplification, cultivating for a day was equivalent to others cultivating for decades or centuries. No matter how challenging the martial artist's path might be, for him, it was merely a minor hurdle. Strength. I can feel the power surging through my entire body. Having just broken through, spiritual energy surged violently within him. His flesh, bones, and meridians underwent a comprehensive transformation and reinforcement. Every breakthrough was a process of baptism. For martial artists who cultivated step by step, even they could clearly feel the change. For Su Xiaobai, whose cultivation skyrocketed instantly, the transformation was even more profound. It felt as if he had been reborn. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, Advanced Warrior. Strength level, Intermediate Martial Master. Endurance level, Intermediate Martial Master. Agility level, Advanced Martial Master. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Mastered techniques, Diamond Body, Intermediate, Soaring Sky Transformation, Intermediate, True Flame Hand, Beginner, Blood Attack, Beginner, Chinquan Technique, Beginner. Unlocked System Functions, One-Click Cultivation, Level 8, One-Click Practice, Level 7, Auto Hunting, Level 4. Su Xiaobai's overall strength had now reached the level of an intermediate martial master. No, this is just the strength displayed on the system panel. I feel like I'm far stronger than a typical intermediate martial master. His eyes burned with intensity. He had previously experienced the power of advanced martial masters up close. Now, from the surging strength within him, he could sense an aura that was almost on par with them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could now go head-to-head with an advanced martial master. And with his spatial attribute techniques, he might even be capable of killing one. If I continue advancing, I'll reach Martial General status, and then Martial Commander. By then, I'll truly be a ruler in my own right. Reaching the Martial Master level was a watershed moment. At this stage, one could enter the core district, establish a family, and own small businesses, carving out a prosperous life. With some luck, they might even enter government ranks and become officials. Reaching the Martial General level would make one a pivotal figure in government, capable of overseeing a district. This was why terms like Martial General Counselors existed. The stronger the Martial General, the more influence they wielded, and their family's power would grow accordingly. As for Martial Commanders, they were indisputably at the pinnacle of base number 18. They could overturn clouds and rain, wielding the power of life and death over 5 million people. Their strength was terrifyingly unparalleled. Currently, in base number 18, apart from the base governor, the remaining top-tier forces comprise the heads of the 4 great families, a total of 5 martial commanders. Each one of them could walk on the heavens and split mountains with their power. These individuals represented humanity's strongest defensive assets. I really want to find a martial master to fight and see who's stronger. But to stay low profile, I'd better not. Don't want to scare anyone too much. Despite his battle thirst, Su Xiaobai held himself back. He was eager to test his true strength, but understood his current position. At 17 years old, just a few months ago, he was an ordinary person. Now, he had become an advanced martial artist with power comparable to an advanced martial master. Such rapid growth would surely attract dangerous attention if revealed. Wait, this spatial attribute seems capable of concealing my spiritual energy fluctuations. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai remembered something. With a thought, he activated the spatial attribute. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from his advanced warrior status began to diminish. Soon, they dropped to the level of an intermediate warrior, then to that of a beginner warrior. Finally, they became as faint as those of an advanced quasi-warrior. Ha ha! Madman Drake truly was my lucky star. He handed me such a valuable treasure on a silver platter. Absolutely perfect. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh out loud. If Drake could hear this, he'd probably die of anger all over again. Helping Su Xiaobai was one thing, but Su Xiaobai mastering what Drake himself couldn't even comprehend was another level of insult. Now I can finally move freely. Just a bit longer. Once I ascend another level and become a beginner martial master, I'll settle things with the Yuan family once and for all. A sharp glint flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Choosing to align with the Zhang family was his decision, one he didn't regret. But his current predicament was entirely caused by the Yuan family. He wasn't reckless. Even with the power to contend against advanced martial masters, he didn't act impulsively. Once he ascended another realm, he truly gained the capability to crush the Yuan family. Their days were numbered. Yuan family, just you wait. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Xiaobai donned his black cloak once more and headed to the Treasure Pill Pavilion to collect the proceeds from the auction of his 12 pills. To avoid drawing too much attention, he suppressed his spiritual energy to the level of an intermediate warrior. Rose personally received him. Master Bai, the pills you crafted are truly extraordinary. Several prominent families fought over them. In the end, they sold for a total of $280 million. After deducting our commission, $258.58 million has been transferred to your account. Rose smiled charmingly. Good, Su Xiaobai replied with a nod after glancing at the transaction record. This time, he didn't bring more pills. Selling so many Golden Crow Meridian Protection pills already attracted attention. Continuing to sell would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Master Bai, wait. The buyer of your pills this time is Lin Chun, the young master of the Lin family. He has expressed a desire to meet you. Before Rose could finish, Su Xiaobai raised his hand and cut her off. No, he said coolly, turning to leave the VIP room. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a young man in luxurious attire standing there. Don't leave in such a hurry, Master Bai, the man said with a smile. I have something important to discuss with you. Flanking him were two advanced martial masters who glared coldly at Su Xiaobai, their intimidating auras subtly pressing down on him. Do you need something? Su Xiaobai asked coldly. Since the incident with Madman Drake, Su Xiaobai had grown increasingly intolerant of certain families, especially those who relied on their power to bully others. For example, the young man standing before him now. That smirk and punchable demeanor made Su Xiaobai's gaze turn colder. Master Bai, I am Lin Chun from the Lin family. If there's anything I've done to offend you, please forgive me. Lin Chun clasped his hands, bowing slightly, his tone respectful. Such is the status of an alchemist. Even a scion of the Lin family, one of the four great families, had to show due deference to an alchemist. I'm leaving now. You're my way, Su Xiaobai said indifferently. Master Bai, I know you're busy, but I won't take up much of your time. Lin Chun replied with a smile. I heard that you're a grade 5 alchemist. On behalf of the Lin family, I would like to invite you to refine a grade 5 pill for us. All the materials have been prepared, and you'll receive a generous reward. What do you say? I don't have the time. Su Xiaobai flatly refused. Help refine a pill? What a joke. His alchemist identity was entirely a pretense. If he went to a powerful family's estate, it would be like walking into a trap. Besides, Lin Chun's attitude rubbed him the wrong way. A smiling face on the surface, but undoubtedly scheming underneath. Master Bai, would you reconsider? My grandfather specifically instructed me to extend this invitation to you. Oh, and by the way, my grandfather is Lin Futian. Lin Futian. The name resounded through base number 18. A martial commander-level powerhouse and one of the ruling figures of base number 18. His command included numerous martial, general-level subordinates. As someone born in base number 18, how could Su Xiaobai not know of Lin Futian's name? However, Su Xiaobai was also well aware that someone like Lin Futian wouldn't waste his time with trivial matters. Clearly, Lin Chun was using his grandfather's name to intimidate him. Oh, is that so? Then send my regards to your grandfather. I have things to do, so I'll be on my way. Leaving behind an indifferent remark, Su Xiaobai turned and walked away. This time, Lin Chun didn't stop him. But as he turned to look at Su Xiaobai's departing figure, his gaze darkened ominously. Once the elevator doors closed, you two follow him. Lin Chun ordered. Gather all the information you can about him and report back to me. Yes. The two advanced martial masters nodded in response. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit asterisk. Does this so-called alchemist really think he's untouchable? Asterisk, a Chinese idiom meaning refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. It implies that someone declines goodwill only to end up forced into a worse situation. Lin Chun muttered venomously. If he were a grade 6 or higher alchemist, I might have let this slide. But a mere grade 5 alchemist dares to act high and mighty with me. How absurd! Lin Chun's gaze turned ruthless. As the heir to the Lin family, one of base number 18's 4 great families, he wielded absolute authority and could act with impunity. Even martial general-level officials would bow their heads respectfully when they saw him. While he wasn't opposed to being polite occasionally, a grade 5 alchemist didn't qualify for such treatment. Through his spatial awareness, Su Xiaobai had clearly overheard Lin Chen's words. What a headache, but also an opportunity. He grinned. Advanced martial masters, huh? Perfect for testing my strength. When the elevator dinged, Su Xiaobai exited directly onto the first floor. The two advanced martial masters suppressed their auras and followed him from a distance. From another hidden corner, Zhang Hengde, who had been secretly protecting Su Xiaobai, noticed the two figures trailing him. His expression darkened instantly. Those two, they're elite members of the Lin family. Zhang Hengde recognized them at a glance. He had encountered the Lin family before. For the insignificant Zhang family, the Lin family was like a towering giant. They could crush them effortlessly, leaving Zhang Hengde with an indelible impression. These two, in particular, were known to be the personal bodyguards of the Lin family's young master. Could it be that the Lin family heir had set his sights on Su Xiaobai? This is bad. Zhang Hengde's face turned grim. If they were from a Yuan family, I could intervene without hesitation. The Yuan family is our mortal enemy. But the Lin family? How can I afford to offend them? More importantly, I am only an intermediate martial master. Against two advanced martial masters, I'd stand no chance. And he wasn't sure whether he should report this to Zhang Henglong. Let's follow for now. As he deliberated, Su Xiaobai rounded a corner and disappeared from sight. Zhang Hengde immediately trailed behind. Su Xiaobai avoided public transport, weaving through the streets on foot. He took a circuitous route, heading toward the outskirts of base number 18. The two advanced martial masters maintained their distance, silently following. Further back, Zhang Hengde kept his own distance, doing his best to suppress his aura to avoid detection by the advanced martial masters. He's heading in the opposite direction of his home. Looks like he's noticed them. Zhang Hengde breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Xiaobai was aware, he could find a safe place to throw them off. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Why is he heading to such a remote area? What is he planning? To Zhang Hengde's surprise, Su Xiaobai didn't choose a hiding spot, but instead continued deeper into an uninhabited part of the base. This area was desolate, far from the bustling city. If the advanced martial masters had ill intentions, there'd be no one to stop them. Moments later, we can't keep going like this. If we do, I won't even be able to help if something happens. Zhang Hengde was growing anxious. The area was becoming increasingly open, leaving him with fewer places to hide. If he went any further, he risked being discovered by the two advanced martial masters. At last, Su Xiaobai stopped in front of an abandoned, half-constructed building. The two advanced martial masters concealed themselves, their eyes locked on a Su Xiaobai through narrow gaps in the structure. To them, this behavior wasn't suspicious at all. It made perfect sense for a secretive alchemist with no known background to reside in such a desolate place. Suddenly, swish, Su Xiaobai's figure vanished into thin air. He's gone. The two advanced martial masters were stunned. Just as they were about to emerge and investigate, a flash of movement appeared in their field of vision. The figure was incredibly fast, unbelievably fast, so fast that they couldn't react in time. Blood attack, a blood-red flash, like a bloody crescent moon, swiftly flickered through the air. Su Xiaobai made his move. The aura of an advanced warrior erupted in full force. The spatial movement enhancement from the Qingquan technique had already allowed his speed to span 2 levels. After advancing to the rank of an advanced warrior, his power surged again. Although his agility on the system's panel still marked him as an advanced warrior, in reality, he was already dangerously close to the level of a junior martial general. The two advanced warriors were indeed formidable. But in the face of Su Xiaobai's full-force attack, with all his hidden trump cards and the added disdain for mid-level warriors, they couldn't even react. Shoo! It was the faint sound of a blade slicing through flesh. One of the advanced warriors had just started to raise his defense, his spiritual energy rippling as he gathered his power. But before he could finish preparing, the bloody crescent of red light had already mercilessly slashed across his neck. His posture froze. The spiritual energy he had summoned immediately collapsed back down. The light of life in his eyes quickly dimmed and vanished. Dead, dead. The other advanced warrior had just finished preparing for battle, but he suddenly noticed his companion's life force vanish without a trace. In just a moment, one advanced master's life had been snuffed out, and the one who killed him was a mid-level warrior. No, now an advanced warrior? The advanced martial master's pupils trembled. His whole body shuddered involuntarily. A wave of inexplicable fear surged from the depths of his heart. He could understand an advanced warrior concealing their energy to appear as an intermediate warrior. But an advanced warrior had actually crossed an entire realm and killed an advanced warrior. Would anyone believe this if he told them? Even witnessing it firsthand, he could hardly believe it himself. Run! I must run! Without any hesitation, the advanced martial master decisively chose to turn and flee. He was already terrified by Su Xiaobai's strike. There had been no warning, no time to react. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't respond in time. Most crucially, the viciousness of the attack, the brutality of the attack, had already exceeded his ability to resist. This wasn't the kind of threat one would expect from an advanced warrior. It felt more like facing a junior martial general. In front of such an enemy, where was his chance of survival? Want to run? It's already too late. Having just killed one of the advanced martial masters, Su Xiaobai's feet had barely touched the ground. Without any pause, he suddenly turned and lunged toward the other advanced warrior who had tried to flee. He wasn't someone who enjoyed killing, but he knew that if he didn't show those aristocratic families the consequences and force them to recognize some hard truths, such incidents would never stop. Wanted to track him? Then they have to pay the price. Golden Tiger Body. Realizing that Su Xiaobai was chasing after him, the advanced martial master was so frightened that he immediately activated his body forging technique. His body strengthening technique was at the refined level and had reached the intermediate stage. Even an attack from an advanced warrior would be manageable for him. At the same time, he quickly pulled out a communicator from his pocket. Communicators were incredibly valuable in this era. They were expensive, and even a family like the Zhang family couldn't afford one. Only powerful families like the Lin family could equip them. Young master, save me. As soon as he spoke, a cold breath swept across his neck, and a slash was heard. The advanced martial master quickly dodged. He touched his neck, his hand stained with blood. Su Xiaobai had just struck again, but due to the body-strengthening technique, this blow didn't immediately take his life. Su Xiaobai's current strength was that of an intermediate martial master. Added to that was the blood attack explosive attack bonus. Killing an advanced martial master was well within his capability, but if the advanced martial master had activated his body forging technique, one strike alone clearly wasn't enough. What happened? Meanwhile, Lin Shun, hearing the screams and pleas for help from his subordinate, had a sudden change in expression. That alchemist, before he could finish, the signal was cut off, and the communicator in the advanced martial master's hand was sliced in two. Along with it, a long gash appeared on the warrior's arm. The artery was severed, and blood poured from the wound. At this point, Zhang Hengde, who had been watching from a distance, finally realized what had happened. But his face was filled with shock, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth so agape in disbelief that it could fit an egg. He couldn't have seen that right, could he? Guessed Elder Su had actually killed an advanced martial master with a single strike, and the other advanced martial master had chosen to run away. Zhang Hengde couldn't even begin to describe the tumult of emotions churning inside him, and he had no words to explain the scene he was witnessing. It had only been a month since Su Xiaobai had killed Madman Drake in front of him. Zhang Hengde had still not recovered from the shock of that incident, often replaying it in his mind. But 1 month later, despite his own strength barely improving, Su Xiaobai had already grown strong enough to kill an advanced martial master in a single blow. Doesn't this mean that over the past month, he had been protecting someone stronger than himself? Perhaps his presence had already been exposed to others. Master Bai, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me." While Zhang Hengde was still lost in shock, the fleeing advanced martial master was already screaming and begging for mercy. In just a few breaths' time, he was covered in wounds. On his neck, on his back, on the back of his head. Everywhere there were hideous gashes. Su Xiaobai had been trying to find his weaknesses, launching multiple explosive attacks. If this advanced warrior hadn't known body-strengthening techniques, he would have been dead by now. Puffed. Ignoring the advanced martial master's pleas for mercy, Su Xiaobai struck again, severing his Achilles tendon, leaving him unable to move. The advanced martial master was still crying out for mercy. He looked at Su Xiaobai as though he had seen a ghost. Soon, the advanced martial master's cries fell silent. Su Xiaobai erupted once more, launching multiple blood attack strikes, cleaving through the advanced martial master's body. Even with his body-strengthening technique protecting him, he was instantly slain. At this point, both advanced martial masters had lost their lives at the hands of Su Xiaobai. When dealing with enemies, Su Xiaobai showed no mercy. He knew very well that if he were on the opposite side today, the weaker party, he would not receive any mercy or leniency from anyone. In this world, where the strong prey on the weak, everything is absolute darkness and cruelty. Su Xiaobai thoroughly looted the two corpses, taking the most valuable items. It must be said, the treatment of large families is indeed quite generous. From these two advanced martial masters, Su Xiaobai managed to loot a lot of good things. Micro-level body refining technique, micro-level weapon technique, and some entry-level elemental techniques. Not bad. This is what being from a big family means. Just from what they carried on their bodies, there were several micro-level techniques. These could easily fetch millions in the market. And those weapons, each one was also worth a significant amount. Unfortunately, the weapons could not be liquidated. Once they were, it would be equivalent to exposing themselves. After finishing the looting, Su Xiaobai looked up toward Zhang Hengde's location and said, "Second Master, are you not coming out yet?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just right to reach Zhang Hengde's ears. Zhang Hengde was startled, his body trembling. He dared not slack off and quickly flew over. Advanced warrior. As soon as he approached and sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Su Xiaobai, a huge wave of shock surged in his heart. The last time he sensed Su Xiaobai's aura, he was clearly only a beginner warrior. In just a month, he had already reached the advanced warrior stage. Such a speed of advancement made Zhang Hengde break out in cold sweat. But what scared him even more was Su Xiaobai, despite being at the advanced warrior stage, almost crushed and killed two advanced martial artists. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Zhang Hengde greets guest Elder Su. Zhang Hengde quickly bowed and saluted. This was the second time he had formally saluted Su Xiaobai in such a respectful manner. The first time was at the Zhang family, when he had done so reluctantly, purely out of respect for family etiquette. But this time, he was wholeheartedly respectful, full of awe and fear, sincerely bowing to Su Xiaobai. He also glanced at the two advanced martial masters who were dead on the ground. Even in death, their eyes were filled with fear and despair. The strength of these martial masters was clearly stronger than his older brother, Zhang Henglong. Yet even so, they had no power to resist under Su Xiaobai's hands. Thinking about this, Zhang Hengde's heart trembled. Just how powerful is guest Elder Su? Second Master, please deal with these two corpses. Su Xiaobai flicked his finger, causing the blood from the dagger to shake off. Guest Elder Su, you are too polite. It's my duty. Zhang Hengde nodded repeatedly, completely losing the arrogance of the second master of the Zhang family. Because he knew that as long as Su Xiaobai wanted to, he could kill him in an instant. No, not just him, but the entire Zhang family. Also, you don't need to come to my house anymore. Su Xiaobai said coldly. Understood. Understood. Zhang Hengde replied repeatedly. Just as he had expected, Su Xiaobai had long discovered him but had simply never exposed him. Make sure to clean up thoroughly and leave no traces. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Then, as Zhang Hengde watched, Su Xiaobai's figure shot out at lightning speed, fast enough to leave Zhang Hengde in awe. When Su Xiaobai's figure completely disappeared, Zhang Hengde finally snapped back to reality. Too strong, too strong. As Zhang Hengde handled the bodies, he couldn't help muttering to himself. The images of what had just happened kept spinning in his mind. The shock still hadn't worn off. In the Pill Treasure Pavilion, beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the communicator, Lin Chen's expression turned ugly. Clearly, the two advanced martial artists he had sent out had encountered some mishap, and it was very likely that they had already been killed. That Master Bai was clearly just an intermediate warrior. How could he kill two advanced martial masters? The only possibility was that this Master Bai had a powerful protector behind him. A fifth-tier alchemist dares to kill my people, seeking death. In a typical situation, ordinary people would be cautious. But Lin Chen, instead, was filled with rage. As the grandson of a martial commander and the future successor of the Lin family, he had always been proud, especially relying on the powerful backing of Lin Futian. Lin Chen was even more reckless. From the fact that he had people follow the alchemist, one could see his intentions. If the alchemist were a 6th tier or 7th tier, maybe Lin Chen would have been hesitant. But a 5th tier alchemist? That was not enough to make him back down. I'll see for myself just who's backing that guy. Lin Chen's gaze was filled with malice. With his spatial perception turned on, Su Xiaobai confirmed that no one was following him and then returned home safely. My current strength is enough to kill advanced martial masters. Su Xiaobai felt confident. He was now at the advanced warrior stage, but he could kill advanced martial artists. Even Su Xiaobai himself felt like it was a dream. But because of his strength, Su Xiaobai no longer needed to hide or be cautious. He could walk on the streets with his head held high. Of course, he still needed to slightly conceal his aura. Otherwise, a 17-year-old advanced warrior would stand out too much. I now have nearly 260 million. It's time to upgrade again. Su Xiaobai cracked his knuckles. Over 200 million. Such a massive fortune was unimaginable even for advanced warriors. Let's not talk about other things. Let's upgrade the auto-hunting feature to level 5. Also, let's see what extra features will be unlocked at level 5. Su Xiaobai issued the command to the system. Upgrade complete. With the system's prompt, after deducting a full 32.4 million, the auto-hunting space showed the 5th shadow. As soon as the 5th shadow appeared, the system immediately dispatched it to the designated area to kill monsters. Ding! Auto-hunting space upgraded to level 5, unlocking the extra feature, Master of Soldiers. Master of Soldiers, the shadow can now use weapons. This new feature is pretty good. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Previously, the shadows were unable to use weapons, relying only on their legs and feet. But because they could use martial arts techniques, they were able to easily deal with fierce beasts. However, as the level of the beasts to be hunted increased, even with martial arts techniques, it was becoming clear that they were starting to fall behind. Just a couple of days ago, one of the shadows was wiped out and took 24 hours to respawn before being sent out again. If the shadows could equip weapons, it would mean their combat power would be even stronger and the efficiency of hunting fierce beasts would naturally improve. Being able to equip weapons means their attack methods will also change. Right now, my dagger is meant for killing people, especially in one-on-one combat where it has a huge advantage. But it's not suitable for hunting beasts with the shadows. Instead, I need some long weapons that can handle group attacks, which would improve the efficiency of hunting monsters. Su Xiaobai thought to himself, the shadows are mainly focused on hunting. A dagger is certainly not appropriate. Switching to a long sword or a broadsword, weapons that can strike in wide sweeps and kill groups of enemies at once, would obviously be better. Even if they encountered martial artist teams in the wild, they'd also have better counterattack efficiency. With improved efficiency, the benefits Su Xiaobai would gain would naturally rise as well. That means I need to cultivate techniques for other weapons. Having weapons requires corresponding weapon techniques to help enhance strength. If it were any other warrior, they wouldn't manage. Once they chose a weapon and cultivated a technique for it, switching to learn another technique halfway would take too much time and energy. But Su Xiaobai was different. He automatically practices martial arts. Throw 2 techniques into the system, and in a few hours, he can reach the beginner level. In a day or 2, the intermediate level, and after a few more days, the advanced level. It's incredibly efficient, so it didn't matter how many techniques he wanted to learn. Fortunately, I've looted several weapon techniques from those 2 advanced martial artists, and now I can put them to use. Just waiting for a few hours, these 2 micro-level weapon techniques will easily reach the beginner level, and in a few more days, they'll be easily advanced to the higher levels. System, help me send these weapons over. Su Xiaobai took a few weapons from his Qinkuan space, all of which he had looted from the 2 advanced martial masters. However, these weapons were mostly soft swords, and short daggers, which were portable but clearly did not meet Su Xiaobai's requirements. Tomorrow, I'll have to visit the Warrior Hall to buy a few suitable weapons and also learn some techniques better suited for group attacks. Next, I need to spend more money. Right now, my one-click cultivation space is at level 8, and reaching level 10 is no problem. The one-click practice space is still level 7, but to reach level 10, it will cost almost 180 million. That's enough. Let's upgrade the one-click practice space first. To level up the auto-hunting function to the next level, it would cost over 100 million spirit coins. Spending that much at once clearly wasn't worth it. The money should be spent wisely. For Su Xiaobai, one-click cultivation and one-click practice were the true sources of significant power increases. And level 10 was a key milestone. Reaching this level would unlock new additional functions. Upgrade complete. After deducting 25.6 million, one-click practice reached level 8, increasing the space flow rate by 256 times. After deducting 51.2 million, one-click practice reached level 9, increasing the space flow rate by 512 times. After deducting 102.4 million, one-click practice reached level 10, increasing the space flow rate by 1024 times. Beep. One-click practice space upgraded to level 10, unlocking new additional function, 3 lives. 3 lives expands the one-click practice space to allow simultaneous cultivation of 3 techniques. So comfortable, so satisfying. Although he'd spent nearly 180 million, Su Xiaobai was thrilled. Not to mention anything else, the 1024 times practice speed meant what? Even something as rare as the Qinkuan technique could be upgraded to the beginner level in just a day or 2. And for other common techniques, it would take only a few minutes, even less than an hour, to master them easily. Moreover, reaching level 10 unlocked the ability to practice 3 techniques simultaneously. This alone was worth that 180 million spirit coins. System, help me put the diamond body technique in as well. Su Xiaobai couldn't wait. Currently, the techniques he was practicing included Qinkuan technique and blood attack. Qinkuan technique needs no introduction. It's a micro-level space attribute technique. The higher its level, the stronger Su Xiaobai's foundation and hidden trump cards become. Blood attack had already reached the intermediate level. In a few hours, it would advance to the advanced level. Reaching the highest level would only take a few more days, and it was Su Xiaobai's greatest burst attack method. Now with Diamond Body added, once it and Blood Attack reach the highest level, he'll add Soaring Sky Transformation and True Flame Hand. When they all reach their peak, he could begin learning new techniques. It's easy to imagine how terrifying Su Xiaobai's future techniques and strength will be. Not to mention, he could instantly defeat advanced martial masters. Even taking down martial generals wouldn't be a problem. As for the remaining 40 million, I'll use it to upgrade one-click cultivation and one-click alchemy. After deducting 25.6 million, one-click cultivation reached level 9. After deducting 2.4 million, one-click alchemy reached level 2. After deducting 7.2 million, one-click alchemy reached level 3. Su Xiaobai checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, advanced martial artist. Strength level, intermediate martial master. Endurance level, intermediate martial master. Agility level, advanced martial master. Cultivation talent, lowest rank. Mastered skills, diamond body, intermediate. Soaring sky transformation, intermediate. True flame hand, intermediate. Blood attack, intermediate. Chinkuan technique, beginner. Unlocked system functions. One-click cultivation, level 9. One-click practice, level 10. Auto hunting, level 5. One-click alchemy, level 3. Yuan family. Congratulations, you're about to be destroyed. Su Xiaobai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Su Xiaobai's current strength meant that if he wished, he could completely trample the Yuan family underfoot, wantonly humiliating and slaughtering them. And this could happen so quickly that the Yuan family wouldn't even have time to react before all their lives were snuffed out. However, Su Xiaobai wouldn't act so recklessly. No matter how weak the Yuan family seemed, they were still residents of the core district. With that status, the government of base number 18 and the major families would enforce the rules. While Su Xiaobai was confident in his strength, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could contend with martial generals or martial commanders yet. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry. He would steadily improve his strength. When the time was right, crushing the Yuan family would be no more difficult than squashing an ant. Meanwhile, in the core district at the Zhang family estate, in the conference room, the family head, Zhang Honglong, was discussing matters with the senior members of the family. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone's brows were tightly furrowed. Family head, we can't retreat any further. Exactly. We've already lost the territory in the hot rainforest to the Yuan family. If we give up the Azure Tongue Wasteland this time, our profits will drop by at least 20%. The Yuan family is going too far. We've backed down repeatedly, and now they're taking advantage. Family head, give the order. Even if I die, I'll make sure to take at least one of them down with me. The senior members of the Zhang family were seething with anger. In the core district, each major family had its own team of martial artists to hunt fierce beasts in the wilderness. The first was to harvest beast materials. These materials brought substantial benefits, enabling the family to grow stronger. The second was to clear out beasts. This protected the base and prevented the beasts from reproducing too quickly and encroaching on human living space. And the third was to expand territory. If possible, they aimed to extend the boundaries of human bases, increasing living space for humanity. Of these, the first reason was the only one that truly drove the families to put in the effort. Profit. Everything was for profit. To ensure stable sources of income, each family's hunting grounds for fierce beasts were clearly divided. Once a territory belonged to a family, other families were not allowed to hunt there without permission. However, in recent times, conflicts between the Zhang family and the Yuan family had intensified, leading to repeated clashes between their warrior teams. Inevitably, the Zhang family often came out worse. To preserve their warriors, the Zhang family had no choice but to give up their hunting grounds. Just now, word had come from the Zhang family's warrior team. The Yuan family had invaded their stronghold in the Azure Tongue Wasteland once again, causing significant losses to the Zhang family's team. They had lost dozens of warriors, several intermediate warriors, and even an advanced warrior. When the news reached the Zhang family, it ignited a wave of fury among all its members. This was outright bullying. Over the years, the Yuan family had initiated numerous conflicts. Initially, the Zhang family could resist, but as their core strength dwindled, their position weakened, emboldening the Yuan family to press their advantage. Now, they were blatantly seizing territories to maintain their survival. The Zhang family had already ceded several hunting grounds and was even forced to seek new ones. But the Yuan family showed no signs of stopping, continuing their aggressive incursions. Understand your eagerness to fight, but now is not the time. Zhang Honglong said, shaking his head with a sigh. The Yuan family's momentum grows stronger by the day. With our current strength, confronting them head-on would be difficult. As the head of the family, Zhang Honglong couldn't act impulsively like the others. He needed to consider the bigger picture, the entire family. A reckless clash would only result in mutual losses and long-term damage to their vitality. For the sake of the family, he could only choose to retreat. What? Are we just going to let the Yuan family corner us, without fighting back? If only the family head could ascend to Marshal General, the Yuan family would have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. The senior members gritted their teeth in frustration, their hearts filled with indignation. The only way out of this impasse was for Zhang Honglong to advance from an advanced martial master to a martial general. Once he achieved that, the Zhang family would go from being on the defensive to taking the initiative, and the Yuan family would be doomed. But becoming a martial general wasn't so easy. There were many advanced martial masters, but few ever reached the level of martial general. Boom! Suddenly, the door was flung open with a loud bang. Panting heavily, Zhang Hongda rushed into the room. Second master. Everyone stood up and saluted. What's the matter, second brother? Zhang Honglong asked, his brows deeply furrowed. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Could it be that the Yuan family had sent an expert to assassinate Su guest official and that Zhang Hongda had barely escaped? But as he observed Zhang Hongda more closely, he saw no signs of battle on him. Be big brother. I have something urgent to report. Zhang Hongda stammered, catching his breath after several deep gasps. It's very urgent. You all wait here for now. Second brother, come with me to the study, Zhang Honglong said, prioritizing caution as he led Zhang Hongda away. In the conference room, the senior members of the Zhang family were left grumbling. I just don't understand what the family head is afraid of. If we fought the Yuan family head-on, we might not lose. Even if we did, we'd at least severely wound them and make them think twice before acting rashly again. Say no more. The family head must have his reasons. But how long can this go on? The Yuan family keeps invading, and we keep retreating. At this rate, we'll have to give up the territories in the east as well. Soon, we'll all be left starving. Ugh. The senior members sighed in frustration, their resentment growing. They felt stifled, oppressed to the point of collapse. Being mocked and suppressed without the ability to fight back was unbearable. It's so frustrating. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out from the study. Ha 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 ha. The senior members in the conference room exchanged bewildered looks. What could possibly make the family head so delighted? A moment later, the study door swung open, and Zhang Honglong emerged, his face brimming with excitement and his eyes shining with vigor. Send word to all Zhang family warriors. From this moment, enter full battle readiness. I'm heading out for a bit. Once I return, we'll launch an all-out counterattack against the Yuan family. Hearing these words, everyone from the Zhang family was momentarily stunned. Then, exchanging glances, they found themselves at a loss. What news had the second-in-command brought back? Why was the family head so delighted, even going so far as to prepare for war with the Yuan family? Could it be that they'd managed to invite some particularly powerful expert to aid them? The group asked about the reason, but Zhang Honglong didn't respond. Instead, he instructed them to stay at the family residence while he and Zhang Hongda left together. Thus, under the puzzled gazes of the Zhang family's senior members, the two brothers quickly got into a vehicle and made their way to Su Xiaobai's temporary residence. Mr. Su isn't here. To avoid drawing attention, they had deliberately concealed their identities and suppressed their auras. But when they knocked on Su Xiaobai's door, Su Linger greeted them with the news that Su Xiaobai had gone out. Yes, my brother hasn't returned yet, Su Linger replied sweetly. All right, we'll come back later to visit him. Instead of leaving, Zhang Honglong and Zhang Hongda headed to a tall building opposite the residence. From there, they quietly stood guard over Su Linger while awaiting Su Xiaobai's return. At the same time, Su Xiaobai was in the warrior hall, selecting weapons specifically for his shadows. Long blades, long swords, and various other long weapons with area of effect capabilities. Su Xiaobai spent 3 million on 5 alloy-grade weapons. System: equip these 5 weapons for the shadows, Su Xiaobai instructed. Equipment equipped. Far away, more than tens of kilometers outside the base, the shadows that had previously been fighting beasts with just their limbs suddenly found weapons in their hands. Their fighting stances shifted instantly as they began wielding the weapons to fight the beasts. After handling the weapons, Su Xiaobai went on to select micro-level combat techniques suited for long swords and long blades. Spending another 1 million in an hour of his time, he memorized 5 micro-level weapon techniques in full. System: temporarily suspend the 3 techniques currently under practice. Replace them with these 3. The automated training system adjusted the stances of the 3 shadows, which began swiftly practicing various moves with simulated long blades and swords. Within just a few minutes, all 3 techniques reached the beginner level. Su Xiaobai quickly replaced 2 of the techniques. Done. All at the beginner level now. Next, I just need to wait a bit. Once they advance to intermediate and then senior levels, the Shadow's combat capabilities will improve by at least 50%. Su Xiaobai's eyes glinted. Currently, the Shadows had combat power comparable to intermediate martial masters. With the addition of weapons and weapon techniques, they could even rival advanced martial masters. This meant that the 5 Shadows' increased strength would lead to a substantial boost in monster hunting efficiency. By Su Xiaobai's estimation, within a week, he could earn at least tens of millions in spirit coins just from beast materials alone. If he also refined a bit of elixir in the meantime, monthly earnings of several 100 million spirit coins would be a piece of cake. Just as Su Xiaobai was happily contemplating his ever-increasing profits and steadily rising strength, his expression suddenly changed. There are several new auras outside the training room, Su Xiaobai murmured, his eyes narrowing. His spatial perception quickly expanded outward. Sure enough, the hallway outside the training room, usually filled with quasi-warriors or warriors waiting to take their turns, was now teeming with martial masters and warriors. Intermediate warriors, advanced warriors, beginner martial masters, and even intermediate martial masters. A quick count revealed over 30 people. Each one bore an unfriendly expression, their eyes filled with hostility. Especially the advanced martial master leading the group, who glared at the door of the training room with such intensity it seemed he wanted to rip it apart and drag Su Xiaobai out. Finally found him after such a long search, muttered the advanced martial master. This man was none other than Yuan Qi. He had been searching relentlessly for Su Xiaobai for quite some time, only to come up empty-handed as though the latter had vanished in a thin air. Just as Yuan Qi was about to give up, word came that Su Xiaobai had appeared in the warrior hall. Immediately, Yuan Qi gathered his men and rushed over. Yuan Qi, shall we make a move now? Another advanced martial master from the Yuan family asked. This is the government's warrior hall. Taking action here would cost the Yuan family dearly. No need to hurry. Let's wait for him to come out. Then, we'll give him a proper reception, Yuan Qi said viciously. Inside the training room, Su Xiaobai heard their words through his spatial perception. I wasn't going after them, and yet they've come looking for me. A cold smile spread across Su Xiaobai's face. Since they've delivered themselves to me, why should I show any mercy? By appearing openly in the warrior hall, Su Xiaobai had already made his stance clear. The Yuan family wanted him dead. He wanted the Yuan family dead. It was kill or be killed. If it weren't for the fact that the Yuan family resided in the core zone, potentially alerting the major families there, Su Xiaobai would not have waited this long. But now, the situation had changed. Their act of seeking him out indicated they had a plan to conceal their actions from the major families in the core zone. Su Xiaobai intended to use this to stage a spectacular counterattack. With a faint hiss, the training room door slowly slid open. Su Xiaobai, now calm and composed, appeared as though nothing had happened. He stepped out of the room nonchalantly. It's him. Yuan Qi's eyes gleamed. 17 years old, advanced quasi-warrior. The appearance matched the image perfectly. "Excuse me," Yuan Qi said, stepping forward to block Su Xiaobai's path. Flashing a harmless grin, he continued, "You must be Su Xiaobai, the esteemed Mr. Su, correct?" "Yes, that's me," Su Xiaobai replied with a look of innocent confusion. "I'm from a Zhang family. Our family head wishes to meet with you regarding an urgent matter," Yuan Qi said, his smile laced with malice. "An urgent matter? But I'm a bit busy right now," Su Xiaobai said, feigning hesitation. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. It won't take up too much of your time. Our family head is already waiting, along with all the other guest experts. You're the only one missing," Yuan Qi said with a bright smile. "All right then. Since everyone's gathered, it would be impolite for me not to go. Lead the way," Su Xiaobai said, nodding in agreement. A flicker of joy and ruthlessness flashed in Yuan Qi's eyes. Under Yuan Qi's guidance, Su Xiaobai boarded the vehicle, heading toward the core zone. "Kid, you wasted so much of my time. Just wait. Soon you'll learn how miserable it is to become an enemy of the Yuan family." The vehicle proceeded all the way into the core district. "Mr. Su, your talent is truly remarkable. To reach the level of an advanced quasi-warrior at just 17 years old is something many people can only dream of." Yuan Qi, seated beside Su Xiaobai, smiled as he spoke. "No wonder the family head is so eager to value talent and invited you to become our Zhang family's guest official." To avoid attracting attention, Su Xiaobai deliberately restrained his spiritual energy fluctuation to the level of an advanced quasi-warrior. Although such achievements at 17 were rare, they were not unheard of, typically seen among the scions of powerful families. For an ordinary person, it was nearly impossible. Just a stroke of luck. "By the way, you said you're from the Zhang family. Why is it that I didn't see you when I visited the Zhang family before?" Su Xiaobai feigned ignorance. "I was previously assigned outside the base and wasn't around, so it's normal that you wouldn't know me." Yuan Qi's explanation was watertight. "Oh, I see. Wait a minute. It seems like we're taking the wrong route. If I recall, the way to the Zhang family should be over there, right?" Su Xiaobai suddenly pointed out of the window in confusion. "This meeting is very important. To prevent other families from eavesdropping or spying, the family head arranged for it to be held elsewhere," Yuan Qi explained with a smile. "We're still within the core district, so no one would dare act recklessly here, right?" "That makes sense," Su Xiaobai nodded, seeming convinced. A moment later, they arrived. However, the destination turned out to be none other than the Yuan family manor. Yuan Qi and his cohorts had investigated beforehand and found that Su Xiaobai had only visited the core district once before and never again after that. Thus, it was highly likely he wouldn't recognize the Yuan family manor. "Please, Mr. Su." After alighting, Yuan Qi led Su Xiaobai into the manor. Su Xiaobai appeared completely at ease, his relaxed demeanor further confirming Yuan Qi's assumptions. In fact, even if Su Xiaobai did recognize the place, it wouldn't have mattered. The moment Su Xiaobai stepped into the car, Yuan Qi had already locked onto him. For an intermediate warrior to deal with an advanced quasi-warrior was a simple, effortless task. Soon, they reached the Yuan family's reception hall. Inside the hall, Yuan Feihe and several other senior Yuan family members were all present waiting. Upon seeing Su Xiaobai, their gazes sharpened. Indeed, an advanced quasi-warrior. Such talent at such a young age. The Zhang family is truly fortunate. But it seems this young man isn't so lucky. The senior Yuan family members thought to themselves, their eyes hiding murderous intent. "Why is it that I don't recognize anyone here? Did you bring me to the wrong place?" Su Xiaobai asked, feigning confusion as he entered the hall. "Mr. Su, he didn't bring you to the wrong place. I was the one who wanted to see you," Yuan Feihe said, smiling as he introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Yuan Feihe, head of the Yuan family." As his voice fell, the doors to the reception hall slammed shut. "The Yuan family? What are you trying to do?" Su Xiaobai's expression changed dramatically, and he put on a look of panic. Mr. Su, no need to be alarmed, Yuan Feihe said from his seat, smiling. You must have heard something about the feud between the Yuan family and the Zhang family, right? I won't hide it from you. The Yuan family and the Zhang family are indeed irreconcilable. Ever since Zhang Honglong broke my third brother's arm, I swore that the Yuan family and the Zhang family would be locked in a fight to the death. Mr. Su, you're a genius. At just 17 years old, you've reached the level of an advanced quasi-warrior with extraordinary talent far beyond the norm. Zhang Honglong is indeed cunning, recruiting an advanced quasi-warrior as a guest elder in hopes of investing in the Zhang family's future. But let me offer you some advice. The Zhang family is already on its last legs. The Yuan family is the one with a bright future. Mr. Su, why not consider joining us? Leave the darkness for the light, and let's achieve glory and wealth together. Yuan Feihe's eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Xiaobai. He hadn't acted directly because he hoped to recruit such a genius to his side. If successful, the Zhang family would surely be enraged and humiliated. Join the Yuan family? Su Xiaobai repeated deliberately. Yes, whatever the Zhang family has promised you, the Yuan family will give you double. Whatever the Zhang family cannot provide, the Yuan family can. In this world, strength rules. Mr. Su, with your talent, you should be with the strong, shouldn't you? Yuan Feihe said confidently. Oh, so you're saying you can give me more money? Name your conditions, Mr. Su. Yuan Feihe responded, full of confidence. All right, I won't ask for much. Let's start with 1 billion spiritual coins. How about that? Su Xiaobai's words instantly caused Yuan Feihe's face to drop. The other Yuan family members also wore cold expressions, and the atmosphere in the reception hall grew tense. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Mr. Su, that's not a funny joke, Yuan Feihe said coldly. I've extended a sincere invitation, yet you mock me like this. Isn't that inappropriate? Mock you? Su Xiaobai's tone shifted, and he smiled lightly. He walked forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down naturally. You just said that reaching the level of an advanced quasi-warrior at my age makes me a rare talent, worth a hefty price. Isn't that right? Su Xiaobai smirked. But what if I told you I'm not just an advanced quasi-warrior? Not an advanced quasi-warrior? What did he mean? As confusion spread among the crowd, Su Xiaobai's spiritual energy suddenly surged explosively. A beginner warrior? He broke through to become a beginner warrior, someone exclaimed. But soon, another realization struck. Wait, this is the fluctuation of an intermediate warrior. What kind of joke is this? Advancing 2 levels in one go? Impossible. From an advanced quasi-warrior to an intermediate warrior in an instant. Everyone in the Yuan family was stunned, their faces full of shock. Yet what followed was even more terrifying. An advanced warrior. That's the aura of an advanced warrior. Heavens, an advanced warrior. He's only 17. Even Yuan Feihe felt his scalp tingle as his jaw dropped, his face frozen in utter disbelief. In just 2 breaths, Su Xiaobai had gone from an advanced quasi-warrior to an advanced warrior. A mere difference in one title, but worlds apart in strength. Yuan family head, do you still think I was joking about that 1 billion just now? Su Xiaobai said calmly. At this moment, the entire reception hall of the Yuan family was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. A 17-year-old advanced warrior. This was something utterly unprecedented in the history of base number 18. It was unheard of, unseen. Even on television, there was no genius who could compare to Su Xiaobai. No, this was no longer a matter of mere genius. This was a true monster, a prodigy beyond imagination, an unparalleled, peerless talent. If such an individual were to grow to their full potential, their future achievements would far surpass the level of martial commander or martial god. They might even reach a legendary realm beyond martial god. 10 billion? Excessive? No, not at all. It was completely reasonable. If a great family were here today, not to mention 10 billion, even 100 billion would not be spared. Spiritual currency is easy to obtain, True talent is hard to come by, let alone a prodigy like this, one who may not appear even once in 10,000 years. Yuan Feihe wanted to speak, but the overwhelming shock made his words falter. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his astonishment and said, "Guest Elder Su, the Yuan family doesn't have 10 billion right now. That's simply too much, and our family might not be able to gather it. However, I can assure you, if you join the Yuan family, in the future, not to mention 10 billion, even 100 billion will be yours." How about that? Yuan Feihe was deeply tempted. Even setting everything else aside, just being an advanced warrior was already a sufficient reason to recruit him. After all, their family was only a minor clan, and their number of martial masters was quite limited. Advanced warriors formed the backbone of the Yuan family and were key targets for recruitment, not to mention Su Xiaobai's monstrous talent. If he could be brought into the fold, the Yuan family ascending to the status of a great clan would only be a matter of time. No, then forget it. Come find me when you do have it. I'll be waiting. Su Xiaobai stood up leisurely, rejecting Yuan Feihe's proposal without hesitation. Guest Elder Su, I hope you understand that the initiative here is not in your hands. Yuan Feihe's gaze turned dark, his tone brimming with sharp, threatening undertones. Refusing to submit? That is not just unhelpful. It posed a major threat to them. How could Yuan Feihe allow such a threat to grow unchecked? What? Are you thinking of killing me? Don't forget, I hold a core zone identity card. Su Xiaobai squinted as he spoke. Ha ha! Yuan Feihe laughed heartily. Guest Elder Su, I regret to inform you that from the moment you entered the Yuan family, the entire area has been under the shield of a signal jammer. Even if you crush your core zone identity card, or even if you have a superconductor communicator, no messages will get out. This is the grand gift I prepared for you. Do you like it? The surrounding Yuan family members smirked coldly. More than 20 advanced warriors were present. Additionally, there were nearly 7 or 8 martial masters. Outside, countless Yuan family warriors stood guard. Under such isolated circumstances, even an advanced warrior like Su Xiaobai couldn't possibly escape. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Xiaobai's face lit up with sudden realization, and then he sat back in his chair with a relaxed, cheerful smile. Now I can rest easy. Seeing Su Xiaobai's carefree demeanor, Yuan Feihe's laughter gradually faded, a strange sense of unease rising in his heart. It felt as though the one trapped in a cage wasn't Su Xiaobai, but themselves. Guest Elder Su, I'll give you one last chance. If you agree, take this pill. With a flick of his hand, Yuan Feihe conjured a green pill out of thin air. With a snap of his fingers, the pill shot towards Su Xiaobai, who caught it effortlessly. This is the heart-devouring pill. After taking it, your body will feel no discomfort for 7 days. However, after that, you'll experience excruciating, tearing pain. But don't worry, our Yuan family has the antidote. As long as you come here within 7 days and submit to our orders, I'll give you the antidote. Yuan Feihe's eyes gleamed sharply. Of course, you can refuse. But as an advanced warrior, unable to send any distress signals and trapped here, you should know what your end will be, right? Many before you tried to defy me, but in the end, they all turned into dust underfoot. Guest Elder Su, this is your last chance. Don't waste it. Yuan Feihe's ruthless methods had proven effective countless times. Using this very tactic, he had forced many warriors into servitude. None had been able to resist. Faced with a choice between death and submission, no one wanted to die. So they submitted. Now, he employed the same method against Su Xiaobai. In Yuan Feihe's eyes, a prodigy like Su Xiaobai would naturally value his life and choose submission. Once Su Xiaobai complied, the Yuan family would gain an enormous boost, and their rise to power would no longer be a dream. So that's your game, huh? I thought it might be something original. Su Xiaobai smirked, his lips curling upward. With a gentle squeeze, the green pill crumbled into powder in his hand. Instantly, Waves of spiritual energy surged forth from all directions as the Yuan family's warriors fixed their deadly gazes on Su Xiaobai, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, Yuan Feihe shook his head regretfully. Since you're courting death, I have no choice but to grant it. Kill. Before the final word left his mouth, loud commotion erupted outside the reception hall. Shouts, clashes of weapons, and cries for help filled the air, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned their attention to the door. What's going on? Yuan Feihe frowned deeply. Go, check it out. A warrior approached the door. The moment it opened, he froze, then fell backward, collapsing onto the floor. Everyone saw a long, narrow wound on his neck, blood gushing forth. Standing at the entrance was a figure cloaked in black, wearing a black mask. This figure held an alloy-grade long knife. The clothes fluttered, and an aura of an advanced warrior emanated from them. What was especially strange was that, when they saw this figure, for some reason, it felt as if they were looking at Su Xiaobai. Who are you? How did he get in? Who cares how he got in? He dared to kill someone from the Yuan family. Kill him. The many warriors from the Yuan family, seeing this, did not hesitate at all. They took out their weapons, activated their spiritual energy, and unleashed all their power, charging straight at the figure in the black cloak at the door. Suddenly, the figure in the black cloak took a step forward. The instant his foot touched the ground, his entire figure abruptly vanished in front of everyone. Where did he go? A blue crescent-shaped blade of light swept through the air. The next second, the figure in the black cloak appeared not far away. However, behind him, the Yuan family warriors who had tried to attack were frozen in place. What's going on? Why can't I control my legs? I can't feel my legs anymore. Everyone looked down and realized that their upper bodies were slowly and gradually detaching from their lower bodies, then collapsing toward the ground. In an instant, everyone was severed at the waist. Blood splattered. The air was filled with harsh, shrill screams. The Yuan family warriors who had been cut in half were all screaming in agony. They looked at their familiar, yet unfamiliar legs, their spirits broken. The entire reception hall had, at this moment, turned into a hellish nightmare. How strong! The remaining Yuan family warriors, who had not yet charged in, couldn't help but show expressions of fear. Among those who had been severed at the waist, there were clearly 1 or 2 junior martial masters. An advanced warrior had killed a junior martial master in an instant. This sudden intruder was incredibly strong. Who are you? Yuan Feihe's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. Hey, Yuan family head, don't shout so loudly, my ears are almost deaf from the sound. Su Xiaobai pulled at his ear and stood up. Don't get so angry. I know this person. Su Xiaobai walked up to the figure in the black cloak, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. Hey, this is my little brother. How is he? Pretty strong, right? That's right. The figure wearing a mask, a black cloak, with not a single piece of exposed skin, was one of the 5 shadow clones Su Xiaobai used for auto-hunting. Su Xiaobai had thought about this issue a long time ago. Being able to fight monsters, kill people, follow orders, resurrect, and possess almost identical strength to his own. Aside from the weapon differences and perhaps a slight lack of spiritual finesse in their martial techniques, they were no different from Su Xiaobai in every other aspect. Such an existence was too wasteful not to use as his bodyguard and enforcer. And most importantly, as long as Su Xiaobai gave the order, the system could teleport them to any designated area. This meant that even if they wiped out everyone, they could quietly leave in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Therefore, when Su Xiaobai was brought to the Yuan family by Yuan Qi, he had already given the system an order. Out of the 5 shadow clones, he summoned 2. Considering it wouldn't be too shocking, he specially had them acquire black cloaks and masks. Your people! Yuan Feihe's pupils shrank suddenly. Yes, not just this one, there's another one outside. This should be done by now. Su Xiaobai's words had barely fallen when the last sounds of chaos outside suddenly stopped. Then, a swift shadow rushed in and stopped in front of Su Xiaobai. It was also a black cloak and a white mask, with the only difference being that this person was holding an alloy-grade longsword, and blood was dripping from the sword's edge. Yuan Feihe, how about that? My gift for you, do you like it? Su Xiaobai smiled and said, Don't worry, I've slaughtered everyone in the Yuan family except for the old, weak, and women. As he said this, a cruel glint flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. He was not someone indecisive. Either he didn't act, or if he did, he would kill everyone without hesitation. You bastard, you're asking for death. Yuan Feihe was enraged. The aura of the advanced martial master exploded. Yuan Feihe's figure suddenly transformed into a cannonball, soaring through the air as he punched straight towards Su Xiaobai's face, intending to blow his head off with a single strike. Diamond body. Su Xiaobai's skin suddenly turned golden, like a golden Buddha. He raised his hand and grabbed the attacking fist in midair. Yuan Feihe, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished my words yet. Su Xiaobai grinned. Impossible. Yuan Feihe's heart trembled. He was a genuine advanced martial master. Moreover, he had been at the advanced martial master stage for many years, and several times he had almost broken through to become a junior martial general. Even when dealing with another advanced martial master like Zhang Honglong, Yuan Feihe had absolute confidence in winning. But now he was actually caught by an advanced martial master. This, Yuan Qi, who had already shown signs of fear, widened his mouth in disbelief. Yuan Feihe was an extremely powerful figure in the eyes of him and all the Yuan family members. That's why they were willing to submit to him. But at this moment, his faith had completely shattered. An advanced martial master's full force strike had been easily blocked by an advanced warrior. And this advanced warrior was only 17 years old. Die for me. Despite his shock, Yuan Feihe's battle experience kicked in. He quickly regained his composure and tried to break free from Su Xiaobai's grip, launching another explosive punch. But his fist landed on nothing. Where is he? Behind me. How can his speed be so fast? Yuan Feihe thought this to himself and was about to turn around and kick behind him. But before he could lift his foot, a large hand had already covered the back of his head. Bang! Yuan Feihe's head was slammed to the ground, face down, creating a large spiderweb-like crater. Yuan Feihe, don't move. If you move, I'm afraid my dagger is too sharp, and I might accidentally cut your throat. Su Xiaobai said with a smile, his tone calm. One of his hands was pressing down on Yuan Feihe's head, while the other held the dagger tightly, pressing it against Yuan Feihe's neck. A small, narrow cut appeared on Yuan Feihe's neck, with a little blood starting to ooze from the wound. With just a slight force, Su Xiaobai could end Yuan Feihe's life. Feeling the cold breath against his neck, Yuan Feihe's eyes filled with unprecedented fear. He tried to break free, but it was impossible. Right now, Su Xiaobai could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. He had completely lost the ability to resist. Su, Mr. Su, you misunderstood. I didn't mean it like that. Please don't be impulsive. The fear of death had completely wiped out the previous arrogance and high posture of Yuan Feihe. His heart was in his throat, cold sweat mixing with the blood from his head hitting the ground, causing his pupils to tremble uncontrollably. His speech was stuttered, filled with panic and fear. Let go of the master. An intermediate warrior from the Yuan family saw this and rushed over to rescue Yuan Feihe. In the next second, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. A sharp sword beam pierced straight through his heart. The long sword was pulled back, and the intermediate warrior, clutching his chest and spitting blood, fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness, dying instantly. Seeing this terrifying scene, all the Yuan family members swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. Their eyes were filled with dread and fear as they looked at the two masked figures. An intermediate warrior, not even able to land a single strike before being killed with one sword through the heart by an advanced warrior. Is this what they thought an advanced warrior was? Misunderstanding. No, I didn't misunderstand. In fact, I should thank you for giving me this opportunity. I had already planned to trouble your Yuan family, but because you're residents of the core area, I didn't act immediately. To my surprise, You even activated the shield, cutting off all the channels for help. TSK. I've seen people dig their own graves, but I've never seen someone dig their own pit and then bury themselves. Su Xiaobai sneered. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feihe's eyes widened. So, all his careful planning had been part of someone else's calculation. He had blocked the distress signal from the core identity card. He had also blocked every possible way to send messages outside. In the end, he had only shot himself in the foot. Mr. Su, you just mentioned 10 billion. No problem. I'll give you 10 billion. I'll immediately have someone transfer 80 million of the family's liquid assets to you, and then sell off all our assets. No matter what, I'll come up with 10 billion for you. Yuan Feihe quickly offered, thinking that money could buy him life. 80 million. If this were before, I might have taken it, but unfortunately, I don't want it now. Su Xiaobai laughed lightly. However, I can give you a chance to atone. Mr. Su, whatever conditions you have, I'll definitely fulfill them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feihe realized there might be a glimmer of hope and hurriedly responded. Simple. I don't want spirit coins. Who knows if you'll pull some tricks during the transfer. But I'm sure you have some good things on you. And in your safe, there must be quite a few valuable items, right? Now, I'm giving you the chance to buy your life. Take out the most valuable things. If it's not enough, sorry, but your life will be completely over. Su Xiaobai smirked. Indeed, he wanted to wipe out the Yuan family for revenge and eliminate this potential threat to him. But while doing that, he could also reap some real benefits. Although the strongest person in the Yuan family was just an advanced martial master who knew what valuable items might be hidden away. Just like Mad Mandrake, he appeared to be an advanced warrior who specialized in assassination. But in reality, he had valuable things like the fragment of the Qianquan technique, which helped Su Xiaobai improve his strength, allowing him to easily control advanced martial masters. A large family like the Yuan family must have some hidden treasures, right? Yes. I'll give you everything right now. Yuan Feihe immediately agreed. His life was in the hands of others. How could he dare say no? Good. Tell me where they are, and I'll send my subordinates to fetch them. Su Xiaobai said. Yuan Feihe was extremely aggrieved. He was once a dignified advanced martial master and the head of family. Now, however, his head was being pressed down, a dagger at his throat, and at any moment his life could be taken. It was a huge loss of face. But for the sake of his life, Yuan Feihe had no choice. They're in my study on the top left of the bookshelf. The outer books are hardback, but inside is a micro-level cultivation technique. There are also several third-grade Huanglong pills, second-grade Jin Sui pills, and other rare first-grade pills in the safe in my study. The most precious is the Xinggu pill, a perfect third-grade pill, very valuable. In my medicinal material box, there are some advanced medicinal materials over 100 years old, several of which can be used to refine fourth-grade pills. There are also some rare antiques and jewelry inside. Whatever you like, Mr. Su, you can take them all. And Yuan Feihe continued to describe. Su Xiaobai ordered his shadows to retrieve everything. Not long after, everything was brought to him, and it was exactly as Yuan Feihe had described. It was clear that as the head of a family, Yuan Feihe was extremely wealthy. All these items combined easily added up to over 1 billion. Nearly half an hour later, 2 of the shadows had thoroughly searched the entire Yuan family estate. Even the items on Yuan Feihe and other Yuan family members were thoroughly looted. Is this it? Nothing else? Su Xiaobai said calmly, tightening the dagger in his hand. Do you think these things are enough to buy your life? There's nothing else. Nothing else. You have to believe me. This is all the valuable stuff. Yuan Feihe hurriedly responded. Just then, he seemed to suddenly remember something. In my cultivation room, there's a micro-level elemental technique, but it's only a fragment of the original copy. If Mr. Su thinks it's valuable, feel free to take it. Micro-level elemental technique? Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed. What attribute? Space attribute. I'm not sure the exact name of the method, but it contains the words Qianquan, so it must be related to space. Space attribute. Chinquan technique. Su Xiaobai was suddenly shocked. Go, bring it here. Su Xiaobai immediately ordered, and the shadow disappeared in a flash. The fragment of the space attribute elemental technique. Although Su Xiaobai couldn't confirm whether this fragment was the same one he had obtained from Madman Drake, it was enough to catch his attention. I hope this is the continuation. Su Xiaobai's eyes burned with excitement. The Chinquan technique had only reached the beginner stage so far, yet it already brought him so many benefits. He could easily slaughter even high-level martial masters. What if he reached the intermediate, advanced, or even the highest level? The most important thing was that the current beginner space attribute only had some enhanced auxiliary functions, without any truly powerful offensive abilities. If he could cultivate techniques like Space Blade or Space Cutting, the explosive power of his attacks would be even more terrifying. Soon, the object was brought over. The pages are different. The moment Su Xiaobai saw the pages in the shadow's hand, his heart sank. Could it be a different space attribute technique? There were many techniques of the same attribute, and naturally, there was more than one space attribute cultivation method. Hold him down. Su Xiaobai ordered the shadow to take over and continue restraining Yuan Feihe, preventing the old man from escaping. He then took the pages and began to flip through them carefully. However, when he read the first line, his eyes instantly lit up. He realized that the content of this line actually aligned with the place where the Chinquan technique had broken off. After eagerly flipping through the first page, he could no longer hold back and cried out in astonishment. Holy crap, it really is the continuation. Su Xiaobai's face was filled with joy. That's right. The fragment of the continuation in Yuan Feihe's hands was actually the next part of the Chinquan technique. Although it was only a dozen pages, based on Su Xiaobai's current understanding of the space attribute, he could completely confirm that this was the intermediate level version of the Chinquan technique. Ha! Su Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh aloud. Even he hadn't expected that the continuation of the Chinquan technique, which he had been longing for, would actually be in the Yuan family. All those techniques, weapons, pills, materials, and the like, when added up, none of them were as valuable as this single fragment. Mr. Su, this is my most treasured possession, and now I'm offering it to you. You can spare me, right? Hearing Su Xiaobai's laughter, Yuan Feihe's heart was filled with joy. Getting the treasure naturally made him happy. Maybe if Su Xiaobai was in a good mood, he might spare his life. In fact, even Yuan Feihe himself hadn't expected that the micro-level space attribute technique fragment, which he had long since forgotten in his cultivation room, would have such an effect. When he first obtained this fragment, Yuan Feihe had been very happy. But after carefully studying it for several days and finding that he couldn't cultivate it, he had never touched it again. Yuan Feihe had also tried secretly searching for the previous part of the fragment. But after searching for a long time, he found no information. Worried that the news of the fragment he held would leak out, he gave up the idea. Moreover, even if he found the previous part, the difficulty of cultivating the space attribute technique was well known. Unless he could reach the martial general level, the technique wouldn't be very meaningful to him. Just now, he had talked about all the valuable treasures he could think of, and this was just a tentative mention. He hadn't expected Su Xiaobai to be so happy. Now it was done. His life was finally safe. Just wait. As long as I survive, I'll report this to the major families immediately. I may not be able to handle you, but someone else will. Yuan Feihe gritted his teeth in anger. Previously, Su Xiaobai hadn't made a move on the residents of the core area, and he didn't have a good excuse. But now that Su Xiaobai had killed so many core area residents, he had completely violated the base's ironclad rules, and the major families and the government would definitely hold him accountable. Even someone as monstrous as Su Xiaobai couldn't escape punishment. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some major families might make an exception for Su Xiaobai, not only not holding him accountable, but even offering him recruitment. But once this matter was made public, No matter which major family Su Xiaobai joined, the other families wouldn't let him go. They would certainly send forces to eliminate him, just like Yuan Fei's plan. All right. Very good. Still immersed in the joy of unexpectedly obtaining the continuation of the technique, Su Xiaobai heard Yuan Fei's request and repeated, "All right," several times, causing Yuan Fei's eyes to sparkle with hope. "You've helped me a great deal this time, so how could I not give you something in return? I'm a man of my word." Su Xiaobai smiled at Yuan Fei. "Mr. Su, you are truly kind. I, Yuan, will forever be grateful for your grace." Yuan Fei was overjoyed, his voice booming. "Master, please save us, Master." When the other Yuan family members heard this, their faces turned pale, and they cried out in desperation. "Don't worry. I said I wouldn't kill you, but that doesn't mean my little brother won't." However, Su Xiaobai's next words made Yuan Fei's joy turn to ice-cold fear. "I have a problem. If others don't provoke me, I can't be bothered with them. But once they do, I will pursue it to the end. Congratulations, you are my first target. Goodbye forever. Su Xiaobai, you bastard." Screech. Before Yuan Fei could finish his angry shout, the long sword shot straight through his temple, silencing him instantly. The faces of all the Yuan family members turned ashen. They involuntarily stepped back several paces, trembling with fear. Some of them even had dark stains on the ground between their legs. Killing an advanced martial master is as easy as killing a chicken. The vast Yuan family, with its somewhat notable reputation, had its head, Yuan Fei, die at the hands of a little-known young man. Looking at Yuan Fei's lifeless body, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness, unable to rest in peace, the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point. Su Xiaobai casually glanced at Yuan Fei's body without the slightest sign of mercy. An eye for an eye, Su Xiaobai thought. This was a belief Su Xiaobai always upheld. While he might feel compassion for ordinary things, when it came to his enemies, he would never show any leniency. Su Xiaobai extended his hand, ripping open a long spatial crack in the air, and threw all the gathered treasures into it. Spatial attribute. He can use spatial attribute techniques? The rest of the Yuan family members who were present were stunned by this sight. Everyone knew how rare spatial attribute techniques were. Yet, their rarity also meant that mastering them was extremely difficult. Not even advanced martial warriors, let alone advanced martial masters or generals, could easily comprehend spatial attribute techniques. Now, they finally understood why even someone as strong as Yuan Fei, an advanced martial master, had not been able to unleash any major techniques before being ruthlessly slain by Su Xiaobai. Split and flee. Whoever escapes is lucky. Suddenly, someone shouted, and immediately all the Yuan family members turned and fled in different directions. However, the strongest among them were only two intermediate martial masters, Yuan Shi and another. In front of the shadow, who had the speed of an advanced martial master and was even approaching the speed of a beginner martial general, escaping was utterly hopeless. Before they could run far, the shadow had already appeared and struck. Several blinding flashes cut through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. All those who had attempted to flee were killed. The heavy smell of blood filled the air, spreading throughout the entire Yuan family estate. By this point, the Yuan family, except for a few elderly and weak women and children, had been completely wiped out by Su Xiaobai. Let's go back. Su Xiaobai took a black cloak from the space and, with a flicker, left the Yuan estate. As for the two shadows, they were immediately teleported by the system to the designated monster hunting location, continuing their tasks. On the surface, the Yuan family estate appeared peaceful and calm. But in reality, it had turned into a land of death, bodies littering the ground and blood flowing like a river. From now on, I don't need to hide anymore. Once he had left the core zone, Su Xiaobai put away all his disguises and walked proudly down the street. The feeling of walking upright, not needing to hide from anyone, was exhilarating. Of course, in terms of spiritual energy, he still needed to conceal it. After all, for someone his age to possess such a high level of power, if he released it fully, it would definitely draw a lot of attention. Even the martial commander might come personally. Thus, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he kept his aura suppressed. Having completed his revenge and obtained the continuation of Chinquan technique, Su Xiaobai was in a good mood when he returned home. Just as he approached, he looked up and spotted Zhang Hongde and Zhang Honglong, the two brothers, waiting on the rooftop of a nearby building. Guest Elder Su. The two quickly came over and respectfully bowed to Su Xiaobai. If in the past Su Xiaobai had only the title of guest elder without the real power, now Su Xiaobai not only had the name, but his actual status far surpassed other families' guest elders. Is there any trouble? Su Xiaobai glanced at the two. Zhang Honglong, the family head, rarely showed himself. Since he was actively seeking Su Xiaobai, it was clear he was facing some unsolvable issue. It hadn't been long since Zhang Hongde left to report to the Zhang family. Guest Elder Su guessed it right. The Zhang family is indeed facing a great deal of trouble and needs your help. Zhang Honglong sighed. Let's talk inside. Su Xiaobai gestured for the two to enter. The three sat around a square wooden table. Su Ling'er politely served them water. Guest Elder Su, I won't beat around the bush. The Zhang family is facing a huge problem. The Yuan family is pushing us into a corner. Zhang Honglong's expression was particularly grim. The Yuan family is pushing you into a corner? Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, took a sip of water, and asked what happened. Guest Elder Su might not know, but every family has its own warrior team stationed outside the base, at various hunting outposts where they gather materials from beasts. These materials support the family's operations. Originally, the Zhang family had several such hunting outposts, but in recent days, the Yuan family's warriors have been increasingly aggressive, attacking our outposts. Today, early in the morning, they attacked another one and threatened to kill all the Zhang family warriors stationed there if we didn't give up the location. The Zhang family has already been weakened, and time and again, we've had to retreat. The Yuan family is really going too far. As Zhang Honglong spoke, Su Xiaobai could clearly feel the anger building inside him. Being relentlessly oppressed with no way to resist or escape, having your space to survive constantly squeezed. One could imagine how frustrating that must feel. So, the Yuan family is hunting outposts outside the base. Su Xiaobai muttered. Zhang Honglong's words reminded him of something. Within the Yuan family's estate in the core zone, he had only killed some of the core elites, but the Yuan family still had warriors left. As the saying goes, cut the grass, but not the roots, and the spring wind will blow again. Although Su Xiaobai wasn't concerned that these Yuan family's warriors could cause any trouble, he wasn't someone to show mercy either. I understand now. Tell me where the Yuan family's hunting outposts are. Starting tomorrow, no one from the Yuan family will exist anymore, Su Xiaobai said indifferently. Zhang Honglong and Zhang Hongde were overjoyed at his words. With Su Xiaobai, who could wipe out advanced martial masters in a second, sweeping through those hunting outposts was no challenge. Even if the Yuan family retaliated, they could rely on the two advanced martial masters to deal with them. On behalf of the entire Zhang family, Zhang Honglong thanks guest Elder Su for your immense help. Zhang Honglong immediately bowed deeply. Zhang Hongde didn't dare slack off either. Guest Elder Su, rest assured, if the Yuan family dares to cause trouble for you, the Zhang family will never stand by idly, Zhang Honglong said earnestly. No need, Su Xiaobai replied casually. The Yuan family is gone. The only thing left are their hunting outposts outside the base. Nothing to worry about, Su Xiaobai said lightly. The Yuan family is gone? Zhang Honglong and Zhang Hongde exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Su Xiaobai meant. Yes, just earlier today, I visited the core zone, went into the Yuan family estate. All the Yuan family's martial masters have been wiped out. The core members are all dead. As for Yuan Feihe, Su Xiaobai paused, taking a sip of water, and said nonchalantly, his corpse should already be cold by now. At these words, the room fell silent. Zhang Honglong and Zhang Hongda stood frozen, their faces filled with shock as they looked at Su Xiaobai in disbelief. They were completely dumbfounded. A single person entered the core area and wiped out the entire Yuan family. If the two brothers hadn't learned that Su Xiaobai had the ability to instantly kill advanced martial artists, they would have thought Su Xiaobai was joking with them. No one knew the strength of the Yuan family better than the Zhang family. Apart from Yuan Feihe, an advanced martial master, there were several intermediate martial masters stationed, and even the guest envoys they invited were all at least beginner martial masters. The Zhang family had suffered a lot due to this. This kind of family was not the largest in base number 18, but it was definitely not small and could not be underestimated. Otherwise, how could the Yuan family have been so arrogant? But now it was wiped out by a single person, and not a single trace of noise had leaked. Thinking about it, the two brothers couldn't help but look at Su Xiaobai with a trace of fear in their eyes. Just how powerful was this guest, Elder Su? Now, you don't have to worry about anything for your Zhang family. After tomorrow, just send people to collect your territory. Su Xiaobai wasn't interested in the hunting points. After all, places where martial artists like the Zhang and Yuan families hunted wouldn't be in regions suitable for martial masters of their level. They usually chose areas with lower-level beasts to prevent too many warriors' death. And the shadows he sent out to automatically kill monsters were all challenging beasts comparable to warriors, so the beast materials were quite valuable. Just selling the beast materials every week could bring in quite a sum. Why would he care about the petty hunting grounds of the Zhang and Yuan families? Yes, the entire Zhang family is deeply grateful for guest Elder Su's great kindness. Zhang Honglong quickly responded. It was nothing, after all. I'm also a guest of the Zhang family. You protected me for such a long time. It's just a little return of kindness. Su Xiaobai smiled, his lips curling up. He was someone who remembered both grudges and kindness. The Yuan family had sent the crazy assassin, Drake, to kill him, and he would never forgive them. But the Zhang family had helped him at a crucial moment, even sending Zhang Hongda to protect him. How could Su Xiaobai not return the favor? To hear guest Elder Su say that Zhang Honglong has no regrets in this life. Zhang Honglong also smiled. Not long after, the two brothers chose to take their leave. They had originally planned to ask Su Xiaobai for help in dealing with the Yuan family, thinking it would be a long and hard battle. After all, the Yuan family was too strong to defeat. They never expected that the problem would already be solved when they arrived. Not only had the Yuan family been wiped out, but even the hunting points had been taken care of. The efficiency was so fast that Zhang Honglong was momentarily stunned. It completely exceeded Zhang Honglong's expectations, and so, when they left, both of their faces were filled with joy. System, send a shadow to these locations and wipe out all the martial artists in the hunting points. Su Xiaobai immediately gave the command to the system with a list of all the Yuan family's hunting points left by Zhang Honglong. One shadow was more than enough to deal with them. Dispatch complete. With the system's confirmation, the shadow, who had been fighting fierce beasts, disappeared in an instant, reappearing near one of the Yuan family's hunting points. The warriors inside were completely unaware of this, happily discussing how to divide up the resources from the recently killed warriors. Unknowingly, a bloody massacre was about to begin. After spending about half an hour, Su Xiaobai finally finished memorizing the later chapters of the Qinkuan technique. System, place the Qinkuan technique. Su Xiaobai spoke impatiently. Scanning host brain. Scanning complete. Qinkuan technique found. Host, since this method has missing sections, you may not be able to fully cultivate it. Should we continue placing it? The system prompted. No problem, just place it. The cultivation method was switched out. The previous Qinkuan technique was replaced. Su Xiaobai had wanted to use the automatic cultivation feature to refine it, hoping that even if it didn't reach an intermediate level, it could at least deepen his understanding of the spatial attributes. Now, Su Xiaobai finally understood. Without content, no amount of automatic cultivation would help. You needed the content for it to work. Placement complete. The shadow responsible for automatic cultivation resumed its training. System, how long will it take to reach the intermediate level with the current cultivation speed? Su Xiaobai asked. 16 days. Nice. Hearing that number, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. Indeed, with the 1024x space flow rate, it wasn't a joke. Even with a detailed spatial attribute technique that advanced martial artists would struggle to master, Su Xiaobai would only need 16 days to master it completely. But this also indirectly proves something. The higher the level of the technique, the harder it was to cultivate. Even with the high spatial flow rate and the 24-hour automatic cultivation, it still took 16 days to fully master it. If it were a normal warrior with average comprehension, unless their level was high enough, they might never be able to master it in their lifetime. In a few days, it will be time to sell beast materials again, and I'll make another big profit. Improving myself isn't urgent. Right now, I need to focus on improving Linger's strength. After the visit from the Zhang brothers, Su Xiaobai suddenly realized a very serious issue. Linger's safety. As his strength grew, he might inevitably attract trouble, offend some strong opponents, and be forced into conflicts. At that point, Linger would become his biggest weakness, the best leverage for others to control him. Especially today. I went out to deal with the Yuan family, and the Zhang brothers came to me. Thankfully, they were allies. But what if they were enemies? The result could have been disastrous. Linger and I share the same lowest grade talent, with no possibility of becoming martial artists. But that was in the past. Now that I have the one-click alchemy function, even with the lowest grade talent, I can still train her into the top grade talent. Why are alchemists so popular? Because in this world, the only thing that can defy the heavens and alter fate, apart from cultivation techniques, is elixirs. Those unimaginable cultivation techniques, once mastered, can instantly double a warrior's strength, enabling them to fight above their rank and even kill opponents at higher levels. Just like Su Xiaobai, who, with only an advanced warrior's realm and the addition of a few micro-level techniques, can easily crush advanced martial masters beneath his feet. But are cultivation techniques so easy to master? Many people, even if they obtain an excellent technique, won't be able to unleash its power without exceptional comprehension. A top-tier technique is meaningless in the hands of someone who lacks the talent to utilize it. Elixirs, however, are different. The only challenge with elixirs lies in the high cost of acquiring the necessary medicinal herbs, beast materials, and rare treasures. As long as you have enough funds to purchase these or enough valuables to trade, you just need to find a high-grade alchemist to refine them for you. Once consumed, the effects are immediate. Even innate factors like cultivation aptitude can be improved and modified through elixirs, though at a steep cost. For example, an ordinary person with the lowest cultivation aptitude, who seems destined to remain unassociated with the path of warriors, could still become a quasi-warrior, or even advanced martial master if a powerful family poured resources into them. But no family would ever do that. With the same amount of resources, they could produce 10 martial masters, 10 martial generals, or even a martial commander. Why would they waste such vast resources on someone with the lowest cultivation aptitude? What a joke. Yet Su Xiaobai had the audacity to entertain such a crazy idea. Despite having the lowest cultivation aptitude himself, Su Xiaobai didn't consider modifying it. Why? Because his one-click cultivation skill already established clear rules. 1 small cycle per minute, 1 large cycle per hour, and a breakthrough every 24 hours. No matter how much he improved his cultivation aptitude, his rate of spiritual energy absorption wouldn't change unless he chose to cultivate manually. Even if he raised his aptitude to the highest level, it wouldn't affect his one-click cultivation space or increase his cultivation speed. So, modifying his own aptitude never crossed Su Xiaobai's mind. However, Su Linger, lacking Su Xiaobai's miraculous system, could only rely on elixirs to defy fate. From what I know, the lowest grade elixir capable of improving cultivation aptitude is the 4th grade One Origin Heaven Opening Pill, The One Origin heaven-opening pill had the effect of purifying a person's meridians, making previously blocked pathways more accessible. When the meridians were unobstructed, one could naturally absorb more spiritual energy, thus enhancing their cultivation aptitude. But a single pill wouldn't be enough. To unblock the meridian obstructions of someone with the lowest cultivation aptitude, at least 10 pills would be needed. Each fourth-grade elixir starts at a price of 1 million spiritual coins, and it's not uncommon for the cost to soar into the tens of millions. This means that just improving one's cultivation aptitude could cost over 100 million spiritual coins, and that's not even counting the subsequent investment in cultivation resources. From this, it's clear how difficult it is to defy fate. If people learned that 10 fourth-grade elixirs were used on someone with the lowest cultivation aptitude, they'd undoubtedly curse it as a waste of money. But for Su Xiaobai, whether it's 1 billion, 10 billion, or even 100 billion, he'd spare no expense. Let's start with refining the One Origin heaven-opening pill. Su Xiaobai had a natural advantage over large families. While large families held power, had many members, and vast influence, their expenses were also tremendous. They needed resources for monthly cultivation, purchasing techniques, weapon maintenance, and countless other expenses. Therefore, they had to allocate resources wisely, focusing only on members with better cultivation aptitude to strengthen the family and generate more profits in a virtuous cycle. Su Xiaobai, however, was different. His only expense was himself. He was a family unto himself, and the only other family member was Su Linger. Moreover, Su Xiaobai didn't require any cultivation resources for himself. Instead, his 5 automatic grinding shadows generated tens of millions of spiritual coins every week. With such confidence, he could afford to pour resources into Su Ling. I'll spend the next few days looking for materials to refine the One Origin heaven-opening pill. Su Xiaobai had already set his sights on a clear goal. The next day, a piece of news shook the core families and government officials in the core district. The Yuan family was annihilated. Everyone who heard the news was shocked and outraged. The Yuan family was a small family, with their strongest member only being an advanced martial master. In the core district, there were dozens, if not hundreds, of such minor families. The true ruling powers in base number 18, however, were the 4 great families. What shocked everyone wasn't the Yuan family's destruction, but the fact that it happened in the core district. It was well known that base number 18 strictly prohibited violence, and killing core district residents was absolutely forbidden. Anyone who dared to kill a core district resident was challenging the government and the 4 great families, facing either escape or severe punishment. Yet now, hundreds of Yuan family members, including the head of the family, were wiped out overnight. The great families and the government immediately launched an investigation. However, the Yuan family had been fully prepared to ambush Su Xiaobai, leaving no clues behind. Investigators found no leads. The only information they uncovered was that the killer's strength was formidable, at least martial general level, because the Yuan family head had been killed instantly and cleanly. The great families and the government were furious, quickly sealing off the news and launching further investigations. Meanwhile, smaller families, hearing whispers of the event, rushed to claim the Yuan family's hunting grounds, only to discover that the Zhang family had already claimed everything, leaving only a few meager scraps for others to fight over. Zhang Honglong couldn't contain his laughter. 3 days later, the people from Beast Treasure Pavilion arrived as scheduled. Mr. Su, the total is 184.8 million spiritual coins. Please confirm the amount. In just 7 days, nearly 160 million in revenue. This level of income has already far surpassed many mid-tier families in the core district and is second only to the great families. After Su Xiaobai's strength improved, even B-rank beasts were no longer a significant threat to his shadows. They could easily sweep through them. With the addition of weapons and martial techniques, the shadows' strength skyrocketed, allowing them to annihilate groups of enemies with ease. Mr. Su, The Pavilion Master of Beast Treasure Pavilion would like to meet you. This is our address in the black market. If you have time, we hope you'll honor us with a visit. A staff member handed a gold-embossed invitation to Su Xiaobai. The Pavilion Master of Beast Treasure Pavilion wants to meet me. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Beast Treasure Pavilion operated independently within the base, unaffiliated with any faction and uninvolved in competition. Their sole focus was the business of acquiring materials for ferocious beasts. Normally, they kept a low profile, so why the sudden invitation? A moment's thought provided Su Xiaobai with the answer. Without a doubt, the pavilion had taken notice of the increasingly high-grade beast materials he had been supplying in a short time. In just a month or two, the materials progressed from D rank to C rank, then to B rank. The quantity alone was staggering, with each transaction reaching tens or hundreds of millions. How could they not take notice? All right, if I have time, I'll pay a visit. Su Xiaobai nodded. Interestingly, what intrigued him most wasn't the Pavilion Master's invitation, but rather the mention of the black market. He had long heard rumors of a black market in the base, but had never visited. Perhaps it was time to explore and see if he could uncover something valuable. Once the staff member left, Su Xiaobai began calculating his wealth. Beast materials sold for nearly 160 million, and the loot from wiping out the Yuan family's warriors totaled 350 million. I now have 510 million in hand. My one-click cultivation is only at level 9 right now. Perfect. It's time to upgrade to level 10. Su Xiaobai's first choice was upgrading his one-click cultivation. Unlocking the additional features of level 10 was his priority. Upgrade complete. After deducting 51.2 million, his auto-cultivation reached level 10, increasing the space-time flow rate from 1.024x to an astounding 2.048x. Ding! Auto-cultivation space has reached level 10. New feature unlocked. Acceleration 2. Acceleration 2 doubles the current space-time flow rate. The space-time flow rate of X2048 instantly became X4096. 4,096 times. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. What did a 4096x space-time flow rate mean? It meant that one day of his cultivation was equivalent to over 10 years for others. The spiritual energy, it's overwhelming. If his previous spiritual energy absorption had been akin to a river, it now resembled 4 rivers merging into a massive flood, surging through his body and cleansing every fiber of his being. Moreover, with a 4096x flow rate, his cultivation automatically broke through bottlenecks every few minutes. Boom! Just as Su Xiaobai thought about this, a sudden, overwhelming aura erupted from his body. In an instant, invisible energy waves swept through his room, toppling wooden tables and chairs. He had advanced to the realm of beginner martial master. Finally, a breakthrough. After being stuck in the advanced warrior realm for so many days, I thought I'd never make it. Su Xiaobai exhaled, clenching his fists as he felt the powerful energy coursing through his body. At the previous X1024 flow rate, one day of cultivation was equivalent to 2.5 years for others. Despite effectively cultivating for decades, he hadn't broken through, making him suspect that his progress had halted. After all, a warrior's path was rarely smooth. Progress wasn't guaranteed, especially at major bottlenecks like transitioning from warrior to martial master. Many were stuck at such thresholds for decades, unable to advance even a single step. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. It seems my path as a warrior still has a long way to go. If I can't break through immediately, I'll just wait a few more days. What's the rush? If others heard Su Xiaobai's self-mockery, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Most warriors painstakingly cultivated for years, expending countless resources just to achieve a minor breakthrough. Meanwhile, he achieved this in mere days and still had the audacity to complain about the wait. The disparity would leave anyone speechless. After being stuck at the beginner martial master bottleneck for so long, breaking through feels like a complete rebirth. I wonder how strong I am now. Su Xiaobai quickly checked his system panel. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, beginner martial master. Strength level, advanced martial master. Endurance level, advanced martial master. Agility level, beginner martial general. Cultivation aptitude, lowest grade. Mastered skills, diamond body, peak, soaring sky transformation, peak, true flame hand, peak, blood attack, peak, Chinquan technique, beginner, tiger subduing blade, advanced, ghostly sword technique, advanced, rainbow axe, advanced, golden spear strike, peak, cloud shattering slash, peak. Unlocked system features. One-click cultivation, level 10. One-click practice, level 10. Auto hunting, level 5. One-click alchemy, level 3. My agility level has already reached beginner martial general. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. And this was before the Chinquan technique reached intermediate level. Once it advanced, the boost from the space attribute would likely raise his agility level even further. Also, diamond body, soaring sky transformation, and other peak techniques have reached their highest levels. I need to find better techniques now. With the 4096x flow rate, nearly all the techniques Su Xiaobai used have been maxed out. Currently, only the Chinquan technique and the weapon techniques for his shadows were still being cultivated. In a few days, those techniques would also reach peak. At that point, having idle training slots would be unbearable. Moreover, continuing to cultivate peak-level techniques would yield minimal benefits. The only option was to acquire more advanced techniques. Black market, perfect timing. I'm still missing a few materials for the One Origin heaven-opening pill that I'm helping Linger gather. Maybe I can try my luck at the black market. The ingredients for the One Origin heaven-opening pill weren't easy to come by. Su Xiaobai had spent 3 days combing through the entire number 18 base, managing to acquire only a portion of the required materials. He still hadn't collected everything he needed. Originally, he had considered visiting the Pill Treasure Pavilion to test the waters. After all, it was the most professional source for such things. Perhaps they could provide leads for purchasing alchemy materials. However, the mention of the black market by the staff at the Beast Treasure Pavilion gave him a new idea. Plus, I need to save some spirit coins for future use. Can't run out of money when I need to buy martial arts techniques. Currently, I have 460 million left. Upgrading the one-click cultivation, one-click practice, and auto-hunting features isn't an issue. But what I'm really curious about is the system's next new function. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. To unlock the next system feature after the one-click alchemy, all the existing features needed to be upgraded to level 5. At present, all the other features met the requirement, except for the one-click alchemy, which was still at level 3. Following the philosophy that unlocking a new cheat would bring immense benefits, Su Xiaobai decided to prioritize upgrading the one-click alchemy to level 5. Moreover, reaching level 5 wouldn't just unlock a new feature. It would also grant an additional bonus function. The value is simply too good to pass up. System, upgrade the one-click alchemy to level 5. Su Xiaobai commanded without hesitation. Ding! Deducting 21.6 million. One-click alchemy upgraded to level 4. The pill grade is now elevated to exquisite grade. Ding! Deducting 64.8 million. One-click alchemy upgraded to level 5. The pill grade is now elevated to lower divine grade. Ding! One-click alchemy space has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking an additional feature. Dual furnace. Dual furnace. After successfully refining pills, the output quantity will double. What the? Hearing the system's latest notification, Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. This newly unlocked feature is incredible. It can double the pill output? Doesn't this mean that I can now produce 2 pills with just one set of ingredients? This function is nothing short of mind-blowing. Why were high-grade pills so valuable? Warriors were even willing to risk their lives for a single pill. It was because they were precious. Typically, refining a high-grade pill required an immense amount of raw materials, an alchemist's painstaking efforts, and significant sacrifices to succeed. But now, With Su Xiaobai's cheat, not only was the process hassle-free, but the output was directly doubled. This meant double the yield and double the profit. This feature wasn't just useful for ordinary pills. It was a game-changer for rare and high-grade pills. The more powerful the pill, the more terrifying its potential impact. Ha ha! System, you're treating me too well. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh aloud. Dear host, now that you're rich, the system has specially prepared a new function for you. One-click collection space. One-click collection space. Dispatch a treasure-seeking goblin to search for rare treasures from heaven and earth. Unlocking it costs only 1.6 million. The system's voice chimed again. What was that saying? It's like getting a pillow when you're ready to sleep. Just as Su Xiaobai was stressing over the difficulty of acquiring alchemy materials, the system went ahead and gave him the one-click gathering space. Unlock it. Unlock it now. Su Xiaobai exclaimed eagerly. Ding. Unlocking successful. One-click collection space activated. In an instant, Su Xiaobai's consciousness shifted. He found himself back in the void space, where a new space had appeared next to the one-click alchemy space. Inside the new area, there was a golden, treasure-laden goblin that resembled a luxurious-looking weasel. It radiated an aura of wealth and extravagance. Host, do you wish to assign a specific location for deployment? If not, the system will randomly dispatch the treasure-seeking goblin to explore and collect. The system asked. Go with automatic deployment. Su Xiaobai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the treasure-seeking goblin vanished. Outside the base, in an unknown location, the goblin appeared, sniffing the ground and the surrounding air. After detecting a particular scent, it immediately burrowed into the ground. About 2 kilometers away, deep within a jungle, a massive python lay coiled. This was a high-level B-rank beast, equivalent to an advanced martial master. Even a martial master would flee at the sight of it. Its terrifying agility and venom, capable of corroding metal and stone, could kill a martial master on the spot. Beside the python, nestled in a crack between some rocks, grew a peculiar purple flower. This purple flower had intricate patterns on its leaves that resembled human eyes, earning it the name purple-eyed tri-leaf flower. The python, sensing movement, opened its crimson eyes and scanned the surroundings. Seeing no signs of life, it glanced at the flower and, reassured that it was safe, closed its eyes again to rest. Rustle, rustle. Another faint noise reached its ears. Irritated, the python opened its eyes once more, its body radiating a fierce and murderous aura, ready to fight. But again, no signs of life were visible. Out of habit, it turned to check the purple-eyed tri-leaf flower. To its horror, a golden goblin was perched on the rocks, digging up the very flower it had been guarding day and night. Furious, the python let out an earth-shattering roar. The treasure-seeking goblin, unfazed, quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The python gave chase for a while, but stopped, fearing it would stray too far and leave the flower unprotected. However, when it returned, the purple-eyed tri-leaf flower was gone. Enraged, the python lashed its tail violently, toppling the surrounding trees. Ding! The treasure-seeking goblin has successfully collected purple-eyed tri-leaf flower X1. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai received the notification of his goblin's successful collection, grinning at his latest gain. Purple-eyed tri-leaf flower. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Isn't this one of the materials I needed for his one origin heaven-opening pill? Each leaf of the flower could be used once as an alchemical ingredient, and with 3 leaves, he could refine 3 pills. System, what are the effects of upgrading the one-click collection function? Su Xiaobai asked. Level 2 one-click collection space requires 6.4 million spiritual coins. Treasure-seeking goblin count increases by 1. Level 3 one-click collection space requires 25.6 million spiritual coins. Treasure-seeking goblin count increases by 1. Level 4 one-click collection. Upgrading a level adds 1 treasure-seeking goblin. This is awesome. It's just like the auto hunting feature. Every level adds a shadow, effectively doubling the yield. What a fantastic upgrade. But the cost of upgrading, it increases fourfold. Level 1 only cost 1.6 million. Level 2 jumped to 6.4 million, and Level 3 soared to an astronomical 25.6 million. Clearly, the newer features unlocked at higher levels bring greater rewards, but demand significantly more money for upgrades. Still, compared to the effects of these upgrades, what's money anyway? Upgrade it. Let's raise one-click collection to level 4 first. Su Xiaobai had begun to grasp a general rule. When a system feature is first unlocked, upgrades are relatively cheap. The costs spike the higher you go. So, he decided to first max out the cheaper levels, leaving the more expensive upgrades for later when his income would be sufficient. Deducting 6.4 million, one-click collection upgraded to level 2. Treasure-seeking goblin count increased by 1. Deducting 25.6 million, one-click collection upgraded to level 3. Treasure-seeking goblin count increased by 1. Deducting 102.4 million, one-click collection upgraded to level 4. Treasure-seeking goblin count increased by 1. 3 new treasure-seeking goblins appeared in the space. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai set them to auto-deploy. For treasure-seeking goblins, mint quadrupled returns. I just spent over 200 million and still have 200 million left. For now, my cultivation speed and training efficiency are sufficient. Earnings are more crucial. Let's upgrade the Automonster farming feature. Su Xiaobai quickly made up his mind. Deducting 97.2 million, Automonster farming space upgraded to level 6. Shadow count increased by 1. 6 shadows equated to 6-fold earnings. These shadows could not only farm monsters autonomously, but also serve as Su Xiaobai's minions, carrying out his commands. The more the merrier. When the levels rise high enough, and he has an army of shadow minions, Su Xiaobai wouldn't need to lift a finger to sweep through any challenge effortlessly. With all the upgrades complete, the next priority is to purchase new techniques and gather alchemy materials. Su Xiaobai left over 100 million unspent, planning to use it to shop in the black market. The black market was named as such because the prices were notoriously steep. Still, with over 100 million in hand, he could at least afford to buy some techniques and alchemy ingredients. Without delay, Su Xiaobai donned a black cloak and headed to the address written on the paper left by the Beast Treasure Pavilion staff, the black market's location. Meanwhile, elsewhere, due to Su Xiaobai's breakthrough, the strength of his shadows surged. Without his command, the system autonomously dispatched them to regions populated by more formidable rank feral beasts for hunting. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed from a distant location. Even from such a great distance, the fury in the roar could be distinctly felt. Damn it! This Sky Sovereign White Dragon has been chasing me for 3 days and nights, and still refuses to give up. A martial general covered in injuries was darting through the forest at breakneck speed. His forehead, arms, and abdomen were riddled with wounds, blood oozing incessantly. If not for the life-saving 4th-grade pill he consumed, he wouldn't even be standing, let alone sprinting like this. Even so, he was far from his peak combat condition. While still an advanced martial general, his weakened state made him vulnerable even to a beginner martial general. But despite his injuries, he dare not stop for a moment. To steal a dragon egg from the Sky Sovereign White Dragon, the Lin family had paid a steep price. Several intermediate martial generals were gravely injured, and over a dozen beginner martial generals had perished, a catastrophic loss. Still, the dragon egg was secured. As long as the Sky Sovereign White Dragon hatches and acknowledges its master, the Lin family will dominate base number 18, untouchable by anyone. The man's eyes gleamed as he caressed the spatial ring on his left hand, inside which rested the coveted dragon egg. The Sky Sovereign White Dragon, with S-rank feral beast potential, was a match for even martial commanders in its prime. A martial commander would have to tread carefully against it. However, the dragon was in a weakened state after giving birth. With thorough preparations, the Lin family managed to steal the newly laid dragon egg. As a result, the dragon had pursued them relentlessly for 3 days and nights without relenting. Someone's hunting up ahead. Suddenly, the injured marshal general noticed a figure hunting nearby, clad in a black cloak, wielding a long blade, and wearing a mask. A beginner martial master dares venture this deep into the forest? Courting death. A flash of killing intent crosses eyes. Perfect timing. I've run out of pills, and you're unlucky enough to run into me. A mere beginner martial master posed no threat to an advanced martial general. He saw the cloaked figure as nothing more than prey. Dying. The martial general lunged forward, flames engulfing the longsword that appeared in his hand. A fiery slash cut straight toward the masked figure. The cloaked figure, engaged in combat with a feral beast, seemed to sense something and abruptly turned its masked face toward the martial general. You can sense my strike? A promising talent. Too bad, you're doomed. The martial general showed no mercy. Whoosh! But in the next instant, the cloaked figure vanished. What? Where did he go? The martial general's heart sank. His attack missed, splitting the feral beast in two and charring its flesh with fire. A mere beginner martial master dodging my strike with such agility and speed? Perhaps my injuries are worse than I thought, allowing him to escape. He blamed his condition, thinking the foe had merely gotten lucky. Expanding his spiritual sense, he frowned. Why are there suddenly 5 more auras of beginner martial masters? Looking up, he saw 6 identical cloaked and masked figures surrounding him, differentiated only by their weapons. A team effort. But you're being incredibly foolish. 6 beginner martial masters think they can take me on. Ridiculous. The martial general sneered coldly. Even in his weakened state, 6, or even 60, beginner martial masters were no match for him. The 6 figures didn't bother responding, unleashing their spiritual energy in unison. Moments later, ding, obtained loot, Sky Sovereign White Dragon Egg 1. En route to the black market, Su Xiaobai had long muted the system notifications. Listening to them 24/7 would drive anyone insane. As a result, he remained completely unaware of the dragon egg that had appeared in his spatial storage. Su Xiaobai made his way to the busiest area of Base 18. It was only upon arriving that he realized, in the heart of this bustling place, there existed such a lawless zone. Between 2 buildings, a door had been installed. Warrior security guards stood watch at the door. Warriors with spiritual energy fluctuations could enter freely, but ordinary people had to undergo inspection. Just as Su Xiaobai had guessed, many who entered the black market were disguised. They clearly didn't want their faces remembered or to attract unwanted attention. Su Xiaobai was no different. Though he had some strength, he was far from being at the top. If a mid-tier martial general appeared, he'd only be able to flee. Against a high-tier martial general, even escaping would be impossible. When he stepped through the door, it was as if he had entered a new world. The noise in his ears surged instantly, and in front of him lay a bustling, lively street. So this is the black market, Su Xiaobai muttered, his eyes wide with curiosity as he looked around. On the roadside, some people had casually laid out clothes and placed rare treasures or beast materials they had stumbled upon, hawking them loudly. Others had rented proper booths, displaying weapons that glimmered with spiritual energy. Some had even opened large storefronts, specializing in selling or acquiring various materials. Moreover, Su Xiaobai noticed electronic screens hanging on walls everywhere, constantly flashing by and sell notices. High price for 9 carapaces of the Rainbow Scorpion. B9 booth. Seeking Frost Panther pelts in bulk. Long-term orders welcome. C56 booth. Looking to buy Flame Tiger Claws. Fair prices guaranteed. A 199 booth. Recruiting for a team to hunt yellow-tone mice in Yellowtone Valley. Interested parties come quickly. The 85 booth. Selling the corpse of a mystic hide beast. Bring offers, fools stay away. A 45 booth. From these postings, it was clear the black market had been established for quite some time, already evolving into a free trade market. However, due to government and family regulations, and for the sake of maximizing profits, the black market remained a secretive place. If not for this invitation from the Beast Treasure Pavilion, Su Xiaobai wouldn't have known such a place existed. Boss, how much for this stone treasure? Spotting a key ingredient for refining the One Origin heaven-opening pill, Su Xiaobai immediately inquired. 800,000. The stallkeeper gave Su Xiaobai a glance and quoted a price outright. That's too expensive. A single stone treasure costs at most 400,000 on the outside. Recently, someone had been sweeping up herbal supplies, leading to a shortage. Otherwise, Su Xiaobai wouldn't have had to come to the black market to buy it. But as expected of the black market, the price was doubled. Su Xiaobai turned and left without hesitation. Hey, at least make a counteroffer. The stallkeeper called out when he saw Su Xiaobai leaving. 400,000. Su Xiaobai decisively named the upper limit of the market price. If I could sell it for 400,000, it'd be long gone. All right, let's meet in the middle. 600,000. The stallkeeper tried to negotiate. 450,000. Su Xiaobai relented slightly. 500,000. Don't push it, buddy. This is the black market. Let me earn a little, all right? The stallkeeper sighed. In the end, the deal was sealed at 500,000. After this experience, Su Xiaobai's subsequent purchases went much smoother. His strategy was simple. No matter the quoted price, he immediately slashed it in half. Then, they'd negotiate a middle ground to finalize the deal. All done. With these materials, I can refine at least 5 batches of One Origin heaven-opening pills. Su Xiaobai's eye sparkled. If each batch produced 4 or 5 perfect-grade pills, and considering the pill-doubling effect he could achieve, Su Xiaobai was poised to make a huge profit. But he wasn't satisfied yet. He didn't stop at the One Origin heaven-opening pill. He also purchased materials for other 4th-tier pills. If it couldn't be found outside, he bought it all in the black market. All sorts of rare treasures, weapons, but barely any techniques. The black market was vast, but after a full tour, Su Xiaobai found very few stalls selling techniques. Even when techniques are available, they are basic or intermediate level. There are no advanced techniques to be found. This makes sense. Techniques are unlike other items. For most items, their value can be clearly determined and priced accordingly, leaving little room for negotiation. Techniques, however, are different. Unless someone explicitly stated whether a technique was intermediate or advanced, and unless you practiced it yourself, how could you discern its quality? As such, techniques were rarely sold, nor were they often bought. No choice. It seems even the black market doesn't have advanced techniques for sale. I'll have to find another way. Su Xiaobai had finally grasped the reality of the situation. Advanced techniques were practically priceless. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance to the Beast Treasure Pavilion. The pavilion stood out within the black market, resembling the Warrior Hall in grandeur. As a major chain present across various bases, its immense power was beyond doubt. Sir, are you here to purchase beast materials? Even the receptionist at the counter was a genuine beginner warrior, and a beautiful woman at that. I'm here in response to an invitation from your pavilion master. Su Xiaobai handed over the gilded invitation. The woman's expression shifted upon seeing it. Her demeanor became even more respectful. Please follow me, sir. She led Su Xiaobai to an elevator, taking him to the pavilion master's office. After knocking, they heard a voice from within. Come in. The receptionist opened the door and led Su Xiaobai inside. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with sharp brows and a commanding presence that exuded the aura of a beginner martial general. Even without speaking, he radiated an overwhelming authority. Su Xiaobai assumed this must be the pavilion master. However, the office wasn't empty. On a sofa opposite the desk sat a veiled woman with mesmerizing eyes. Her attire was reminiscent of ancient times, exuding an ethereal grace. Even with her face hidden, Su Xiaobai could tell she was a stunning beauty. But Su Xiaobai's attention finally settled on the elder, standing behind the woman. A high-tier martial general. Su Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. A high-tier martial general acting as a steward. What kind of background does this woman have? This was the first time Su Xiaobai encountered a high-ranking martial general face-to-face. Although the elderly man merely sat with his eyes closed, motionless as if meditating, Su Xiaobai could still feel that the man was watching him. This was the exclusive power of martial generals, spiritual perception. Upon stepping into the martial general realm, one would develop a mental sea of consciousness similar to Su Xiaobai's spatial awareness, which allowed him to keenly perceive everything around him. However, unlike spatial awareness, the mental sea of consciousness could only roughly identify its surroundings and lacked the depth of penetration Su Xiaobai's ability provided. "Mr. Su, welcome." The pavilion master greeted him warmly. "Would you like some tea?" Pu'er asterisk or Tiguinian asterisk. Asterisk names of tea. "Pu'er, please," Su Xiaobai replied as he walked over and sat on the sofa beside the woman. The woman glanced at Su Xiaobai, scanning him up and down. However, as Su Xiaobai wore a mask, a black cloak, and covered every inch of his body, she couldn't discern anything about him. The only thing she could confirm was that Su Xiaobai was an advanced warrior. Su Xiaobai had deliberately hidden part of his strength. After all, the black market was a lawless place, and keeping a low profile was paramount. "All right, since you're here, Mr. Su, I won't beat around the bush." The pavilion master got straight to the point. "There are two matters for which I invited you today." The pavilion master continued. "Regarding your activities, our Beast Treasure Pavilion's acquisition team has briefed me. Every week, you provide a significant amount of beast materials, and you've progressed from D grade to B grade. I can't help but be curious. How formidable is the team backing you? Weekly deliveries of beast materials are rare. Most warrior teams operated on a monthly cycle, such as some of the family teams they collaborated with. Yet Su Xiaobai not only delivered weekly, but also increased both the quantity and grade of beast materials each time. This naturally piqued the pavilion master's interest. Of course, no one would have guessed that Su Xiaobai didn't have a warrior team at all. What he did have was a shadow army that tirelessly hunted monsters 24/7, growing stronger by the day. So, for the first matter, I want to formally invite you and your warrior team to join our Beast Treasure Pavilion. The pavilion master spoke earnestly. "You're likely somewhat familiar with our strength, Mr. Su. If you and your team join us, we promise generous compensation and treatment. In addition, you'll gain access to all exclusive privileges within the pavilion. For instance, any materials you seek to acquire in the future, we'll provide them immediately. The purchase price of beast materials will also rise from the current 70% of market value to a full 100% of market price. Furthermore, the pavilion master elaborated on the pavilion's many benefits in detail. Su Xiaobai wasn't surprised by any of it. Before coming, he had already anticipated something like this. However, one particular point in the pavilion master's proposal caught Su Xiaobai's interest. If he joined the Beast Treasure Pavilion, the pavilion would guarantee the safety of all warrior team members and their families under its name. And what Su Xiaobai desired most right now was ensuring Su Linger's safety. The Beast Treasure Pavilion is a colossal chain organization, and with its protection, no one will dare to provoke me, at least within Base 18. Even the prominent families will think twice before acting. Mr. Su, what do you think?" After finishing, the pavilion master sought Su Xiaobai's opinion. The woman beside him also glanced at Su Xiaobai with curiosity. "I'm sorry. The pavilion's offer is indeed generous, but I need to discuss it with my team before making a decision." In the end, Su Xiaobai chose to decline. He knew that immense benefits often came with immense risks. Joining a major power would undoubtedly draw significant attention, and once that happened, it would be nearly impossible for him to maintain any secrets. There's no wall that doesn't leak. It's only a matter of time. Su Xiaobai's goal was to increase his strength to the point where, by the time others noticed him, he would already possess overwhelming, fearless power. Moreover, Su Xiaobai's situation was far too unique. Once any information about him spread, the repercussions would be unimaginable. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Xiaobai decided to refuse. "All right, I respect your decision, but I urge you to discuss it thoroughly with your team. This is truly a rare opportunity. The Pavilion Master sighed. Now that the first matter is settled, let's move on to the second. Mr. Su, I hope to establish an agreement with you. From now on, all your beast materials should only be sold to the Beast Treasure Pavilion. In return, we'll purchase all your beast materials at full market price. The Pavilion Master's tone was serious, with a hint of earnest pleading. Clearly, the Beast Treasure Pavilion had encountered a competitor, and this competitor was formidable enough to force the pavilion to personally reach out to a mere advanced warrior, inviting him and earnestly seeking a deal. For Su Xiaobai, however, this development was favorable. Previously, the Beast Treasure Pavilion had monopolized the bulk acquisition of beast materials, and Su Xiaobai, aiming to stay low profile, had no better option than selling at 70% of the market price. But with the competitor's emergence, the pavilion now offered full market value, a 30% increase in profit. I've worked with the Beast Treasure Pavilion for some time now. We've developed a degree of understanding and rapport. All right, I can make this decision on behalf of my team. I agree. Su Xiaobai answered decisively. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Su. The Pavilion Master finally smiled. By the way, let me introduce this lady. She's your biggest buyer. She's purchased a significant amount of the beast materials you've provided through our pavilion. And she's also... At this point, the Pavilion Master seemed to catch himself and stopped speaking. Oh, she's the one buying them. Su Xiaobai cast a curious glance at the woman. So, all the beast materials he had supplied had been purchased by her. The woman looked over as well, and their gazes met briefly. Both nodded slightly as a silent greeting. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Su Xiaobai stood up. He had already purchased all the alchemy materials he needed. He had also secured the 30% profit boost from the Beast Treasure Pavilion. Aside from not finding the micro-level cultivation technique he sought, it was a fruitful trip overall. Pavilion Master, I'll also take my leave now. Please continue persuading the 7th grade alchemist on my behalf. The woman also rose to leave. Her voice was clear and melodious, a unique pleasure to hear. Of course, you can count on me. The Pavilion Master nodded confidently. Hearing this, Su Xiaobai's mind stirred. You're looking for an alchemist? Hearing Su Xiaobai's words, both the Pavilion Master and the woman turned their eyes toward him. You know a 7th grade alchemist? The woman asked. You could say we're quite familiar. Su Xiaobai's eyes darted around as he nodded. If it had been before, he would certainly have avoided involving himself in such matters. But he had just sensed from the Pavilion Master's words that this woman likely had a significant background, especially with the high-ranking general serving as her bodyguard. Such a powerful figure wouldn't be guarding an ordinary individual. What was Su Xiaobai currently lacking? Cultivation techniques. Extremely rare, lesser, transcendent techniques. The outside world didn't have them, the black market couldn't find them, and major families wouldn't easily part with them. Perhaps this woman could bring him a pleasant surprise. Mr. Su, do you really know a 7th grade alchemist? There's only one 7th grade alchemist in Base 18, the Pavilion Master probed cautiously. Oh, the alchemist I know isn't from Base 18. They're from another base, but as for their specific background, I can't disclose it to you, Su Xiaobai said. You're looking for them to refine 7th grade pills, correct? Exactly. I need a Qianyuan soul returning pill. I don't care about the quality, as long as it's not a complete failure. The woman stared at Su Xiaobai with sparkling eyes. If your alchemist friend can help refine it, I will offer a reward that will surely satisfy them. A 7th grade Qianyuan soul returning pill. Su Xiaobai didn't know much about 7th grade pills. Even in the books at the Warrior Hall, only 5th grade pills were mentioned. He had neither seen a 7th grade pill nor its recipe before. My alchemist friend has a rather eccentric temperament, but their skills in alchemy are unparalleled. To date, I've never seen them produce a failed pill. If you truly wish for their assistance, I can help convince them. I'll waive my own fee since it's no trouble, but their compensation might not be so simple. Su Xiaobai casually fabricated story. Mr. Su, please enlighten me. Hearing how well Su Xiaobai described this so-called seventh-grade alchemist, the woman straightened up, her tone becoming more formal. They're not interested in currency, rare treasures, or similar items. What they want are cultivation techniques, and the minimum requirement is lesser, transcendent techniques. Su Xiaobai paid close attention to the changes in the woman's expression as he spoke. Lesser, transcendent techniques? That's no problem. The woman's straightforwardness took Su Xiaobai by surprise. She agreed without hesitation to what he had framed as a no simple demand. What? Seriously? Could it be? I priced it too low? Ahem. Madam, you might have misunderstood. My friend is obsessed with cultivation techniques, so if it's just a single one, it may not be enough to impress them. Su Xiaobai immediately upped the stakes. Mr. Su, as long as your alchemist friend can help me succeed, I am willing to provide 5 lesser transcendent technique copies unconditionally. 5. Su Xiaobai nearly had his eyeballs pop out of their sockets. If it weren't for the mask concealing his face, his expression would have betrayed his astonishment. I searched high and low for just one lesser transcendent technique without success. Even the major families treated them as priceless treasures, stored in their most secure vaults and only accessible to their most exceptional talents. Yet this woman casually offered 5 copies as a gift. This proved that Su Xiaobai had underestimated her background. Someone with a high-ranking general as a bodyguard indeed has an extraordinary origin. 5 lesser, transcendent techniques. I can certainly see your sincerity. But if one of these 5 techniques happens to be an elemental technique, the effect might be even better. Su Xiaobai grinned and pressed for more. What's the fun in just body-tempering techniques? A lesser transcendent elemental technique would be the real treasure. A lesser transcendent elemental technique. The woman's expression clearly showed hesitation. Even for her, lesser transcendent elemental techniques were not something that could be casually handed out as a gift. This shows just how rare such techniques are. All right, I agree. After hesitating for a long time, the woman gritted her teeth and ultimately decided to agree for the sake of the 7th grade Qianyuan Soul returning pill. Great, then it's settled. Su Xiaobai was overjoyed internally. 4 lesser transcendent techniques, plus 1 lesser transcendent elemental technique. This deal is simply unbeatable. Please hand over the alchemy materials and a recipe. I will pass them on to him. Su Xiaobai said directly. Elder Feng. When it came to handing over the alchemy materials and recipe, the woman glanced at the elder behind her. After all, these were materials for refining a 7th grade pill, along with its recipe. Leaving aside how precious the materials were, the recipe for a 7th grade pill was itself a peerless treasure of immeasurable value, one that countless experts would fight over. To hand it over so easily to someone she had just met. No, someone she hadn't even truly met. How could she feel at ease? Su Xiaobai naturally understood her concerns, but said nothing. If she was willing to hand them over, fine. If not, he wouldn't push. Showing too much eagerness would only arouse suspicion. Miss, give it to him. The elder slowly opened his eyes. Despite his wrinkled eyelids, the eyes beneath them were incomparably deep, completely at odds with his age. All right. The elder had spoken, so the woman no longer hesitated. With a wave of her hand over the ring on her finger, she produced another silver, ancient-looking circular ring. A spatial ring? Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Of course, he recognized such an artifact. But until now, he had never seen anyone actually use one. Previously, he would have been extremely envious of something like this. But now, with his ever-expanding Qingquan space, he no longer needed a spatial ring. This contains 4 sets of materials for the 7th grade Qianyuan Soul returning pill. The recipe is also inside. All we need is 1 pill of decent quality or better. I'll have to trouble Mr. Su to deliver it for us. The woman handed the spatial ring to Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai scanned it with his weak spiritual sense and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. 4 sets of materials for a 7th grade pill. The value alone is no less than tens of billions. And the recipe? Priceless beyond measure. 4 sets, but she only needs 1 pill. Does this mean Su Xiaobai thought of this and nearly burst out laughing? If not for maintaining his composure, he would have tilted his head back and laughed to his heart's content. This trip could truly be described as a huge windfall for him. Not only could he obtain 5 lesser transcendent techniques cultivation techniques, including 1 with attribute enhancements, but he also immediately got 3 extra portions of grade 7 Qianyuan soul returning pills. With this haul alone, the total profit easily reached over 10 billion. He understood why the other party had prepared so many portions of alchemy materials. After all, alchemists have a success rate. Failure means starting over entirely with all the alchemy materials lost. If they weren't prepared for this level of loss, how could they have the qualifications to ask a grade 7 alchemist to refine pills? And as it happened, all the extras ended up benefiting Su Xiaobai. All right, I'll return at this time in 7 days. By then, I'll bring you the Qianyuan soul returning pills you need. Su Xiaobai suppressed the joy in his heart, speaking in a calm tone. In reality, if given just 5 minutes, he could immediately present 4 flawless portions of grade 7 Qianyuan soul returning pills to the other party. But such an astonishing efficiency. Wouldn't that be a little too eye-catching? To make it seem more reasonable, Su Xiaobai settled on a 7-day time frame. Actually, even 7 days was a bit short. It's common knowledge that the higher the grade of a pill, the longer it takes to refine and the greater the energy it consumes. For an ordinary grade 7 alchemist, it would take at least a month or 2 to complete. This also explains why alchemists charge such high fees. But Su Xiaobai couldn't wait. With 5 lesser, transcendent techniques, cultivation techniques within reach, waiting a month or 2. What a joke. 7 days. The pavilion master and the woman both looked visibly surprised. Don't worry. My alchemist friend is incredibly skilled, truly extraordinary. 7 days is already more than enough. Su Xiaobai said indifferently. But as a deposit, you'll need to pay part of the compensation in advance to show your sincerity, right? Might as well secure 1 technique first. Given the current automated cultivation efficiency, 7 days might even allow him to reach the elementary stage in one of the techniques. Mr. Su, before the woman could speak, the old man interjected, "The thing I hate the most is untrustworthy people. Do you understand what I mean?" "Of course I understand. If you don't trust me, you can take back everything just now, and our previous conversation can be considered as never having happened. But if you do trust me, I promise to give you a very satisfactory answer. Besides, I have a little bad habit. I don't like working with people who aren't straightforward." "Old sir, you understand what I mean, don't you?" Faced with the old man's near-threatening words, Su Xiaobai didn't back down at all and directly retorted. The allure of 5 lesser transcendent techniques was indeed immense. But it wasn't enough to make Su Xiaobai tolerate threats from others. "If you want to cooperate, let's do it. If not, then forget it." Hearing this, the pavilion master's gaze toward Su Xiaobai clearly changed. A mere advanced warrior speaking to a senior martial general in this way. If he didn't have powerful backing, it would be hard to believe. "Fine, since we come to this point, I won't beat around the bush. The lesser transcendent techniques aren't with a young lady. They're with me." With a flick of his hand, a pristine transcription appeared in the old man's hand. "This is a lesser transcendent techniques body tempering technique. As a deposit, I can give it to you first. But if you fail to fulfill the agreed deadline, I'm sorry, but I'll take everything back." The old man deliberately emphasized the words, "take everything back." "No problem." At this point, Su Xiaobai didn't care about tone or anything else. Securing the technique was the most important. The Immovable King's Sutra. What a great name. When Su Xiaobai received the transcription and glanced at it, just the name alone conveyed the unique dominance of a lesser transcendent technique. He skimmed through it briefly. "I can't understand it. It's definitely a lesser transcendent technique." Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He has already cultivated several micro-level techniques and even comprehended micro-level attribute techniques. His understanding of micro-level techniques naturally surpasses that of ordinary people. But this immovable King Sutra, he couldn't comprehend it, which was enough to prove the authenticity of this lesser, transcendent technique. 7 days later, see you then. Afterward, Su Xiaobai put away the immovable King Sutra and left the Beast Treasure Pavilion. Master Foam, can we really trust him? The woman's voice still carried some doubt. Miss, don't worry. I've already left a spiritual mark on him. He can't escape, the old man said calmly, then closed his eyes to rest. I hope his alchemist friend can really refine the Qianyuan soul returning pills in 7 days. There was deep, bottomless worry in the woman's eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. With his great harvest, Su Xiaobai didn't stop walking and left the black market straight away. Every time he thought about this huge windfall, the laughter beneath his mask couldn't stop. 1 lesser transcendent technique. 3 extra portions of grade 7 alchemy materials. And a complete recipe. And most important thing is, all of this, without spending a penny, was easily obtained. Even he himself couldn't believe it. But that old man still left a trick up his sleeve. He left a spiritual mark on me. How keen was Su Xiaobai's spatial perception? The moment Old Feng placed the spiritual mark on him, he noticed. But he didn't react. After all, these things were indeed invaluable. Any one of them could cause an uproar if taken out. Su Xiaobai had simply taken everything without a care. And how could the others not have some defenses? Moreover, Su Xiaobai had no malicious intentions. He could refine grade 7 pills, and he would definitely succeed, and they'd be perfect. As compensation, the fees he asked for were entirely reasonable, with no signs of overcharging. So if the other party wanted to leave a spiritual mark, let them. He just needed to quietly wait for 7 days to get the remaining 4 lesser transcendent techniques. What did you say? Lin Fangwu can't be reached. At the same time, the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in Base 18, was in an uproar. For this operation to steal the Sky Sovereign White Dragon Egg, the Lin family had planned for a long time, investing a lot of manpower and resources. But now, just as the plan was about to succeed, with only waiting for Lin Fangwu, the senior marshal general, to bring the dragon egg back, everything would be settled. Who would have thought that Lin Fangwu was now unreachable? Commander Lin. He seems to have encountered a powerful enemy. He didn't finish speaking, and then the communication was cut off. The subordinate was sweating profusely. A powerful enemy? Was it the Liu family, the Zhou family, or the Wang family? Lin Yuyang, the head of the Lin family, said angrily. It's 6 beginner martial masters. The moment the subordinate spoke, the air in the entire hall froze. It became completely silent for at least 2 seconds. Bang! Lin Yuyang slammed his hand onto the table, smashing the high-quality wooden table worth hundreds of thousands of spirit coins into pieces. Are you joking with me? Lin Yuyang roared. Lin Fangwu is a senior marshal general. Even if he's severely injured and fleeing in weakness, isn't it easy to kill 6 mere junior martial masters? No one would believe such ridiculous words. A senior martial general, no matter how weakened or injured, could still crush martial masters with ease. The difference in strength between the two was not even on the same level. However, the subordinate was speechless, unable to express his frustration. When he first heard these words, he also wondered if his ears had gone wrong, or if Lin Fangwu had made a mistake. But after confirming with everyone present at the time, Lin Fangwu hadn't made a mistake. It was indeed 6 junior martial masters. Investigate. Make sure you investigate. I don't care whether Lin Fangwu took it for himself or if it was truly taken by 6 junior martial masters. No matter what, get the Sky Sovereign White Dragon Egg back for me. Lin Yuyang immediately roared. The Sky Sovereign White Dragon Egg is too important. It's the key to changing the Lin family's fate. I can't let it slide. System: refine 1 origin heaven-opening pill. As soon as Su Xiaobai returned home, without saying another word, he immediately began instructing the system to refine the One Origin heaven-opening pill. Within the one-click alchemy space, all the materials were scanned and placed into the cauldron. Once the cauldron lid was closed, flames appeared, and a colorful progress bar quickly began to fill. As the progress bar loaded for 5 minutes, Su Xiaobai carefully took out the immovable King's Sutra and began flipping through it with great excitement. Truly worthy of being a lesser, transcendent technique. After just glancing at a page or two, Su Xiaobai immediately noticed the difference in content compared to micro-level techniques. Lesser transcendent techniques were superior in every aspect when compared to micro-level techniques. However, this also meant that their difficulty of cultivation reached unimaginable heights. Only those at the martial general level and above could possibly cultivate it. Ding! Successfully refined pills. One Origin heaven-opening pill X10. The 5 minutes quickly passed, and with the system's prompt, the cauldron lid flew off, releasing 10 One Origin heaven-opening pills. Haha, the double production buff is amazing. Feels great. Su Xiaobai grinned widely. A single batch of grade 4 pills usually resulted in only a few pills being refined. But with him, the double effect activated in no time, doubling the yield. This doubling effect was incredible, and each time, it meant an extra billions of spirit coins in profit. Continue refining. Su Xiaobai tossed all the materials he had bought from the black market into the refining furnace. Just the materials for the One Origin heaven-opening pill alone had cost him nearly 10 million. But once these materials were turned into actual pills, their value skyrocketed by over 10 times. Other than murder, looting, or sudden windfalls, Su Xiaobai couldn't think of anything more profitable than alchemy. However, the refining furnace could only refine one batch of pills at a time, and couldn't produce in bulk. But Su Xiaobai was already satisfied. Others would die trying to refine a single batch of pills, exhausting their energy, using their brains, and wasting time. Even a small mistake could result in failure, forcing them to start over. In comparison, his method was fast and efficient, with pills being produced every 5 minutes, an efficiency that would bring tears to any alchemist. Ding! Successfully refined pills. One Origin heaven-opening pill X8. Ding! Successfully refined pills. Heaven Sun Bone refining pill X10. Ding! Successfully refined pills. Great Harmony, Great Clarity pill X6. Batches of pills were freshly created. Each batch was top-notch and of the finest quality, the kind that would make any warrior salivate. During the progress bar loading time, Su Xiaobai didn't sit idle. He continued refining pills while reading the immovable King Sutra. About 2 hours later, done. All the materials he had purchased for refining pills had been used up, and the immovable King Sutra was now imprinted in his mind. System, place the immovable King Sutra. Su Xiaobai immediately ordered impatiently. Scanning host brain. Immovable King Sutra scanned. Placement successful. As one of the cultivation slots was filled with the immovable King Sutra, Su Xiaobai was filled with excitement and anticipation. Now, with his beginner martial master realm, he could challenge an entire major realm and even face a beginner martial general. What kind of benefits would this bring after cultivating the immovable King Sutra? If I can cross 2 major realms, I'll be invincible. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having already been regarded as a monstrous genius for crossing a single major realm, if he crossed 2, others would probably only have one word for him: freak. System, with the current training speed, how long will it take to reach beginner martial general with the immovable King Sutra? Su Xiaobai asked. 100 days. The system responded concisely. At 1024x space flow speed, it still takes 100 days. Ordinary warriors might never have the chance to master it in their lifetime. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel. 1024x space flow speed meant 2.5 years, and 100 days meant over 200 years. Forget about whether someone could spend that much time on a single technique. Just the possibility of living for 200 years was a huge question. Still, 100 days is too long. I need to upgrade my auto practice space more to speed up and get the immovable King's Sutra sooner. The intermediate Chinquan technique was already on the way. The immovable King's Sutra would follow soon after. Once these two powerful techniques were mastered, Su Xiaobai's strength would undergo a massive surge. Perfect! These extra grade 7 pills can come in handy. No money? No problem. Once I refine those grade 7 pills, he'll make billions, even hundreds of billions. After all, these aren't just grade 4 pills, but genuine grade 7. And with the one-click alchemy space making perfect pills, TSK, just thinking about it makes it clear how much Su Xiaobai stands to gain. At once, Su Xiaobai took out the recipe for the grade 7 Qianyuan soul-returning pills and began reading it carefully. After a moment, all the materials for the recipe were imprinted in his mind. Su Xiaobai quickly started retrieving his space ring from the Chinquan space. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Why is there an egg there? Yes, that was an egg. The reason Su Xiaobai immediately noticed it was because it was flawless and pure white, like jade, exuding a dreamy luster. Just one glance was enough to spot it among the vast array of ferocious beast materials. Could it be that after Shadow killed the monsters, it even brought a beast egg as a trophy? Su Xiaobai was puzzled. He picked up the jade-white egg and the spatial ring that came with it. The egg was enormous. Placed on the ground, it reached as high as Su Xiaobai's knees. Su Xiaobai carefully examined the egg, pacing around it. He couldn't tell what kind of ferocious beast this egg belonged to, but its dreamy appearance alone indicated that it was no ordinary egg. Forget it. Never mind for now. Refining pills is what truly matters. Su Xiaobai shifted his focus away. System, start refining the Qianyuan soul returning pill. Quickly, the system selected 1/4 of the materials and placed them into the pill furnace. It also extracted the pill formula from Su Xiaobai's mind. As a colorful progress bar appeared, the refining process for the 7th grade Qianyuan soul returning pill began. Bored, Su Xiaobai's gaze returned to the mysterious jade-white egg. Touching it, it's warm. It should be able to hatch into a beast, right? Su Xiaobai reached out to touch it and felt a faint warmth. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. A sharp pain shot through his finger. What's going on? It actually made me bleed. Startled, Su Xiaobai withdrew his hand and saw a small cut on his finger. A single drop of blood had already fallen onto the jade-white egg. But the surface is smooth, no spikes or anything. How could it cut my finger? Su Xiaobai was confused. Even if there were spikes, they shouldn't have been able to injure him. After all, his endurance had reached the level of an advanced martial master, capable of withstanding ordinary weapon attacks. Yet, he had gotten hurt just by touching an egg. How bizarre. Wait, is the egg absorbing my blood? Su Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. He saw the drop of blood on the egg being drawn in by an invisible force, slowly seeping into the eggshell. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai felt dazed, as if a strange signal had entered his mind. It seemed like he had established an inexplicable connection with something. Crack! A crisp sound broke the silence. The egg is cracking. The jade-white egg began to develop cracks, which spread quickly, soon covering the entire shell. Su Xiaobai focused all his attention on the egg. He was extremely curious to see what kind of beast would hatch from it. If it turned out to be some ugly, ferocious monster, he'd finish it off with a single slash. But if it were innocent, adorable, and harmless, he wouldn't mind sparing it and raising it. Raising beasts wasn't uncommon. It was said that prominent families even raised B-grade beasts as mounts or guard animals. Brother, at that moment, the door opened, and Su Ling'er poked her head in. It's time to eat. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes fell on the jade-white egg in front of Su Xiaobai. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement like never before. Wow, what a beautiful egg! Su Ling'er immediately ran over, looking at the jade-white egg as if she had discovered a treasure. Her gaze was filled with joy. It had to be said, women truly had a natural affinity for things that were shiny and cute. The jade-white egg fit both descriptions perfectly. "Brother, where did you get this? It's so beautiful." Su Ling'er couldn't help but ask. "I bought it. So do you like it?" Since Su Ling'er liked it, Su Xiaobai didn't mind taking credit for the egg. I love it." Su Ling'er nodded enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with joy. "Brother, is this egg about to hatch?" She pointed to the cracks spreading across the jade-white egg. The cracks had grown more pronounced, covering the entire surface of the egg. The lower side, in particular, was densely webbed with fissures. Pop! Just as Su Ling'er finished speaking, the area with the densest cracks burst open, and a tiny, jade-white claw poked out. "Brother, it's alive! It's alive!" Su Ling'er was ecstatic. As an ordinary person living in the safety of the base, Su Ling'er had never had the chance to venture outside. Although she often heard about ferocious beasts, she had never seen one herself. Witnessing a new life emerge right before her eyes was a rare and exciting experience. Su Xiaobai was also intrigued. When he glimpsed the little claw, it struck him as oddly familiar, as though he had seen something like it before. "That looks like a dragon claw." Before Su Xiaobai could confirm, another part of the eggshell broke away, pushed by the same adorable little claw. Piece by piece, the eggshell crumbled. The light in Su Ling'er's eyes grew even brighter, her overflowing excitement almost tangible. Moments later, half of the eggshell had fallen away, fully revealing what was inside. "Wow!" Su Ling'er let out an astonished cry. "It's such a cute little dragon." Indeed, the egg contained a small dragon, snow-white and as pure as jade, with tiny, underdeveloped wings on its back. Its innocent, large eyes radiated a sense of purity, while its delicate features completed its irresistibly adorable appearance. The little white dragon stared blankly at Su Xiaobai and Su Ling'er, tilting its head in confusion. Its big, blinking eyes epitomized the term adorable. "It's really a dragon." Even Su Xiaobai was surprised. "I didn't expect Shadow to bring back such a remarkable prize. Raising a dragon? That sounded like a fantastic idea. If the dragon grows strong enough, it could even protect Su Ling'er. Wait, does the dragon have a status panel?" The thought suddenly crossed Su Xiaobai's mind. He quickly examined the information about the little white dragon. Dragon species, Sky Sovereign White Dragon. Strength level, none. Endurance level, none. Agility level, none. Cultivation potential, top tier. Bloodline abilities, Dragon Breath, Dragon Fire, White Dragon's Aura. Sky Sovereign White Dragon. That name is so majestic, and its cultivation potential is top tier. Su Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This beast's talents are extraordinary. Its potential for cultivation was top-notch, and it possesses incredible bloodline abilities like Dragon's Aura. If it matured, its strength would undoubtedly be terrifying. At that moment, the Sky Sovereign White Dragon lifted its head and looked at Su Xiaobai and Su Ling'er with its large, shimmering eyes. Then it wobbled towards Su Xiaobai, its steps unsteady, and nuzzled its face against his hand, showing a remarkable level of affection. In Su Xiaobai's mind, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to the little dragon. "All right, since I watched you hatch, you're now a member of the Su family. You are the Sky Sovereign White Dragon, so I'll call you Xiaobai Long." Su Xiaobai grinned widely. Su Xiaobai never expected that auto hunting would not only provide him with materials, but also help him catch pets. If this pace continued, and he managed to get a few more phoenix eggs or gigantic monster eggs, wouldn't he be able to create a powerful beast army? Ing. Xiaobai Long asterisk rubbed against Su Xiaobai's hand, making a soft, babyish sound. Asterisk Xiaobai Long literally means little white dragon. "Brother, is it hungry?" Su Ling'er asked curiously. "I'll go get it some food." Ling'er, Xiaobai Long is a ferocious beast. How could it eat regular food? "If it's hungry, get it some meat. I have plenty of it." Su Xiaobai casually took a piece of beast meat from his chinko in space. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Bailong saw the beast meat, it perked up, revealing its sharp natural teeth, and in no time at all, it devoured the meat. After finishing, Xiao Bailong rubbed against Su Xiaobai again. You ate that whole chunk, and you're still not full. All right, I'll give you more. Su Xiaobai took out several more pieces of beast meat. Xiao Bailong eagerly accepted the meat, crunching away at each piece with delight. Su Ling'er, watching Xiao Bailong eat in such an adorable way, couldn't resist petting it. Xiao Bailong paused for a moment, then looked at Su Ling'er and Su Xiaobai, but without any resistance, continued happily eating the meat. Brother, Xiao Bailong feels so soft. Su Ling'er said, sounding delighted, like she had found a particularly beloved toy, her peals of laughter echoing around them. But soon, Su Xiaobai realized that Xiao Bailong's appetite was enormous, truly enormous. He had already given it a mountain of beast meat, almost enough to feed half a beast, yet Xiao Bailong still wasn't satisfied. Little white dragon, consider yourself lucky. At least you got a good master, or you'd be starving right now. Su Xiaobai had a lot of beast meat, more than enough, and his beast meat wasn't just ordinary stuff. The lowest grade meat came from B-grade beasts. Su Xiaobai pulled out dozens of pieces of beast meat in one go. Here, eat up. I won't believe that this isn't enough to fill you up. Su Xiaobai said confidently. If someone who understood the value of these meats were present, they would immediately recognize that these dozens of pieces of beast meat would easily be worth 1,000,000 spirit coins or more in the outside world. Feeding a beast with meat worth millions of spirit coins. This was probably something even the wealthiest families wouldn't do. But soon enough, Su Xiaobai got a direct wake-up call. Ying. After eating all the beast meat, Xiao Bailong rubbed his hand again, as though still wanting more. What the hell? You really can eat, can't you? Su Xiaobai twitched his lips. He had assumed that Xiao Bailong, being newly hatched, wouldn't have such a large appetite, but it turned out to be surprisingly massive. Brother, Xiao Bailong eats so much. Su Ling'er laughed, delighted, as she petted Xiao Bailong's head. Watching Xiao Bailong's innocent and eager expression, Su Xiaobai didn't hold back and pulled out another 100 pieces of beast meat. Eat up. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty more where that came from. Su Xiaobai went all out. It's just beast meat, after all, something I'm constantly acquiring. No big deal. With over 100 pieces of beast meat, Xiao Bailong went on a full-scale feast, happily devouring every piece. From time to time, it even emitted little ing-ing sounds of satisfaction. Through that mysterious connection, Su Xiaobai could feel that Xiao Bailong was in an especially joyful mood at the moment. Brother, look, Xiao Bailong is glowing. Su Ling'er exclaimed in surprise. After Xiao Bailong ate dozens of pieces of beast meat, suddenly its jade-white skin began to emit a faint glow. This light wasn't harsh. In fact, it was incredibly gentle, like the glow emanating from jade. Upon noticing the change in Xiao Bailong, Su Xiaobai felt some subtle changes within himself too. It was a vague, indescribable sensation, but he could clearly feel that he had become slightly stronger, although the change wasn't very significant. Brother, Xiao Bailong got bigger. With Su Ling'er's excited shout, Su Xiaobai saw that Xiao Bailong, which was glowing with white light, was visibly growing larger at a noticeable speed. Is this evolution? He quickly checked Xiao Bailong's status. Dragon Clan, Sky Sovereign White Dragon. Power level, Beginner Warrior. Endurance level, Beginner Warrior. Agility level, Beginner Warrior. Cultivation aptitude, Top tier. Bloodline talent, Dragon Breath, Dragon Fire, White Dragon's Aura. Beginner Warrior. Su Xiaobai was taken aback. It had just been born, and after eating some beast meat, it had evolved to the point where it was comparable to a beginner warrior. Wow, no wonder it said that ferocious beasts have exceptional cultivation aptitude. They don't need to train at all. Just by absorbing spiritual energy and hunting other beasts to consume, they can easily reach levels that humans can't. Just like this little white dragon. It had just been born and had eaten some beast meat. Even though the meat came from B-grade beasts with rich and dense spiritual energy, it had directly evolved to the beginner warrior stage. If it continues to rise, what will happen then? Wouldn't it soon reach the levels of a martial master, martial general, or martial commander? And there's one more crucial thing. After Xiao Bailong evolved, I actually benefited too. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. This meant that Xiao Bailong had somehow formed a contractual bond with him. The stronger Xiao Bailong became, the more Su Xiaobai would benefit as well. Although the benefits might not be huge, even a small improvement was a pleasant surprise. Brother, Xiao Bailong is asleep. After Xiao Bailong finished evolving, it seemed a little tired. It crawled to Su Xiaobai's feet, curled up, and covered itself with its short, fleshy wings, closing its eyes and falling asleep. Brother, how about we make a bed for Xiao Bailong? Su Ling'er chirped. Ling'er, if it makes you happy, Xiao Bailong will be under your care from now on. Su Xiaobai smiled. But it's best not to take it outside for now, to avoid causing any trouble. Okay, I understand, brother. Su Ling'er nodded obediently. By the way, I have a few pills here. After you take them, they can improve your cultivation aptitude. You'll be able to become a warrior, just like brother. Su Xiaobai handed her a few One-Origin Heaven-opening pills. Really? Can I really become a warrior? Su Ling'er exclaimed with joy. To an ordinary person like Su Ling'er, becoming a warrior was like becoming a big celebrity, completely out of reach. But now, she had the chance to become one herself. How could she not be excited? You'll know once you try. Su Xiaobai smiled. Thus, Su Ling'er followed Su Xiaobai's instructions, took the One-Origin Heaven-opening pills, and began to meditate and enter a cultivation state. Meanwhile, during the time Xiao Bailong was born, another troublesome event occurred outside the base that caused the Lin family a great deal of headache. The mother of the Sky Sovereign White Dragon, in an effort to reclaim her child, commanded an army of ferocious beasts to march towards Base 18 in full force. The mother of the Sky Sovereign White Dragon was an S-rank ferocious beast, comparable to a martial commander. Each S-rank beast was essentially an absolute ruler of a region. With a single dragon's roar, an enormous army of ferocious beasts surged towards Base 18 like a tidal wave. Such a massive beast army was an absolute catastrophe for the base, its strength only second to the annual Beast Tide. With less than 3 months until the Beast Tide, the entire base has entered a state of readiness. And now someone provokes a ferocious beast lord? Does the Lin family have no brains? The ferocious Beast Tide last year already caused massive casualties among the base's warriors. 1 year isn't enough to recover. If we waste our strength dealing with the Sky Sovereign White Dragon's mother, how can we withstand this upcoming Beast Tide? I heard the Lin family lost the Sky Sovereign White Dragon egg. It's truly a case of heavenly retribution. They can't escape this time. Regardless, the Lin family must resolve this. The government and the other 3 major families began to pressure the Lin family. The Beast Tide was already imminent. The entire base, families, government, and warrior legions, was preparing for the Beast Tide, and now the Lin family had gone and stolen a dragon egg, causing this enormous trouble. If this matter wasn't resolved, the entire base, with 5 million people, would be affected. Faced with external threats and internal backlash, the Lin family was in deep trouble. The Sky Sovereign White Dragon egg was still missing. The Lin family senior warriors couldn't find any trace of it. And now, they had provoked the Sky Sovereign White Dragon's mother, an S-rank beast comparable to a martial commander, who was leading the ferocious beasts to attack Base 18. The Lin family members all wore anxious expressions. A small matter, carefully plotted for so long, and it ended in failure. You are good for nothing. You have no use to me. A furious voice came from above the heads of the Lin family. Grandfather, father, master, great commander. All the Lin family members were terrified and hurriedly bowed in respect. In the sky, a figure with white hair and beard, yet exuding an aura of dominance, hovered in the air. It was evident that this elder, whose clothes fluttered without wind and who radiated a dangerous aura, was none other than Lin Futien, the martial commander of the Lin family. Lin Futien's life had been legendary. As one of the 4 martial commanders of Base 18, he had achieved great military feats, but now, due to the actions of the younger generation, he was burdened with blame, causing him great anger. I will solve this matter. You all immediately search for the whereabouts of the Sky Sovereign White Dragon Egg. If you don't find it, I'll deal with you. Yes. Lin Futien snorted coldly, and with a single step, his figure vanished without a trace. The Lin family members broke out in cold sweat. Facing Lin Futien, they felt like they were facing a wild beast that could devour them at any moment. Below Martial Commander, everyone was like ants. This wasn't just an expression. Outside Base 18, about 20 kilometers away, smoke and dust billowed, and a rumbling sound could be heard nonstop. In the Sky Sovereign White Dragon's mother, with wings spread out to a massive 100 meters, was leading the ferocious beast army, charging towards Base 18. Stop! Lin Futien arrived, standing alone against thousands of beasts. All the ferocious beasts roared in fury at him. The Sky Sovereign White Dragon's mother let out a deafening dragon's roar. It seems today you won't be stopped without bloodshed. Lin Futien's eyes glowed fiercely as he flipped his hand, summoning a long blade surrounded by intense flames into his grasp. At the same time, an overwhelming inferno erupted from his body, transforming him into a fiery deity, reigning over the world. The battle between Lin Futien and the ferocious beasts lasted for 3 full days and nights. Eventually, the Sky Sovereign White Dragon's mother led the beasts to retreat. But Lin Futien was not much better off. As soon as he returned to the family, he went into seclusion and refused to see anyone. Thus, a disaster that almost affected the entire base was finally quelled. Meanwhile, the Lin family, as the instigators of this mess, had also found the body of their senior warrior, Lin Fangwu. His body was covered in various weapon wounds, and his death was gruesome. However, his spatial ring was still intact, though everything inside had been looted. From the traces left by the battle, it was clear that Lin Fangwu had encountered a formidable enemy, but the Lin family had no clue who it was. They did not stop searching and began an extensive search in the surrounding areas. 7 days passed in a flash. Brother, look, Xiao Bailong has grown again. Su Ling'er, holding Xiao Bailong, which was now about half the size of a human, exclaimed happily. In just 7 days, with Su Xiaobai's guidance and the constant supply of One Origin heaven-opening pills, Su Ling'er's cultivation aptitude had officially risen from the lowest rank to the beginner level. As for further improvement, relying only on the 4th grade, One Origin heaven-opening pills would definitely not be enough. She would need 5th grade or 6th grade pills to continue advancing. Alongside Su Ling'er's growth, Xiao Bailong was also progressing rapidly. It was hard to ignore how quickly Xiao Bailong was evolving. In just 7 days, by continuously eating beast meat, Xiao Bailong's strength had already evolved to the point where it could rival an advanced warrior. For ordinary humans, becoming an advanced warrior required extreme hard work, training, and the use of resources. Even Su Xiaobai had to spend money to upgrade his system and wait patiently for time to pass to break through. But Xiao Bailong? It ate some beast meat for a few days and directly leveled up. Was there any justice in this? However, as Xiao Bailong grew stronger, its owner, Su Xiaobai, naturally gained some benefits as well, though these benefits were far less than auto-cultivation or auto-practice. During these days, Su Xiaobai had been studying Xiao Bailong carefully and had started to understand some of its abilities. For example, Dragon Breath. This was a typical area of effect skill, innate, with immense destructive and corrosive power. A single breath of Dragon Breath could melt metal and stone. Even an ordinary advanced warrior would be obliterated instantly. Then there was Dragon Fire. This fire was different from regular flames. It burned at a much higher temperature and couldn't be extinguished with water. It could only be put out by spiritual energy. As for White Dragon's aura, Su Xiaobai hadn't felt it yet, likely because Xiao Bailong was still too weak. In any case, one thing was clear. Xiao Bailong was a great investment. Once it fully grew, it would become a massive asset for Su Xiaobai, with destructive power beyond imagination. Growing up is perfectly normal. However, its body is growing a bit fast. It's almost catching up to yours. Good thing we moved to a bigger house, or we'd really have trouble fitting it in. Su Xiaobai chuckled. After the fall of the Yuan family, Su Xiaobai had no more concerns and could fully enjoy life. So, he took Su Ling'er and Xiao Bailong, leaving their secluded residential house and returning to the bustling part of the base. The villa they had before no longer appealed to him. He decisively spent nearly 20 million to buy an entire estate in the prosperous area of the base. Initially, he had planned to buy in the core area. However, thinking about how the core area was filled with spies and so close to the big families, plus now having a little white dragon in tow, he realized that trouble might find them one day. So he chose to stay on the outskirts instead. Ling'er, stay at home and take care of Xiao Bailong while you cultivate. I'll be out for a bit, but we'll be back soon. Remember, don't take Xiao Bailong outside, okay? Su Xiaobai donned a black cloak and mask. 7 days had passed, and it was time for his meeting at the black market. Okay, I'll be good, and you come back soon, brother. Su Ling'er nodded obediently. Leaving home, Su Xiaobai headed straight for the black market. Having had the first experience, this time, Su Xiaobai was familiar with everything. However, he could clearly feel a strange atmosphere this time. Why does it seem like everyone is in a hurry? Su Xiaobai noticed that the entire black market felt unusually frantic, as though everyone was clearing out, preparing to flee. He casually bought a few materials, thinking the vendor would try to haggle, but to his surprise, the vendor agreed immediately, selling everything to him without hesitation. The once lively places were now much quieter. There were few new recruitment notices for hunting teams, but there were more for purchasing elixirs and weapons. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Xiaobai bought a bunch of alchemy materials. After filling his space ring, he was content and walked into the Beast Treasure Pavilion. Mr. Su, we've been waiting for you. When Su Xiaobai arrived at the Pavilion Master's office, the same 3 people were there: the Pavilion Master, the woman, and the Senior Marshal General behind her. The woman stood up, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. The Senior Marshal General remained seated, eyes closed in a meditative manner, his expression inscrutable. This is your pill. Su Xiaobai took a spatial ring from his pocket and handed it to the woman. Did you really make them? The Pavilion Master and the woman both looked shocked. In just 7 days, Su Xiaobai had managed to refine a 7th-grade elixir. Though they had heard him say he could do it, they hadn't fully believed him. They even prepared themselves in case he needed more time and would ask for an extension. But to their surprise, Su Xiaobai kept his word and completed it in exactly 7 days. The old man slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Su Xiaobai, appearing somewhat surprised. This is... When the woman opened the small wooden box in the spatial ring and saw the elixir inside, which was only as big as a thumb and had silver gray and golden cloud patterns swirling together, her eyes widened in astonishment. Perfect grade. A perfect grade, 7th-grade pill. The Pavilion Master exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, the old man immediately opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp with excitement. He fixed his eyes on the small wooden box in the woman's hands and, after a brief inspection, instantly recognized it. It was the Qianyuan Soul Returning Pill, and it was a perfect grade 1. In an instant, a trace of surprise flickered in the old man's eyes. When he looked at Su Xiaobai again, there was a hint of something unusual in his gaze. To be able to refine a perfect grade 7th-grade elixir was enough to prove that the alchemist behind this Mr. Su is no simple 7th-grade alchemist. At the very least, they were an 8th-grade alchemist. An 8th-grade alchemist, hidden in such a small base? It truly baffled him. Well, are you satisfied? Su Xiaobai asked calmly. Mr. Su, We are truly grateful for your help. My Dongfang family will remember your kindness." The woman's eyes were full of excitement. She had been troubled by the alchemist issue for a long time, feeling helpless. She even had to personally visit the Beast Treasure Pavilion to ask the pavilion master for help. Unexpectedly, she ran into a stranger, and it was this stranger who solved her great problem. Even the final quality of the Qianyuan soul-returning pill exceeded her expectations. It turned out to be a perfect-grade elixir. Kindness or not, no need to say more. I've already done what I was supposed to. You should know what to do next, right? Su Xiaobai replied. Mr. Su, I've already prepared what you asked for. The woman took out 4 volumes of lesser, transcendent cultivation techniques from a spatial ring. These are the remaining 4 lesser, transcendent technique copies, which include 2 body-refining techniques, 1 weapon technique, and 1 attribute technique as per your request. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaobai's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, instantly lit up with intense excitement. Finally, it's here. A complete set of lesser, transcendent cultivation techniques. Once I successfully cultivated this entire set of lesser transcendent techniques, not only would martial generals be within my reach, even martial commanders would be nothing to me. However, Mr. Su, I hope you won't make these lesser transcendent techniques public or allow others to use them. Trust me, once you do that, it will bring you unnecessary trouble. After handing over the techniques, the woman reminded him carefully. All right. Su Xiaobai's response was short and simple. In truth, he didn't need a reminder. He knew that there were very few lesser transcendent techniques available in the entire base number 18. If word got out, it would only attract trouble. And of course, such treasures were best enjoyed alone. Who would share them? That would be foolish. With the transaction complete, the woman and the old man took their leave. But before they left, the old man pulled out a golden embossed card and handed it to Su Xiaobai. Mr. Su, this is my business card. If you ever have the chance to visit base number 15, you are welcome to visit my Dongfang family. Base number 15. Su Xiaobai was aware of the existence of other human bases outside of the base number 18, but he had no idea what they were like or how they differed from the base number 18. He didn't even fully understand how vast the world he was in was, because it seemed like everywhere he went, people deliberately avoided revealing the truth about this world. All right, I will. Su Xiaobai accepted the card, and the old man departed. Pavilion Master, is something big about to happen? The atmosphere in the black market seems a bit off lately. Su Xiaobai originally planned to sell the beast materials he had accumulated over the week and then leave, but suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and he voiced his concern. Mr. Su, don't you know? The annual Beast Tide is about to arrive. Annual Beast Tide? Su Xiaobai clearly had no idea about this. He knew that this world was filled with fierce beasts, and their numbers were vast and their strength formidable. It was precisely to combat these beasts that human bases were built, providing humans with a safe haven. However, despite his own strength, and even with the presence of the little white dragon, he had never seen a live, fierce beast, let alone a beast tide. Mr. Su, you don't know about the beast tide? Oh, that's right. The news about the beast tide only came out in the last day or two, so it's normal if you haven't heard about it. The beast tide happened once every year, usually in winter, but the exact time of its arrival was uncertain. The pavilion master assumed that Su Xiaobai was unaware of the specific timing, but in reality, Su Xiaobai had no idea about the existence of a beast tide at all. However, just from hearing the name, Su Xiaobai could guess what it might be. Annual beast tide indicated that it was not a rare occurrence. This was something that happened every year. Such a large-scale disaster was certainly one of the reasons why martial artists were rushing to sell their goods, exchanging them for spiritual coins, elixirs, or other useful resources, preparing for the coming calamity. When is the beast tide expected to come this year? Su Xiaobai asked. If the beast tide was really coming, he needed to prepare in advance. The entire base was preparing, as they couldn't be sure that every year would pass without incident. Once something unexpected happened, The entire base, with its 5 million humans, would face an overwhelming disaster. The specific time is still unclear, but it's estimated to be within the next 3 months. The beast tide would arrive within the next 3 months. In other words, there's still 1 or 2 months' time, which is enough. At the very least, it's enough for me to improve my strength to a higher level. I might not reach the level of a martial commander, but achieving the rank of a senior martial general was not out of reach. With sufficient strength, survival would naturally be guaranteed. All right, I understand. Su Xiaobai nodded and then chose to leave. Before leaving, however, he made sure to sell off some of the beast materials. Due to the little white dragon's insatiable appetite, it had consumed nearly a third of the beast meat in just a few days, which reduced the available stock. Fortunately, thanks to the earlier agreement with the pavilion master, the price had been restored to the full market price, so Su Xiaobai still made quite a profit. As he left the black market and headed home, Su Xiaobai saw the human base bustling as usual. Ordinary people were busy with their own lives. They had no knowledge of the coming beast tide, nor did they care about it. Such events were far removed from their daily concerns. For them, both the beasts and martial artists existed in completely separate worlds. As long as they could survive and enjoy a peaceful life, they were grateful. To die in ignorance is not necessarily a misfortune. Su Xiaobai muttered to himself. Unfortunately, he could never return to that state of ignorance. As his strength grew, so did his desire to survive. Whether dying at the hands of another martial artist or being consumed by a fierce beast, Su Xiaobai would not accept it. Boom! Suddenly, a brand new aura erupted from Su Xiaobai's body. The powerful aura almost sent the nearby pedestrians flying. An intermediate warrior. To break through under these circumstances, Su Xiaobai gave a wry smile. He glanced at the ordinary people around him, who had been pushed aside by the pressure. They quickly bowed respectfully to him, recognizing that the man in the black cloak and mask was a true powerhouse. Su Xiaobai retracted his gaze and suppressed his aura to the level of a senior warrior, continuing on his way. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. Ignorance might be a form of happiness, but fear is not. He did not want to ever be in a situation where he almost got knocked to the ground and yet had to bow respectfully out of fear. That would be too humiliating. Thus, the only path before Su Xiaobai was to keep growing stronger until he became the strongest. While walking, Su Xiaobai also checked his current status. Human, Su Xiaobai. Realm level, intermediate warrior. Strength level, beginner martial general. Endurance level, beginner martial general. Agility level, intermediate martial general. Cultivation aptitude, lowest rank. Cultivation techniques mastered, diamond body, highest. Soaring sky transformation, highest. True flame hand, highest. Blood attack, highest. Chinquan technique, beginner. System functions unlocked. One-click cultivation, level 10. One-click practice, level 10. Auto hunting, level 6. One-click alchemy, level 5. One-click collection, level 4. Fully reached the level of a beginner martial general. My agility level has even reached the intermediate martial general rank. With my current strength, I can easily crush a beginner martial general and contend with intermediate martial generals. Su Xiaobai's eyes flashed. With this level of power, at least in the beast tide, I can easily survive if I want to. Once I cultivate the immovable King's Sutra, Chinquan technique, and the 4 lesser transcendent cultivation techniques I acquired today, my strength would skyrocket even further. Martial generals? No longer a problem. Soon, even martial commanders wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but smile and quickened his pace towards home. Stop! The Lin family's warriors are conducting business here. No outsiders allowed. Just as Su Xiaobai was about to reach home, he was stopped by a senior warrior at the intersection. The Lin family? Su Xiaobai's expression froze. His spatial perception quickly expanded. He found that the entire area around his mansion was surrounded by senior warriors. Could it be? Su Xiaobai's face immediately changed. He directly bypassed the senior warrior who was blocking his path and continued forward. "Brat, didn't you hear me?" The senior warrior was about to reprimand him, but suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. A long, narrow wound appeared on his neck, and blood sprayed out. "The Lin family. You better make sure Ling is safe. Otherwise, I'll bloodbath your entire Lin family and leave not a single one alive." At this moment, beneath his mask, Su Xiaobai's eyes were icy cold, and a murderous intent surged. "Trash. A bunch of trash. I said don't use weapons. Alive. I want alive. If you dare to injure it with that sword again, believe it or not, I will rip off one of your arms." In the backyard of the manor villa, several junior warriors and numerous martial masters were besieging Xiao Bailong with a storm-like intensity. Lin Chun stood to the side, repeatedly berating those ineffective warriors and martial masters. "Roar!" Xiao Bailong let out a ferocious roar, its face twisted and its gaze savage, fully unleashing its beastly nature as a member of the dragon race. It must be said that the innate abilities of the dragon race were indeed formidable. Despite its strength only reaching the level of an advanced martial master, a single breath of dragon energy was enough to instantly turn even advanced martial masters into pools of blood, dying on the spot. However, a powerful offense didn't necessarily mean it had a strong defense. Whether it was the strikes of advanced martial masters or junior warriors, they inflicted severe injuries on the dragon. If not for their hesitation in wanting to capture it alive, sparing it some mercy, Xiao Bailong might already be dead by now. Thus, Xiao Bailong was covered in wounds at this moment. Scorching dragon blood dripped from its wounds onto the ground. Even though it was gravely injured, Xiao Bailong showed no signs of surrendering. "Stop it, all of you. Xiao Bailong hasn't hurt anyone. Why are you hurting it?" On the side, Su Ling'er was being restrained tightly by two advanced martial masters. Unable to break free, she could only cry out tearfully, desperately begging the Lin family members attacking Xiao Bailong to stop. Just a little while ago, she had been training while feeding Xiao Bailong. Xiao Bailong, seemingly full and bored, wanted to bask in the sun. It flapped its wings and flew out of the house, lying on the lawn in the manor's backyard. But that flight startled a neighbor, who thought a ferocious beast had broken into the base. They immediately reported it to the enforcement office. Coincidentally, there were people from Lin Chen's faction in the enforcement office. When they heard it was a dragon, pure white like jade, they quickly reported the news to him. Lin Chen wasted no time bringing a group of martial masters to capture it. The intrusion of so many strangers terrified Su Ling'er. Xiao Bailong quickly flew over, shielding Su Ling'er with its wings, roaring angrily at the uninvited guests. Upon seeing Xiao Bailong's true form, Lin Chen was ecstatic. Without hesitation, he ordered its capture. However, they initially underestimated Xiao Bailong's power. A single breath of dragon fire burned several people into ashes, and a single breath of dragon energy killed advanced martial masters instantly. Fortunately, the Lin family reacted swiftly and launched a fierce counterattack against Xiao Bailong. The villa's walls were pierced in an instant, and dust fell incessantly. Facing so many junior warriors and agile attacks from advanced martial masters, Xiao Bailong was utterly powerless. It could only spew dragon energy and dragon fire to hold them off, but the disparity in strength was far too great in the end. "Release the capture net." Suddenly, someone shouted an order, and an iron chain net descended from above, enveloping Xiao Bailong entirely. Xiao Bailong struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from the specially designed iron chain net. "Draw the net." The net was drawn tighter, binding Xiao Bailong firmly. No matter how much it thrashed or roared, it was futile. "Haha, excellent." Lin Chun was overjoyed, his expression brimming with excitement. "This will make me the greatest contributor in the Lin family." As the Lin family's next heir, he needed significant achievements to gain the respect of others. And this Sky Sovereign White Dragon was the perfect way to appease the wrath of Martial Commander Lin Futian. making it Lin Chen's greatest asset in the family. Release Xiao Bailong. Please, I beg you. It hasn't hurt anyone, really. Su Ling'er continued to weep and plead. Little girl, do you know how severe a crime it is to privately keep a ferocious beast without government approval? The fact that we didn't kill you on the spot is already a concession, considering you helped us find this Sky Sovereign white dragon. Now tell me, how did you get this Sky Sovereign white dragon? Lin Shun walked over with a smile, his eyes narrowing. Or more precisely, who is the force backing you? If you confess, I can make things easier for you. Advanced Marshal General Lin Fangwu had encountered 6 junior martial masters in the wild while carrying a dragon egg. Lin Fangwu died, and the dragon egg disappeared. Now, the egg had appeared in the base and was in the hands of a young girl. Given this, how could Lin Chun believe the girl didn't have someone behind her? I don't know. Su Ling'er bit her lip. Little girl, I know you're scared. You even broke your identity card from the core area, but do you think that will help? Those martial masters know it's the Lin family acting, so they wouldn't dare interfere. It's best you tell me the truth, because the force behind you has provoked the one faction it shouldn't have, the Lin family. No one can offend the Lin family and walk away unscathed. So, little girl, this is for your sake. Be honest, and you'll be treated leniently. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp, his smile cold and threatening. The dignity of the Lin family allows no defiance. The Dragon Egg incident caused Martial Commander Lin Futian to suffer serious injuries, forcing him into seclusion to recuperate. The entire affair originated from the force that stole the Dragon Egg. The Lin family was determined to root out this force and execute the 6 junior martial masters who killed Lin Fangwu. I really don't know. Please spare Xiao Bailong. Su Ling'er continued to plead tearfully. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed and shook his head. There's nothing I despise more than weeping women. If she knows nothing, then kill her. It'll serve as a warning to her backers. As he spoke, he turned and waved his hand, signaling an execution. As the future head of the Lin family, decisiveness was a must. Even if it involved a young girl, as long as it touched the family's interests, he wouldn't show mercy. Why haven't you acted yet? What's wrong? Have you grown soft-hearted? But after walking a few steps, Lin Chen still didn't hear the sound of blades meeting flesh. His brows furrowed in irritation. He turned back to see the 2 advanced martial masters restraining Su Ling, standing frozen in place, their expressions rigid. You 2 useless fools. Why are you hesitating? Do it now. Lin Chen yelled angrily. As soon as he finished, the 2 advanced martial masters suddenly went limp and collapsed forward and backward onto the ground. Only then did blood begin to seep across the grass. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an icy sensation on his neck, along with an overwhelming killing intent behind him. Who are you? Let go of the young master. At this moment, all the warriors and junior martial generals of the Lin family noticed the figure behind Lin Chun. A figure wearing a mask, dressed in a black cloak, holding a dagger pressed firmly against Lin Chen's neck. Their expressions changed instantly, quickly dashing forward to surround this uninvited guest. An advanced warrior? How did this person get in here? What were the people outside doing, letting an advanced warrior break through and even threaten Lin Chun? The Lin family's members looked grim and full of malice, letting an advanced warrior infiltrate unnoticed and even threaten Lin Chun. If anything happened to Lin Chun, everyone present would face severe consequences. Friend, relax. Lin Chun raised both hands, smiling as he said, If I'm not mistaken, you're one of the forces behind this little girl, correct? Clearly, Lin Chen mistook Su Xiaobai as someone from the faction that had attacked Lin Fangwu and stolen the Dragon Egg. Su Xiaobai remained silent, glancing at Su Ling'er, who was unharmed, and then at the heavily wounded and bleeding Xiao Bailong. His eyes grew icier by the second. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, but now you should understand just how much trouble you've brought upon yourself, right? If I were you, for your own safety and for the safety of that little girl, I would put down the dagger right now. Lin Chen's lips curved into a smug smile. He firmly believed that no one would dare harm him on the Lin family's turf in base number 18. Just like the person behind him. The dagger was clearly on his neck and could take his life at any time, but the other party didn't do so. Obviously, the other party also had concerns and didn't dare to do it. It was precisely because of this insight that he was sure to win and was extremely confident. Oh, really? Su Xiaobai's cold, chilling voice carried over. Just 2 words, yet they brimmed with overwhelming killing intent. Feeling this immense killing intent, Lin Chen's pupils contracted. Friend, do you know who I am, friend? I am the sole heir of the Lin family. One of the 4 great families in base number 18. Do you have any idea what would happen if you killed me? For the first time, Lin Chun felt an inexplicable dread. He sensed an overpowering aura of death, a sensation so palpable it seemed to wrap around him, leaving his previous confidence in shambles. Let go of Master Lin. You can't afford to offend the Lin family. Are you looking for death? People from the Lin family also spoke up. Linger, close your eyes, Su Xiaobai said calmly. Su Linger was still crying because of sadness, but she was well behaved. When she heard Su Xiaobai's instructions, she suppressed the sadness in her heart and closed her eyes. You bastard! If you don't let go, I'll kill this woman. An advanced martial master from the Lin family reacted and rushed over quickly, ready to use Su Linger as a threat. But just as he said this, before he could reach Su Linger, a cold light suddenly flashed across his waist, neck, and body of this advanced martial master was cut into pieces on the spot. The broken pieces of the body sprayed with hot blood and rolled far away in the inertia of high-speed movement. After the head of this advanced martial master fell to the ground, he didn't even die immediately, but blinked his eyes, showing an extremely terrified face, and in the miserable despair, the brilliance in his eyes completely dissipated. What's going on? They're dressed exactly the same. 6 intermediate martial masters? Could they be? I saw 6 figures dressed exactly like the uninvited guest suddenly appear on the field, except for the realm level and the weapons in their hands. Everything else seemed to be imprinted from the same mold. All of a sudden, the people of the Lin family remembered the previous incident of Lin Fangwu. It was rumored that the advanced martial General Lin Fangwu was killed by 6 junior martial masters in the wild. As soon as this news came out, it caused quite a stir in the Lin family. Almost everyone thought that Lin Fangwu must be lying or he was wrong. However, now, everyone has reacted a little. Maybe what Lin Fangwu said was not wrong. Masterbot, when Lin Chan saw these 6 intermediate martial masters, his pupils shrank again. The outfits of these 6 people are exactly the same as Master by whom I met in Pill Treasure Pavilion that day. The only difference is that Master was just a martial master at that time, and the one standing in front of them now is an intermediate martial master. If I had known that day, I shouldn't have killed only your 2 followers. I should have killed you too. Su Xiaobai's voice came into Lin Chen's ears from behind. The tone was like the death god in the underworld, full of endless ferocity and violence. No, you can't kill me. My father is Lin Yuyang, the head of the Lin family, and my grandfather is Lin Futian. Martial commander. My grandfather is a martial commander, do you know? If you kill me, you will die, and it will definitely be 10,000 times more painful than me. Lin Chen was completely panicked. He quickly brought up his father and grandfather and emphasized the threats in various ways. The renowned martial commander, admired by all, would surely feel ashamed to have a descendant like you. Allow me to clean up this disgrace for him. As Su Xiaobai spoke, his dagger began to move. But unlike his previous kills, this time his actions were slow, extremely slow. The sharp blade cut into Lin Chen's neck bit by bit. The wound appeared, blood oozed out, and the searing pain quickly transmitted to Lin Chen's brain. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I beg you, please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Just spare me. Lin Chen, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was now screaming for mercy, his eyes full of desperate will to survive. Young master, The Lin family members could no longer stand idly by and immediately took action. But the Six Shadows were no pushovers. In mere seconds, the Lin family's warriors, including the junior martial generals, were all slain on the spot. By now, Su Xiaobai had reached the rank of an intermediate martial master. With the Six Shadows replicating his power completely, dealing with a few junior martial generals and advanced martial masters was nothing at all. Seeing his subordinates wiped out so swiftly, Lin Chen's eyes filled with terror and despair. He still wanted to plead for mercy, but Su Xiaobai's dagger had already severed his trachea and blood gushed out in torrents. At this moment, Su Xiaobai withdrew his dagger and released Lin Chen. Lin Chen collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck with all his might while fumbling for the communicator in his pocket. "Dad!" The communicator connected, but with his trachea cut, he couldn't even utter a single word. Blood poured relentlessly from his neck. His heart overflowed with fear of death and overwhelming regret. In this state of utter despair, Lin Chen fell limp to the ground, eyes wide open with unwillingness as he took his last breath. The sole heir of the Lin family, Lin Chen, was dead. On the other end of the communicator, Lin Yuyang, the patriarch of the Lin family, kept calling hello, hello, seemingly puzzled as to why his son had contacted him, but said nothing. Little could he imagine that his spoiled, pampered son, whom he doted on endlessly, had already been mercilessly slain on the spot. The Lin family. Looking at Lin Chen's lifeless corpse on the ground, Su Xiaobai's anger did not subside. He had no idea why the Lin family had suddenly come after him. Even though I have been keeping a low profile and refraining from provoking anyone, there always seem to be some blind fools looking to stir up trouble. And this isn't the first time with the Lin family. Last time, at the Pill Treasure Pavilion, Lin Chen had sent 2 advanced warriors to track him, only for them to be killed on the spot. This time was even worse. They actually dared to target Su Linger. This was Su Xiaobai's greatest taboo. Whoever touched it would die. Go. Kill all the Lin family members stationed outside. At Su Xiaobai's command, 6 shadows simultaneously moved to carry out the order. He raised his hand, flames leaping from his palm, and with a light slap to the ground, a giant flame hand, larger than a person, slammed down on Lin Chen's body, reducing him to ashes in an instant. This was the highest level true flame hand, so powerful that even an intermediate martial general would struggle to withstand it. "Linger, are you okay? Were you hurt?" Su Xiaobai asked with concern. "Brother, who were those people? Why did they want to capture Xiao Bailong?" Su Linger, still frightened, asked with wide eyes. "They're just insignificant villains. Don't worry, I've already dealt with them. Come on, let's check on Xiao Bailong." Su Xiaobai walked up to Xiao Bailong, which was trapped in an iron chain net. Xiao Bailong looked at Su Xiaobai and let out a series of cries. A streak of blood light flashed, and the iron chain net was cut apart. Xiao Bailong broke free, ran to Su Xiaobai, and rubbed against his leg affectionately, as if thanking him for the rescue. "Here, this is a life-nourishing blood pill. It can heal your wounds perfectly." Su Xiaobai took out several 4th-grade pills and fed them to Xiao Bailong. Although Xiao Bailong naturally possessed rapid healing abilities, the pills would speed up the recovery even more. After swallowing a few pills, Xiao Bailong's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Let's go. We need to leave this place for now and find somewhere to hide." Su Xiaobai glanced at his shattered villa estate. As one of the 4 major families, the Lin family commanded numerous intermediate martial generals, advanced martial generals, and even a genuine martial commander. Now that their sole heir, Lin Chen, had been killed at his hands, the Lin family would not let this go. Though Su Xiaobai's current strength allowed him to crush intermediate martial generals and stand toe-to-toe with advanced ones, killing an advanced martial general or facing a martial commander, beings who transcended the mortal realm, was nearly impossible. So until he gained absolute power, he needed to find a place to lay low. It wouldn't take long. The Qinkuan technique, the immovable King Sutra for lesser transcendent techniques, and the 4 0.092x automatic cultivation speed all indicated that it wouldn't be long before he made a comeback. At that time, no Lin family, no four major families, and nothing in Base 18 would be able to threaten him. With that, Su Xiaobai left the villa estate with Su Ling'er and Xiao Bailong in tow. Before leaving, he didn't forget to loot Lin Chun completely. As expected of a major family heir, Lin Chun was extravagantly wealthy. Spirit coins weren't stored in bank cards, but piled high in a spatial ring. Rare treasures, weapons, and other valuable items were scattered everywhere. The accumulated wealth in the spatial ring alone was worth at least tens of billions. The most surprising find for Su Xiaobai was a lesser, transcendent body refinement technique within the ring. Your life and your treasures. I'll take them all. The other Lin family martial masters had been killed by his shadows, and all their spoils were transferred directly to his Qingque in space. This made things much more convenient. 3 hours after Lin Chen's death, the Lin family finally learned of his demise. As Su Xiaobai expected, the Lin family was furious. Lin Yuyang, the family patriarch, flew into a rage, losing all reason and killing several Lin family warriors on the spot. Lin Chun had been his only son. From a young age, Lin Chun had been spoiled, arrogant, and self-centered. Yet it couldn't be denied that he had some intelligence and had achieved notable accomplishments, making him the obvious successor to the family. But now Lin Chun was dead, with not even his bones left behind. How could Lin Yuyang not be enraged? That very day, Lin Yuyang issued a kill order for Su Xiaobai. He even dispatched 2 advanced martial generals to conduct a citywide search in Base 18. Even if they had to scour every inch of the city, they were determined to find Su Xiaobai and avenge Lin Chun. In a residential neighborhood on the outskirts of the city, thanks to Su Xiaobai's generous payment of 10,000 spirit coins, the landlord happily allowed the 2 siblings and Xiao Bailong to move in without asking any questions. "Brother, I want to cultivate too. Will you teach me?" Su Ling'er asked. "Those villains were terrible. I want to become as strong as you, so they can't hurt Xiao Bailong anymore." Xiao Bailong, seemingly understanding Su Ling'er's words, affectionately rubbed its head against her face, letting out a series of yu cries. "All right, I'll teach you the techniques and guide your cultivation." Su Xiaobai nodded in approval. Su Ling'er's desire to grow stronger pleased Su Xiaobai greatly. After all, being perpetually protected would prevent her from maturing. Only by recognizing her own weakness could she truly yearn for power. As Su Ling'er went to feed Xiao Bailong with beast meat, Su Xiaobai pulled out the 5 lesser transcendent techniques he had obtained that day. 4 were from the woman in the Beast Treasure Pavilion, and 1 was from Lin Chun. Su Xiaobai glanced over them. They included 3 body refinement techniques, 10 absolute heavenly gang body, heavenly mechanism step, and unified law codex. 1 weapon technique, chasing sunblade, and 1 elemental technique, burning heaven flame. 10 absolute heaven gang body, like the diamond body, is a body strengthening technique. However, unlike the diamond body, it can form a layer of protective chi around the body to ward off attacks. As long as the chi remains unbroken, the body won't even sustain attacks, elevating its defense to a whole new level. Heavenly mechanism step, just from the name, you can tell it's an agility-enhancing technique. With this, combined with spatial attribute amplification, how fast could I possibly get? Unified Law Codex. This is a strength-based technique. It focuses all power into a single explosive point, greatly beneficial when facing a single enemy with any weapon. As for the weapon technique, chasing sunblade, there's no rush to cultivate it. For now, I use daggers. Switching to this later, after the other techniques are mastered, won't be too late. Burning Heaven Flame, such a domineering name. This is a lesser transcendent fire attribute technique. Once mastered, it won't just be as simple as releasing a flaming palm like with a true flame hand. Su Xiaobai quickly skimmed through the 5 lesser transcendent techniques. 10 absolute heaven gang body, heavenly mechanism step, unified law codex, and Burning Heaven Flame were all incredibly useful. Even the already practiced 14 Immovable King Sutra was a technique that strengthened the body inside and out, significantly enhanced spiritual energy, and fortified bones and meridians. Except for chasing Sunblade, every lesser transcendent technique had enormous potential to boost Su Xiaobai's current strength. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai began quickly reading through these techniques. After about half an hour, System deploy Unified Law Codex. The first choice Su Xiaobai made was to enhance his strength. With the spatial attribute boost from Qingquan technique, his speed was already sufficient, and further improvement wouldn't yield much benefit. After all, if his strength didn't keep up, he might end up repeating the mistake of the Madman Drake, who couldn't break through defenses no matter how many attacks he launched. Moreover, Su Xiaobai's combat style had always been about explosive force, killing in the blink of an eye. Enhancing his strength level, combined with speed, would render even a prepared opponent defenseless. Power surpasses all skills. Strength shatters all techniques. If the strength explosion was formidable enough, not only would Su Xiaobai benefit, but his auto-combat shadow would also become stronger. This would indirectly speed up his collection of beast materials. All 3 auto-training slots are now full. Just in time, I've just sold a batch of materials and looted another haul. Now I can upgrade the one-click practice. Su Xiaobai sold materials from the Beast Treasure Pavilion for nearly 200 million. He looted 360 million from the Lin family's martial artists, warriors, and generals. Added to the 480 million spirit coins piled up in Lin Chen's spatial ring, and several tens of millions in his own savings, Su Xiaobai's total assets had soared to an astonishing 1.1 billion. System upgrade one-click practice. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai chose to upgrade. Given his current circumstances, the only thing that could help him was auto-training. Deducting 2.048 billion. The one-click practice space upgrades to level 11. Time acceleration increases from 1.024x to 2.048x. Deducting 4.096 billion. The one-click practice space upgrades to level 12. Time acceleration increases from 2.048x to 4.096x. In a flash, 6 billion were gone. Su Xiaobai finally grasped what it felt like to burn through billions. With time acceleration at 4.096x, the Qingquan technique will only take 2 days to complete. The Immovable King Sutra and Unified Law Codex will only need about 23 to 25 days to finish. Su Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. Lesser transcendent techniques taking less than a month to master. If the lady from the Beast Treasure Pavilion or the advanced martial general elder knew, they'd probably stare in disbelief. They had considered the lesser transcendent techniques they gave to Su Xiaobai carefully. As long as he didn't publicly announce them, it didn't matter if he possessed them. After all, not everyone could cultivate such techniques successfully. Most would either sell them at auctions or exchange them for other treasures. But what they didn't know was that Su Xiaobai had a cheat level system, with auto-training compressing decades into days. Even with average comprehension, he could train to the point of shocking them all. With 500 million left, I'll save 100 million for emergencies and use the remaining 400 million to upgrade auto-hunting. Auto-hunting had already reached level 6, with 6 shadow fighters being Su Xiaobai's greatest asset. Deducting 2.916 billion, auto-hunting upgrades to level 7. 1 additional shadow fighter added. Now there are 7 shadows. 7-fold the beast material yield, with auto-collection by 4 treasure-hunting goblins feeding rare materials. Paired with auto-alchemy for crafting pills, Su Xiaobai had established a self-sufficient chain of massive revenue. I still have 1 billion left. This will be reserved for further upgrades to reduce the auto-training cycles. Deducting 1.024 billion. Auto-practice upgrades to level 13. Time acceleration increases from 4.096x to 8.192x. 8.192x speed. That meant one day of Su Xiaobai's auto practice equaled 22 years for others. At this rate, it won't take long for my strength and cross-realm combat power to skyrocket. A sharp glint flashed in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Lin family, it's time to prepare for the generous gift I've got for you. The following evening, at a bar on Nanhai Street near Base 18, a junior marshal general of the Lin family was enjoying himself, with beauties in his arms, drinking heavily, eating heartily, and preparing to take one of the women to a private room for further entertainment. Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak and white mask, holding a long sword, appeared in the bar. The figure walked straight up to the Lin family's junior marshal general. "You?" The general's pupils contracted as he immediately recognized the figure as the one their family was hunting. But before he could finish speaking, the long sword pierced his throat. One strike to the throat. The bar erupted into chaos, with screams and cries of terror filling the air. The Lin family's junior marshal general died on the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief. The same incident unfolded almost simultaneously at another private clubhouse in base number 18. However, unlike the subtlety of the bar, the atmosphere here was entirely different. An intermediate marshal general of the Lin family was enjoying a luxurious full-body health treatment provided by a beautiful woman in this opulent, top-tier private clubhouse. After toiling for so long, how could he not reward himself properly? Suddenly, the intermediate marshal general's spiritual energy fluctuated. He abruptly opened his eyes, grabbed the spear beside him. A weapon never leaves a hunter's hand, a standard practice among warriors who frequently hunt in remote outposts. "Step aside for now." He stood up and pushed the woman to one side. The woman, unaware of what had happened, saw the seriousness on the marshal general's face and knew that something extraordinary was about to occur. Swish! The next moment, a faint slicing sound rang out, and then the door of the wellness room split into two and collapsed with a loud thud. Amid the woman's scream, a figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a white mask appeared at the doorway, also holding a spear. Behind him lay the bloodied bodies of the guards stationed outside. "You're Su Xiaobai." The intermediate marshal general's expression changed dramatically. Through a powerful network of connections, the Lin family had traced Su Xiaobai's real name and all related information from the villa estate purchase records. His black cloak attire had also become a widely circulated image on the bounty notice, well known among all Lin family warriors. Swish! Before the intermediate marshal general could finish his exclamation, the shadow moved. The clash of metal from the spears echoed in the wellness room for nearly 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, the intermediate marshal general's head rolled to the ground, and the woman beside him let out a piercing scream. In the casino of the entertainment complex at Base 18, a junior marshal general was gambling when the figure in a black cloak barged in. In front of everyone, he executed the Lin family marshal general on the spot. At a luxury sports car club in Base 18, an intermediate Lin family marshal general was enjoying the speed and thrill of driving when a dark shadow suddenly leaped out mid-ride, severing his head. When the sports car eventually crashed and emergency rescuers arrived, they discovered the headless body of the marshal general. In just one day, the Lin family received devastating news from all corners of Base 18. 5 intermediate marshal generals killed. 18 junior marshal generals killed. The number of advanced martial masters, intermediate martial masters, and beginner martial masters added up to 100. Countless ordinary warriors slaughtered. All eyewitnesses reported seeing a figure in a black cloak. However, the weapons varied. Some saw a long sword, others a long knife, spear, or staff. Damn bastard! Lin Yuyang, who was already on the brink of madness after losing his son, became even more enraged. He issued an immediate order to the entire Lin family. All Lin family commanders, drop everything immediately and focus solely on hunting down Su Xiaobai. The Lin family had 8 advanced martial generals, including Lin Yuyang himself. The other 7 advanced martial generals, each the leader of a Lin family warrior team, immediately responded to the command. Using a junior martial general as bait, They lay in wait for Su Xiaobai's appearance. As expected, Su Xiaobai did show up. Dai, one of the advanced martial generals, who had been lying in ambush, struck decisively, delivering a fierce and violent blow with his blade directly onto Su Xiaobai's figure. However, the anticipated scene of severe injuries and gushing blood did not occur. Instead, the advanced martial general's pupils contracted as a chilling realization dawned upon him. Beneath the wound, it wasn't flesh but a pitch-black shadow. The shadow bore the brunt of the advanced martial general's strike. Yet it did not die on the spot. Instead, in the desperate gaze of the junior martial general used as bait, the shadow decapitated him on the spot before it was finally slain by the advanced martial generals behind it. The shadow then dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind only a pile of clothes and weapons. Cold sweat dripped from the advanced martial general's face, his expression grim. He realized something. The Lin family was in deep trouble. Their opponent was using methods they had never encountered before. Host, one shadow has been killed. Cooling down and regenerating. The system's notification sounded. As expected, the Lin family has started to react, Su Xiaobai muttered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. But so what if they've reacted? None of those marked for slaughter will escape. Dispatching shadows to massacre the Lin family's martial generals was merely the first gift he had prepared for them. To acquire the information on these Lin family martial generals, he had specifically gone to the black market and spent a fortune. And indeed, the information proved invaluable. Not only did it accurately lead him to his targets, but it also brought him substantial rewards. The information on a single martial general cost 1 million spiritual coins. Yet the spoils he reclaimed from these martial generals easily amounted to billions. Since they've begun ambushing shadows, there's no point in continuing this way. It's time for the second gift. System, teleport the remaining 6 shadows to these locations. Su Xiaobai read out a series of coordinates. These coordinates corresponded to all the Lin family's hunting outposts in the wilderness. Yes, the second gift Su Xiaobai intended to give the Lin family was to annihilate their hunting outposts entirely, destroying these painstakingly built bases from their roots. Teleportation complete. With the system's confirmation, Su Xiaobai no longer paid any attention. He only needed to quietly wait for the spoils to pour into his spatial storage. Not only did he want to kill the Lin family's members, but he also planned to seize their wealth entirely, to destroy the Lin family physically and emotionally. They needed to feel enough pain to understand the kind of enemy they had provoked. All right, it's time to set up shop. At that moment, Su Xiaobai, now in a different disguise, set up a stall in the most prominent spot in the black market. When he placed several wooden boxes on the table and opened them one by one, the surrounding warriors, drawn by the medicinal aroma, immediately swarmed toward the boxes upon seeing the flawless pills inside. My God, perfect grade, 4th grade scarlet blood pills. Boss, how much is this pill? These are breakthrough pills, and perfect grade ones at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 perfect grade breakthrough pills? If I could buy them all, advancing to an advanced martial master wouldn't just be a dream. Boss, how much for this bone refining pill? Give me a good price. I'll take them all. You'll take them all? Stop joking. I need bone refining pills too. My body strengthening technique requires them. The perfect grade pills caused a frenzy among the warriors present.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.